everyone. Hello, hello. So sorry I'm late, y'all. I'm sorry I'm late. Hold up. I think I forgot my water. Oh no. I forgot my water. Okay, well, I'm live anyway, so I'm going to see who's going to join today. Looks like I'm already live. Wait, I'm not live. Hold on. Am I live? Yeah, I am live. Okay. Hi guys. How are you today? How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a great Sunday. I don't know why I cannot see this live here. Just gonna have to reopen it. Okay, here we go. Now, I got one person here. Hi y'all. Hello, whoever just joined.
How are you today?
Okay, here we go. All right, let me check the chat and make sure I'm looking at the camera. I always forget to look at the camera. Hi, Marie James. How are you, sis? Hi, Steph. Hey. Hey. You can see me and hear me, I hope. I just heard my playback, so I should be good. I'm so sorry I'm late, y'all. I was supposed to start at 2:30, but I had to make sure everything was set up correctly cuz I'm really trying my best not to have any more technical issues. So, thank you, and sorry I'm late. Hello, my first live. Hi, Bree. Hi, how are you? Hi, May. How's everyone doing? I hope you guys are having a great Sunday afternoon. I just want to make this announcement just to make it official to everyone that I will be going live every Sunday. Every single Sunday. Every Sunday. And if I do not go live, I will send an announcement through my YouTube page. Unfortunately, I don't really post on my socials, so you probably won't be seeing nothing there. But if you see the post on the YouTube, then you'll be able to know when I go live and when I won't. But from now on, I'm not going to announce it. I will just go live Sunday afternoons. Most likely it'll be around this time. So I would say between the hours of 1:30 to like probably 4:30ish. That's probably the latest that I'll go live depending. But Sunday afternoons seem to be the best option for me. And Saturdays are just really busy. And I think that's normally for everyone. I think everyone probably is really busy on Saturdays. So it just works out best for me on Sunday afternoons. So yeah, I'm really glad you guys could join me. Who else is joining? Hey, Imani. Hey, sis. Hey, her creative mind. Okay, we got a lot of folks up in here right now. Um, I left my water in the kitchen, but you know what? I'm not gonna get up and get it. I'll just freestyle it, and hopefully my throat doesn't parch. I hope so. I hope not. But it's like really hot right now outside. It's like I would say maybe I don't know. I didn't check the weather, but it's hot. I'll just say that. It's the end of summer. Y'all already know people going on vacations and whatnot. So I hope that you guys are enjoying your summer as well. There's a lot of different things that I'm gonna start in the fall. Especially my Twitch. If you haven't followed my Twitch account yet, Rome_Romy, I will be live streaming the Love Island reunion. I think it's next week, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to live stream it. Sorry, there's something on my hand. I'm going to live stream it, and then I'm also going to live stream Perfect Match. I'm so behind on the episodes. I will probably do a Twitch poll and see what day works for everyone because I'm on the West Coast, so my time zone is different from everyone else's time zones. So I just want to make sure that when I can make it like a time that's convenient for everyone, right? So yeah, so that's my goal. But for now, yeah, I will be streaming on Twitch. I'll be doing a whole bunch of other things, so y'all look forward to that. And I'm trying to stay consistent on this channel. It's not I'm trying to. I will stay consistent on this channel because I already made my promises. So I like to keep my promises. We won't talk about that right now or today. We're actually gonna talk about promise, being a promise keeper. That's gonna be a cool one. All right, let me see. I'm gonna read a few more comments and then we're gonna start today because y'all know I like to yap. One thing about me, I'm going to yap, but I also have to be cognizant of time because I know some people have to wake up for work in the morning, go to school, and all that. And also, I'm on the West Coast, so it's easy for me to yap and yap when it's afternoon time for me, but it's probably like evening time or later for you guys. So I'm going to try to stay cognizant of that. My goal is to have this live stream only for 2 hours. Give me 2 hours of your time. Probably less than that, but we'll say 2 hours for now. All right, let me read a few more comments and then we're going to get started, y'all. There's a lot going on this week. There's a lot going on. Who else joined? Internal Dubs. Hey, sis. Hey, how are you? Hello. Hey. Oh my gosh, so many people. It's 90s with high humidity here. Wow, yeah. Thank you, her creative mind. Yes, hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button. But yeah, it's 90s. Oh Lord, I don't even want to know how hot that is, y'all. I remember those days when it used to be so hot. And one thing about me is I love the sun, but I don't like it to be burning. Like I like my sun a little chilly. I like it when it's warm in the afternoon, but then at night it's chilly, right? And that's exactly why I love the West Coast. West Coast gives me that vibe. It's like in the afternoon it's hot, but then as soon as the sun goes down, it's like so chilly. And it's because we live by the water too, so and there are mountains here, so it's just more of like that air that kind of cleans it through. But oh, living in Korea, oh, don't remind me of Korean heat. Oh, that was a nightmare right there. Every summer I used to dread it. But yeah, I feel for you, girls. So hopefully you have the air conditioning on and you're like in a good space where you can at least like enjoy, I guess. You can't, yeah, it's hard to enjoy the weather when it's too hot though. I can't even say, oh, enjoy the weather, because it's like it's hot. Like what you gonna be doing? It's like burning outside, like frying like an egg. Like it's too hot. So I hope you're staying inside. I would say I hope that you have air conditioning and you staying inside and you don't go out unless you have to, unless necessary. Cause I don't know why people enjoy that type of heat, but our world is kind of like heating up and stuff. So I'm not surprised that, like, the temperature keeps rising all the time because our ozone is getting warmer. So yeah, try to stay sheltered as much as possible, because heat strokes are no joke, y'all. Please stay safe, drink your water, try not to like get yourself into, or your body to be overheated, because then that's where the situation becomes dire, right? So yeah, just make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Let me read a few more comments and then we're gonna start, y'all. We're gonna start today's topic. Hold on. Where am I here? Um, I like fall weather. I can't wait. I know, right? It's almost here. Like I feel like this summer went by so fast. Like literally, y'all, we're like 3 weeks away from September. I think 2 weeks. It's almost Labor Day. What are we today? Today is August 10th. So 3 weeks. Yeah, because August has 31 days. So 3 weeks, and then we're in September, y'all. So it's about to be Virgo season, Lord. Y'all Virgos, oh Lord. Virgo season coming. Let's hide, y'all. Let's hide from the Virgos, Lord. We're gonna get a lot of think pieces in September for Virgo season. But anyways, I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing, y'all. If you're a Virgo, you know it's all love. It's all love. But yeah, it's about to be Virgo season. I caught a live. Hey, Lizzie Beth. Yay. I'm so happy you're here. Hey, girl, I think we need to talk about the fake concern trolling people are doing online. Devonda Pittman, sis, what fake concern you talking about? I think you're talking about Landria, right? That's why I put her on my thumbnail. We don't talk about that. All right, let's get to it. Whenever I see Devonda Pittman, I see you, sis. I see your name. I'm like, okay, we got to get to it. Let's get to our topic today. So I think I titled it Love versus Scam. I think that's my title today. Actually, the original title, oh no, it's When a Man Loves a Woman, and Love versus Scam is the thumbnail. Yeah, so that was my title. All right, so I am going to introduce something a little different today, and this live stream is going to kind of let you see the differences in the type of emotions that we call love. Now, the thing is that I have been in love, I will say, like, true love, real love, is the love that I'm in right now, is the one that I have with my husband. However, I have been in like and lust, right? And so sometimes it's hard to differentiate the feelings because they're so similar, right? Just like jealousy and envy, they're very similar. You have other emotions that are very similar, like when we're talking about emotions, even sadness, despair, depression, all of these types of words are there to help us feel like our emotions and how we feel things, right? And some people, they feel things a little bit higher than others. However, I would say that generally speaking, we all carry the same emotions. We all know that. We're all human, right? So we all get sad, happy, we all have joy, sadness, laughter, whatever else emotion you can think of, right? Vulnerability. I mean, there's just so much, right? Now, the thing is that I've noticed, and I've noticed this for quite a while, that, and I've especially noticed it with this generation in particular, And it's very concerning to me because I've realized that we've all lost the element of love or the feeling of love. No one really knows what love is anymore. And I think it's because our society has shifted so much. And I'm talking about just in North America. I'm pretty sure if you're from another country, you've probably felt it as well, where people are confused when it comes to love, especially heterosexual love. So, a love between a man and a woman. A lot of people are confused about that. And I will say that when I was growing up, I knew what love was because I saw it growing up as a child. My parents have been married for over 43 years. So even though their love wasn't perfect in the sense of like, they, of course, they're humans. They're going to make mistakes in the sense of like, sometimes your parents can be, I would say from the child's perspective, my parents, I felt like they were too strict. I felt like they were overbearing, sheltered me, all of that. So when it came to them raising me, that was where I disagree with a lot of, the methods that they used. And sometimes, it's just cultural, right? However, I will say that my dad loves my mom. I saw my dad love my mom from the time that I was born till now. And vice versa. If anything, I saw my mom really love my dad, and my mom loves her children. My dad loves his children. Like, what love is when you've grown up in that type of environment, right? So when I look at my parents and their marriage and everything that they've gone through, I always think to myself and say, okay, like, yes, that's love, right? When you can put yourself in front of someone else, when you can see that person and you want to do whatever it takes to make that person feel loved or comfortable, you put your life as a kind of secondary to theirs, right? And I'm talking about healthy love. I'm not talking about this toxic love stuff. So we gotta make a differentiation. So for example, I'm just gonna give you guys an example in my life, and then I'm gonna get to what I want to show you guys because I have a presentation and everything, right? When it came to when I knew my husband was the one for me, you want to know the one thing that really gave me clarity that he loved me? Because remember, I had never had love before. I've had lust and what I thought was love, but really, when I thought back on it, those men didn't love me, right? They used me and they probably liked me enough, but they didn't love me. And I knew that when I met my husband, it was love because his love was consistent. And not only that, but from day one, he's never changed his word. From day one, he's always been somebody that I can depend on, protect me. He puts my needs in front of his needs. Anytime we do something, it's always we. It's a together. It's never apart. I have never seen my husband be selfish. If anything, I was a lot more selfish than he was because I wasn't used to love in the sense of me being in love. I saw it, but I've never been in love in that sense, right? So when my husband and I got together, I saw it more as like I knew I loved him, but I wasn't sure if he loved me because in my mind, I'm like, okay, love is like, okay, he's going to do this or that, or, he's going to buy me 50 million roses, or that's what my concept of love was. But in actuality, love is so different, y'all. Like, it's more of like that consistent feeling of someone being there for you, and you can count on that person. And not only that, but for my husband, I love the fact that he's trustworthy. I love the fact that he is someone who puts, again, my needs before his. He protects me. He provides for me. I love the fact that he can also, like, he doesn't make me feel like I need to give him anything. It's more of like he's willing to give me everything he has just because. You see, he doesn't need anything back from me. It's only because I love you. I'm going to do this. You know what I mean? And it's more of the, like, for me, when I really realized that he truly loved me in that sense, and I was like, okay, this is love. When he said he was going to marry me, when he said that he was going to build with me. He thinks of future things with me. He never thinks of the future without me. And when he can do that, when a man can do that and sacrifice so much, and his last will always be mine. That's the thing. Anything he has on his plate, and that's when I knew too. When he had stuff on his plate, and the last bite, he always made sure it was for me. And he used to always be like, "Oh, you want some? Like, this is my last one." He'll give me his last, and that's when I knew that, okay, this man really loves me. So when you think about love, and you think about the concept of love, and I've done so many case studies on it, and you think about like what love is and what it isn't, we're going to get to that right now, because I think a lot of people think that love, they think, okay, when someone uses you, they don't know the difference between when someone loves you and when someone uses you. So when I look at, like, for example, I looked at Kenny and Janae, and people are comparing Kenny and Janae to Nick and Alandria. The reason is because I already know from jump one, they're an interracial couple, so that's surface level, right? But two, I realize that a lot of people don't know the difference between when someone loves you and when someone's using you. So we're going to get into that. So now, I will say though that Nick and Alandria, the reason why I have chosen them in particular from the Love Island, and I also see it, to be honest with you, Nick and Alandria is not much different from Ace and Shelly. I can see that too. And also, I would say a little bit of Taylor and Clark until he started showing his toxic behavior. And that's when I realized that, okay, like, this guy, nah. Like, that's what I said. It has to be consistent. Consistent. Because if you love someone, again, it's consistent. It's not, I love you one day, I hate you one day. Of course, emotions change. Don't get me wrong. You'll be frustrated with your partner, all of that stuff. But foundationally, your love should be consistent. That's what I'm saying. So once you start seeing that inconsistency, and you start seeing that they're not putting you as a priority, and everything is about them going a certain way, but not considering you in their future, that's when those red flags should come up. All right, so let me read a few comments before I get into my presentation, because today I'm going to do something special, because I know that I can say what love is from my perspective, but I'm not a man, and I can't tell you how to love as a man, or how a man loves you, or how you know a man would love you as a woman. I'm a woman, so I can't tell you how you know a man loves you. But one thing that we all share in common is that we love to hear other people express their love. And we love to hear things from other people, whether it be in literary like form, music form, entertainment. We love to watch shows, or we love to listen to music, or we love to read books just to capture those emotions that we have. And sometimes what we fail to do is, when you read a book, or you listen to a song, or you watch a movie, some people, they dissect it, and they'll understand the different nuances that are within the song, and they'll understand like movies and literary, and they'll critique it in a certain way, right? And they'll look for like the intellectual like themes and all of that stuff within the art, the piece of art. And it could be fashion too. I mean, so many different ways that we express ourselves as human beings, right? But one thing a lot of people don't do is, when we listen to songs, we don't really try to listen to the patterns of the songs, right? And listen to the patterns of what people say. So I'm going to get into that, and I'm going to show you guys the pattern of when a man loves a woman. And I listen to a lot of songs that, especially my favorite songs that I listened to growing up, and it's been consistent the whole time. And I'm not talking about the artist, because some of the artists' love lives are crazy. I'm talking about the writers. People who wrote the songs. Just like William Shakespeare, when he would write his sonnets, it was about his feeling, and people would act on his feelings. Same things with movies. You got script writers. They'll write the script based on their story, their life story, or other people's story of what they've seen, what they've experienced, and other people will act it out. But at the end of the day, it's their story to tell, right? And it's their emotions, their feelings. It's just coming into life in a different way. So we're going to listen to a few songs. And I'm going to give you guys the breakdown of the patterns of how you can see. And again, of course, there are outliers. Some people, they'll, fall through the cracks. I'm not saying that every single person has this type of, like, I guess, I'm not saying that everyone who does this is going to be your Prince Charming or something like that. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. But what I will say is, generally speaking, there's a pattern. And same thing for women. You know when a woman's in love. We all know that. As women, we know when women are in love. We know when we feel a certain type of feeling. We know. So same thing with men. They know. And there are patterns that have never changed across time. And I can tell you guys without a doubt that all the songs that I'm going to play with you, my husband has shown me. And that's how I know that I was like, okay, this is how men feel. And I even asked him before I did this. I was like, hey, how do you know when you love a woman? Same exact thing that they said in the songs. So let's listen. We're going to listen to a few songs. I'm going to show you guys who the artist is. We're going to play the songs as much as we can, and then I'll dissect it, and then we'll go through that. And then I'm going to show you guys after that, after I show you the proof of the songs and the patterns, then I'm going to show you clips of Kenny and Janae, Nick and Alandria, and then I have a mini case study of a woman who married a man in a year. And then I have another one. I don't know if we'll have time to go through everything, so I might make this a 2-part. So this will be part 1. Part 2 is going to be next week. But either way, after this live stream, you are going to understand, and you're going to be able to see and have discernment to know when you're being used as a placeholder, or if you're being used for clout, or if you're being used just for the time being until he finds someone else. And then you'll know the difference between when a man is in love with you and when he's just using you for whatever reason. They use you for place to stay. I don't know. Men use women for so many different reasons, right? So, all right, I'm going to read a few comments and we'll get into the presentation here. Let me see if I can pull up my page, y'all, because I think I did a long introduction. All right. So, Agape love. Yes. Okay, let me read a few. Woo. I'm lost. Hold on. Let me go up. Up. Made it. Hey, Francis Emmanuel. I'm glad you made it, sis. Yes, I don't play about my girl Barbie. Bama Barbie. I don't play about Landria either. And I really don't like how people are trying to they playing around with her. And I don't like that. Making her seem like she doesn't know what she's doing. And of course, like I said, am I saying that Nick is the perfect person? No, everyone's character is flawed. Let's just keep it real. And on top of that, we have to also remember that what we've seen of them has been on a TV show that's highly scripted, by the way. Scripted in a sense of producers interfere with what's happening in the show. And you can't base what happened on the show in real life. And I think people don't know how to separate reality from scripted reality, right? And even if it's reality TV, I'm not saying that they faked everything or people were fed lines. What I'm trying to say is producers can manipulate things to make things seem a certain way. And so when you see people outside in the real life, this is when you're going to put everyone to the test, because that's when you'll start to see how someone truly feels and how they're behaving on the outside. That'll tell you everything that you need to know, right? So yeah, the straights be making problems for little things. Lizzie Beth said social media would have you believing love is based on what a man can buy for you. Thank you, Lizzie, and we're going to get into that. Thank you, Lizzie Beth. We're going to get into that. Every capitalist and people in competition with each other, and folks are not happy seeing other people happy. They're jealous. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot on social media. That's so sweet. Oh, thank you. Love waits patiently, endures quietly, and rejoices in truth. As it is written, we love because he loved us first. And so to be loved purely is to dwell in God and God in us. Yes. Amen. And you know what? I wanted to bring up Paul's verse in Corinthians because even though Paul has never been in love before, remember the fact that Paul in the New Testament, Paul was a missionary who never got married, but even he knew the concept of love and he understood it. Again, you don't have to be Christian to understand this. I'm sure in every literary text, especially in religious text, and everyone has understood the concept of love. And at the end of the day, it's you being able to, like, how can I say it? Like, love endures. Not only that, it is patient, it is kind. When you love someone, you don't want to hurt them. That's number one. Number two, when you love someone, you literally feel like your life is, how can I say that? I don't want to say it has more meaning, because your life should have more meaning without the person. Don't get me wrong, because you should find that within yourself first. And I always say within you and your maker and yourself. However, what I will say is somebody should add to your life. That's my point. Not only that, but for example, I got life insurance recently. I think I shared that. I don't remember if I shared it on my live stream, but I know I shared it somewhere, probably in my Discord. But I got life insurance recently, or we got life insurance recently, I should say. But the reason why we did it, and it was mainly me, to be quite honest with you. My husband, he had life insurance in Korea as well, but I pushed it here in Canada because in my mind, I was like, I would never ever want to leave this earth and watch my husband suffer after. Like, if I ever go, I want to make sure he's good. I want to make sure our household is good. I want to make sure if we have kids, they're good. I would never ever feel comfortable leaving without him being okay. Like, I would never want to watch him suffer. And I think that once you start having those kind of emotions where you start putting the other person beyond what, like, it's more selfless love is what I'm trying to say. And it goes both ways, him and me. So it's like we both are selfless with each other. We both think of the other person. Whenever we make a move, it's considering the other person. And you're not just considering yourself. And that's when you know that you're willing to put up your own life. I'm being honest. You're willing to die. Willing to die for that person. That's love right there. And I can't even imagine, like, for me, that's what I say, like, mothers understand it. Because if I tell you, if you love your kid, most moms will say this. They'll say, I would die for my kid. And they would. I've seen many. Malcolm Jamal Warner, rest in peace to him. Recently, his daughter, they were on vacation. His daughter was caught by a rip current, and he gave his life up for her, trying to save her. That's what I'm saying. It's instinctive. Without a second hesitation, that you would give up your life for somebody. And you would make sure that your life and that person in your life, you'll make them feel safe. You'll make them feel like they are something to you. They are value to you, because that's how valuable they are to you, right? And it should go both ways. So yeah, like, again, we could talk about the concept, but it's just a lot of emotions that I can't even express, but music can. So we'll talk about it. Agape love is Greek, y'all. Agape love, thank you, Imani. It's biblical. It just means, like, just unconditional love. Yeah, it's like that real love. Is it a Korean thing? The last bite thing? No, it's not Korean. I think it was also in a movie. Dang. I forgot which movie it was in, but he did it naturally. Oh, that's another thing I want to mention too. My thoughts are running all over the place right now. Y'all know I got ADHD. But what I will say is that one thing you'll also notice with love is that men will do it instinctively. You don't even have to ask them. Let me show y'all an example before I get into the music that we're going to listen to. I'm going to show y'all an example. And the reason why I wanted to show this one is because we were talking about Nick and Alandria. So, oh wait, wrong one. We were talking about Nick and Alandria. So we're going to talk about that real quick. Hold on. I'm going to play for you guys. This is not what I wanted to play, but I was supposed to show it later, but let's show it right now. Without hesitation. Without hesitation, y'all. Y'all going to see what I'm talking about here. Okay, hold on. I'm going to play it.
It's so cold. Aw, thanks.
All right, did y'all just notice what he did? Okay, we're going to play it one more time.
Thank you. It's so cold. Aw.
Okay, so again, I'm not saying that this is love, y'all. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know. But what I can tell you is that the patterns, instinctively, she said, it's so cold. He took his shirt off without hesitation, without asking. No hesitation. It was just like 1, 2, done. And this is the type of thing that I'm talking about when you're looking for patterns of if someone likes you. It's without hesitation. There's no thought behind it. It's automatically, she's cold, I'm giving up my shirt, even if I'm cold. And there was one thing I remember, he wore Hannah's sweater or jacket in one episode. It was pink or something. He said it's always cold in the villa because they always have the AC on because I guess it's hot in Fiji or something like that. So he was probably cold at that time. But he didn't even think twice. He didn't think about his comfort. He thought about hers. Example. This is just a random example I want to show you guys because, again, it's the signs. You'll know. Trust and believe me. Gave the shirt off his back. That's what I'm saying. That's how men show love. So, okay, let's get into our topic right now. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So let's get into music. All right. So let's cover this. And now I believe you guys can see this. Hold on. I have so many different pages on, y'all. Hold on a second. That wasn't supposed to be the main page. Okay, here we go. Hold on, sorry, y'all. There's always something. Okay, here. It's supposed to be patterns of love. Okay, patterns of love. So how can we understand the patterns of love? Through music. I love listening to music. I love, just understanding lyrics. I'm a musical person. I've always been that way. So I feel like music is one of the best ways that you can understand concepts, in my opinion. I mean, I know other people watch other sources of entertainment, but for me, music is probably my top way. And the reason why is because you can feel so much emotion through songs, right? And it makes you feel things. Some songs can make you cry. Some songs can make you just really feel understood. And I believe that that's the power of music. And there's a lot of power in what we say and how we say it and how we speak. Power of the tongue, right? So let's get into some songs that I think we need to listen to. So for example, let's look at Woman by John Lennon. So in case most of y'all don't know who John Lennon is, I'm sure you do, especially if you've lived in the UK or you live in the UK. John Lennon was part of the popular group The Beatles. And, his love story wasn't that great in the sense of he had a wife, had a child, and then he left his family, got together with Yoko Ono, who was a Japanese woman. I believe she's Japanese American. Somebody could correct me. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me find out because I don't want to say the wrong thing about this woman. So, Yoko Ono. Yoko Ono was she was just Japanese. Okay, she's from Tokyo. Sorry, she wasn't American. She's from Tokyo. Y'all gotta remember, at that time, interracial marriage was still very taboo. On top of that, this man left his whole family for this woman. Not only left his whole family for this woman, he literally beefed up with his whole clique. Like, he had beef with the Beatles, had beef with the world for this woman, Yoko Ono. And matter of fact, they even blame her kind of for breaking the Beatles up because he was so in love with her. Now, controversial or not, I'm pretty sure that I don't know if all the rumors about her were true because people just said a whole bunch of stuff about her, right? But at the end of the day, one thing I will say without a shadow of a doubt is that John Lennon loved that woman. He loved her. And we're going to listen to the song as to why I believe he loved her. And we're going to listen to the patterns of the songs. And then at the end, you're going to listen to every single song that I will play. And you'll understand why I say what I'm saying right now, right? And you'll see the patterns. So let me get into it. I hope you guys can hear me. So I'm going to make sure you guys can hear me first before I start playing the music. Yoko and John Lennon, wow, yeah, he left his first wife child to be with her. Neither of them, they weren't saints, but that's what I'm saying. Even though they weren't saints, and again, I'm not trying to say that this is the right way to do things. Obviously not. Like, I would never condone an affair. But what I'm trying to say is just the fact that he actually really loved her. He did the worst thing in the world, left all that stuff just to be with her. So I would almost say that his wife was his placeholder. His wife was his placeholder, the first one. He did that again. That's the point I'm trying to make here, is that you'll know the first wife, that wasn't love. Because if he was willing to leave her and his son, the first child, and he only recognized the second son, which is John, the second son he had. He had a son with Yoko. I forgot the child's name. Sean Lennon, I think that was his name. So hold on, let me make sure, because y'all, I don't want to get my information right. They had Sean Lennon. They had two kids, Sean Lennon and Kyoko Ono Cox or something. No, I think she had one kid with John Lennon and then another kid with someone else. But either way, what I'm trying to say is that even if their love story was a little weird, he loved her. And we're gonna listen to the song and the reason why I think so. So let's get into the song. Let me pull up my thing here. Yeah, we're all flawed. That's what I'm saying. That's why listen. Even if he flawed all that, he still knew how to love her. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, at the end of the day, the love was still there. Like, he still loved that woman. All right, I'm going to play the song and y'all going to listen to the lyrics, and then we're going to really dissect this. Hold on, let me. Yeah, I figured out how to make my screen, like, to get rid of the tabs. All right, let's play it. Oh, wait, wrong one. Oops, that's Michael Bolton. Okay, here we go. Okay. Pay attention to the lyrics, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna stop it here. I'm gonna play some more, y'all, but I want to get back on the screen because let's dissect the lyrics, y'all. He said, "Woman, I'm forever in your debt." He said he's thankful, his inner feelings. He said that she is a part of his success. He ain't say that about the first wife, y'all. He said that about Yoko. Yoko Ono. This song was for Yoko. He said that F all that stuff that happened before. I done left everything for you because you're the one I want to be with. That's what he said. Let's continue. So just remember, keep in mind, the song starts off with success. He's putting her, he's saying she's part of the reason why he's successful. That's number one. Number two, I'm forever in your debt. I'm grateful. And I'm sorry for the things I've done to you. He's apologizing to her. To her. What I put, like, whatever happened with, I guess the first wife. He's like, I'm sorry that it took so long for me to get to you. I'm apologizing for that. And then he said that, you know, his inner feelings, everything he feels is thankfulness, good stuff, positivity. I don't hear nothing negative here about Yoko anyways, right? So let's continue listening. Again, like I said, even though the circumstances were not the best, I personally think that he was wrong for how he did his first wife dirty and his first child. But again, he was in love, y'all. This was real love. Whatever he felt with Yoko, that was real. That was real. That, to him, that was true love. All right, let's continue listening to the second part. I'm gonna continue. Hold on, let me. Okay, here we go. Sorry, y'all. I have to make sure. Okay. Okay. Before we get to the third part, I want to go over the second part. He said his inner child. She has ignited his inner child. Where have we heard that? If y'all watched Love Island season 7, 2 people talked about feeling like kids. I think 3. 3 men on the show said that they felt like children when they were with the girls that they were with. First was Taylor. I know we don't like him that much, but Taylor said that. He said Clark makes him feel like a child, like she ignites that inner child in him. Second person who said it was Nick, when he said she makes me feel like a teenager. She gives me a feeling like I'm young, like I'm invincible. Third person to say it was Ace. 3 men said it. Did they listen to John Lennon? I don't know. But it's weird that they all have the same thing in common. We're going to listen to more songs, y'all. This is not the only song. I'm just giving y'all the first one. So 3 men said that just recently. And there's probably countless men who have said that. I'm just saying the examples that I've seen so far, right? Trust. I put my life in your hands. That's deep, y'all. That means he trusts her with everything he has. He would give it to her. That's how much she means to him. He could give everything up. This man, like I said, John Lennon gave up everything for this girl. This woman, sorry, she's a woman. He gave up everything for her. And you know who else did the same to his mistress? Prince Charles. I know we all like to talk about it. Camilla Parker Bowles. That man was in love. He married one of the baddest women. Diana. Lady Diana Spencer was the baddest that ever did it. Beautiful, smart, came from a great family, very polished. Matter of fact, his mama picked her for him because she thought that, remember, Camilla was married at the time. And she had children, so she was not fit to be anybody's queen. But this man yearned for her for years, even with his arranged marriage with Diana. So much so that on his wedding night, he went to go be with Camilla. Diana suffered in that marriage because this man was in love with somebody else. If y'all watched The Crown, y'all would see you guys can see the whole love affair going on. He loved her. And then, matter of fact, as soon as Diana passed away, who did he marry a few years later? The Duchess of whatever her title is. He made sure she was able to be in that space. King Charles, I should say. Sorry, he's a king now. He did that for her because he really loved her. As much as we don't like how he did Diana real dirty. But guess what? The signs were there. He did not love Diana at all. He didn't even see her as anything other than an incubator to have his children and to have his heirs. And now we can see the same thing happening with Harry and Meghan Markle. Yeah. Left everything for her. Left the whole, moved to LA just for his wife. To make her feel comfortable because she did not like to be in the UK. And yet people are bashing their love and saying, oh yeah, he abandoned his family. That's love, yo. I'm telling y'all, that's how men operate when they're in love. Their love is very outward. Their actions will always be very extremely intentional, consistent. They will show you that they love you. They'll give up everything. Like, oh, you don't believe me? Okay, I'm willing to give up my title for you. What now? I'm willing to give up my band for you. What now? I'm willing to let my family go for you. What now? Even if you disagree with it, that's what I'm saying. Is that love? That's what I'm saying. Love will make you do some crazy things. Let's continue. He said that it's written in the stars. Destiny. I was destined to meet you. I'm happy I met you. It was already written for us to meet each other and to be together. That's very strong. That means that the stars aligned for us to meet no matter what situation was. I'm happy in my lifetime I got to meet you. And he also said, no matter what distance, I will never not follow you. I will never not chase you. That's what he's talking about. There's distance. Even the distance between us can't come between us. It ain't never going to be anything. I will find you. And I will make you. Like, this man was very intentional when he was talking about Yoko. Yoko Ono. All right. Oh, sorry, y'all. We're still listening to this song. Okay, let's continue. Hold on. I'm going to read a few comments now. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. The CEO and that HR lady. No. Oh, Pepe said it. Sorry, y'all. It was Pepe. I'm so sorry, y'all. It was Pepe. Pepe said it. Not. I know. A said it too. You said that. Hold on. You said that the CEO and the HR lady. No, that's not love. That was lust. The CEO and that HR lady. That was lust. Yeah, that was definitely lust. You know how I know it was lust? Because the way he hid when that camera panned on him, John Lennon would never. He would not do that. That's what I'm saying. He literally panned, like he hid. He don't love her. He doesn't like her. That was lust. That's just lust, in my opinion. I don't think he loves the CEO, the CEO and that HR lady. They're not really together like that for real. That's not really love. But John Lennon was in love, y'all. He wrote a song about that woman. Hold on. All right, let's continue listening. The last verse, because I want to make sure you guys can understand the point I'm trying to prove here. And I have, again, a lot more songs. Please let me explain. I never meant to cause you sorrow or pain. So let me tell you again and again and again. I love you. Yeah, yeah. Now and forever. I love you. Yeah, yeah. Now and forever. All right, we'll stop it here. So, y'all heard him. He was very clear. He said, I never meant to cause you pain. And in case you didn't hear me the first time, I'm going to tell you again and again, I love you now and forever. And this man died loving this woman. He got, he got pew-pewed, but she was, yeah, he made it very clear until his last breath that she was the one he wanted to be with. So now we have the first. So that was the first song we heard. We heard Inner Child. You make me feel like an inner child. I trust you. No matter what happens, no distance between us can stop me from being there for you. He also said it was fate. It was written in the stars. He said that he's indebted to her forever. And in case you don't understand, I love you. All right, so that's the first one, John Lennon. Let's get to the second song, y'all, because we got a lot of songs. Okay, When a Man Loves a Woman. Sorry, that's not the song here. So I have to show who the artist is, because y'all know I like to give people credit. Let me put this down. Sorry, y'all. So the second song is going to be here, Michael Bolton, When a Man Loves a Woman. All right. I don't know if you guys know this song, but we're going to listen to the lyrics here, and then you guys are going to listen to the comparison between that one and John Lennon's song. And then we have other genres, y'all. It's not just this genre. It's all across the board, and it's all men. And then women's love is very different. Like when I listen to the love songs from women, it's so different, and we're going to get to that. All right, so let's get to our second one. Hold on. When a Man Loves a Woman. Hold on, y'all. Sorry. There we go. Okay, we're gonna play it. Megan and Harry facts. They will. Yep, they will. People have gone to war for the women they loved, y'all. All right, so let's fast forward. Y'all gonna listen to this. Keep his mind on nothing else. He trade the world for the good things found. It seems bad, he can't see it. She can do no wrong. Turn his back on his best friend. He puts her down. When a man loves a woman, spend his very last dime trying to hold on to what he needs. He gave up all his comforts, sleep out in the rain. If she said that's the way it ought to be. When a man loves a woman, I give you everything I've got. Trying to hold on to your precious love. All right, y'all heard Michael Bolton. Let's look at the comparison with what John Lennon said and what Michael Bolton said. And by the way, Michael Bolton didn't write the lyrics to this song. It was I forgot the name, Andrew Sledge, I believe, and another guy. And the thing is that it was actually a breakup song. But then he flipped it because he broke up with his girlfriend, the songwriter, and he wrote this song as a breakup song. Because he wanted, I guess, that's the emotion that he felt when they broke up. But then he changed the title. So the original title was something else, and then he changed it to When a Man Loves a Woman. Now, let's get into the lyrics of what Michael Bolton said. So, hold on, y'all. Let me charge this part of my mic because you're not going to die on me. All right, here we go. All right, so first thing, can't keep her off his mind. She's running through his mind all the time. He's always thinking about her, thinking about their plans, thinking about what they're going to do next. The next move is with her in mind. Again, future, very intentional. Very intentional. He would trade the world for her. Because this man lost, I guess the songwriter lost the girl. And he was like, I would give everything up to have you again. She can do no wrong. So, again, this is very, for me personally, yes, you can do wrong. But I'm saying, like, in his eyes, she's that perfect to him. Or she's that good to him. That to him, he'll make, you know, you ever seen, like, sometimes you'll see a guy so in love, a man so in love with a girl. You're like, what do you see in her? Like, this girl is, she's trashy. She has all, like, I don't like her. Just like, there was not a basketball player, a football player. I forgot his name, y'all. But there was a lot of controversy with him because I think he was part of Coach Prime's team. And, everyone on social media hates his fiance or his wife now. They got married. They hated her. They hate her. But he still went against everybody. It's like, look, man, that's still my girl. Because he's in love, y'all. He's in love. This is what they call a simp. All these songs that I'm going to play you guys, that's what they call now a simp. Men who truly love women, they call them simps now, right? Like nowadays, if you express your love and you show someone you love them, people think you're being performative. And yes, of course, I'm not saying, again, I have my takes on social media couples. What I'm trying to say is, and Lizzie brought it up, she said, on social media, it's more about the things you can buy that person, showing them different things like, oh, push, give flowers, da da da. These are emotions, y'all. They're not even talking about what they can buy her. I can buy you a car. I can buy you a... No, he's just talking about his love. He can give her his all. What he has, his love. He said he'll spend his last dime on her. Basically, that she will never go hungry with him around. And this was the most important part that I loved and that I found in John Lennon's as well. It's that he would give up his comforts to make sure that she's okay. So again, when you look at those patterns, that's when you're going to know, y'all. We got more. We got more. I got a lot more. All right. How much time have we been on here? 55 minutes. Wow, already. That was so fast. Okay. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Original artist was Percy something. Percy Sledge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, he wrote it as a breakup song. And then it turned into When a Man Loves a Woman. So he could even recognize, whoever the songwriter was, he recognized that he was in love. And that's how he felt. So now let's move on to the next song. Let's bring it up. I have to give the artist their credit. Next song is going to be Cause I Love You, Lenny Williams. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Hold on, let me put his picture up a little bit more. Cause I Love You, Lenny Williams. I don't know the background of this song, but this man was in love, y'all. He was in love. He was in love, y'all. All right, let's listen to that song. Let me pull it up here. Okay. I hope the audio is good for that one. This one's a really old song. Okay, we're going to play it now. Oh, let me fast forward.
Girl, you know I love you. No matter what you do. And I hope you understand me. Every word I say is true. 'Cause I love you. Baby, I'm thinking of you. Trying to be more of a man for you. And I don't have much riches, but we gonna see it through. 'Cause I love you. Oh, oh, Some men need lots of women for their passions to feel. But I want only you, girl. If this in, if this in, if this in God's will, cause I love you, baby, with all my heart and soul.
All right, we'll stop it here. So, let's hear the comparison again. I love you no matter what you do. Who said that? Didn't Michael Bolton say the same thing? He said, let's go back to Michael Bolton. He said she can do no wrong. And then he even said turn her back on her best friend if he puts her down. That's what Michael Bolton said. Lenny said, no matter what you do, I love you. I'm always thinking of you. Same thing that Michael Bolton and John Lennon said. And then he also said, I don't have many riches. Same thing as Michael Bolton. I'll give her the world, give her my last dime. Last crumb I have, I'm going to give you my last. And we're going to see it through. And then he even, thing I like about this song, he made a differentiation. He said some men love women for the passion. I'm making you know that this is not lust. This is love. Because I want you, I need you, I love you. My heart and my soul. All right, y'all. That was, again, different genres. This is not even the same genre, y'all. So it's not like, oh, it's the same songwriter writing all of these things. No. It's whoever wrote the lyrics. They made sure to tell you that they felt in love before and how they felt when they felt in love. Whoever wrote the lyrics. I don't know if he wrote it himself. We got more songs, y'all. I'm just gonna play a few more, but I just want you. Yeah, I think I proved my point. But we're gonna listen to more, even modern ones too. Like it's all the same pattern. It's all the same pattern. Same pattern, same wording, just different people singing it, but it's all the same emotions. And somehow we don't know the difference, but we listen to these songs all the time. That's so crazy to me. I'm like, you don't know the difference when a man loves you and when he's using you. But then you can listen to a love song and not understand. You can understand it when you hear it in a love song, but you can't understand it in real life context, which is kind of wild. It's wild to me that people even question it. And I'm like, how could you not see when someone loves you, right? But then I don't blame them because in the society we live today, like you guys said, it's all capitalist. So it's like when people show you their love, it seems so performative because that's when you're like, oh, he's just using her or he's just using her because we become so desensitized to it. And I will say it's because a lot of us don't recognize when a man really loves us and when he doesn't. And when he's using us for whatever gain, right? So, but you know, the men back then in another era and the men of before, they understood what love was. They knew it. They understood it. They lived it. They've experienced it. They get it. And they show it. And I will say that it's not much different from today. I think today is the same thing. It's just that it's harder for us to recognize because there's so many different, you know, I guess, images coming at us at once because we're overloaded, y'all. Overloaded with a lot of different images, different stories. Everybody's giving you different points of views. He doesn't really love you. He loves you. He doesn't really love you. He doesn't love you. Trust me, you'll know. Oh, you'll know. Trust and believe me. All right, next one. Let's get to... Hold on. How many more songs do I have? I have way too much. So I'm not going to play too much, y'all. Men love differently because they're socialized and conditioned to pursue and show affection to others. Yes. Hey, Rain. Hey. Hey, sis. Oh, the girl, the lover boy rock artist makes some great. Yeah, they did. Oh, you didn't miss much, girl. We going through how do you know a man loves you through music? Because we're looking at the patterns, right? And then I'm going to get to the stories that I have to show you guys. All right. I have a few more of men. So today's going to be focused on the men, and I'm going to probably play 2 songs of women showing their loves because I wanted to show you guys the difference. Because for men, it's outward. For women, it's inward. That's what I was able to see with the patterns, right? But maybe you guys can notice something different. All right, let's get to the next song. Who is next? Ooh, I have so many people. Bob Marley, If It's Love. Y'all all know this song. So we're going to play a little bit of it. All right. And yes, again, Bob Marley did not have the best track record with his wife, but hell, he knew what love was, y'all. He knew what it was. He knew what it was, and he sang about it. Now, did he follow through with it? Like I said, it has to be consistent. It can't just be, oh, I love you today, and then next week, I love somebody else. But when we're talking about capturing the emotion of love, he knew what it was. And he knew when he met his first wife what it was. Now, they didn't last for whatever reason. I think her name was, no, I don't want to say her name. I forgot her name. Y'all let me know in the chat box. I don't want to say the wrong name. But I will say that for the time that he was with her, he did know he loved her. Let's just put it that way. And that's how you recognize when somebody loves you. Now, is it a forever love? That's another topic. But like I said, it has to be consistent for it to be forever. In my opinion, I've noticed that with couples that last the longest, it's always consistent love. It's not just like, oh, I'm with you and I love you just for this time frame, and then when things get hard or when I start to, my eyes start to wonder, I start to get famous, then I'm gonna start being with somebody else. It's not fleeting. It's constant. But as far as capturing the emotion, he nailed it. He nailed it because he sounds just like the other guys, right? So let's play his song, If It's Love. Hold on, sorry. I keep pulling up the wrong one, y'all. Hold on. Wrong chat. Bob and his cheating. Yeah, he put her through a lot. Okay, Rita. Yeah. That's her name, y'all. My bad. All right, that was her name. All right, let's play If It's Love. He put her through a lot, but he knew what it was. That's the funniest thing. He knew what it was. Hold on, let me fast forward a little bit. Okay, here we go. All right, so we heard Bob. First verse. He said, I want to love you. I want to pursue you. I want to love you and treat you right. And then he said, every day and every night. So basically, what he's saying in this song is he doesn't know if it's love, but he feels like it is because these emotions are strong to the point where he's even able, because I guess he didn't have that much money. And I saw the Bob Marley movie, so it looks like he grew up in, like, you know, his father was British, his mother was Jamaican, and then I guess he grew up in a poor area, or maybe less fortunate area, or he grew up low income basically. And he said that he is going to share his single bed with her. He didn't say you won't sleep on the floor. He didn't say, oh, you just gonna spend the night with me and then you going. He said, you're gonna share my bed with me. Whatever I have just this room, and this room is also yours. And I'm gonna make sure that you sleep on the same bed that I'm sleeping in. Again, giving up his what? What did he give up? Y'all gonna let me know in the chat. What did he give up? It's the same theme with all the other songs. You're gonna sleep in a single bed, and y'all know a single bed is very extremely small. And he's willing to have her sleep in that bed, and you're going to stay under the same roof as me. And if the Lord provides, same thing that Lenny said. Lenny said, if it's God's will, if it's written in the stars. Michael Bolton said the same thing. And John Lennon said, it's fate, it's written in the stars. If it's written in the stars, then we're going to be together. I'm going to share my bread with you. So hold up. What did Bob Marley give up? Hey, her name was Rita. Thank you. Hey girl, hey at the Dove Studio. So yeah, he gave up his comfort. He was ready to sleep on a single bed to be with Rita. That's the song. Who the song was about, by the way, y'all. That's who the song was about. Now, again, he didn't treat her right. I know he didn't. He did not. But he said, he even recognized it. He said, I want to love you and treat you right. I want to be that kind of guy for you. I know my ways are not great, but I want to be that man for you. Again, he was in love at that time anyways, right? All right, let's continue with the other patterns, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I'm very cognizant of the time. All right, next song is going to be, a lot of you probably know this song, I Swear by All For One. Yeah, here we go. I Swear by All For One. All right, we're going to listen to whoever wrote the lyrics. Oh, those were some powerful lyrics right here, y'all. Whoever wrote them. I don't know who wrote it, but they was in love, y'all. They was in love. All right. Oh, hold on. That's Al Green. Okay, we're going to listen to I Swear first and then Al Green after.
Like the shadow that's by your side.
Okay, we're just listening to one, maybe two verses. We'll see.
I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part. 'Cause I stand beside you through the years. You'll only cry those happy tears. And though I make mistakes, I'll never break your heart. And I swear by the moon and the stars and the skies, I'll be there. I swear, like the shadow that's by your side, I'll be there. For better or worse, till death do us part. I'll love you with every beat of my heart, and I swear.
Okay, we'll stop it here, but I want to hear the second verse too. All right, let's get into the themes here. I see the question in your eyes because you're not sure if this is love because other people have shown you otherwise. Other men have shown you otherwise. But I'm here to let you know that I'm assuring you that I'm going to do my part. Basically, he's already professing that he's going to provide for her right off rip. And he said that I'm going to stand beside you, whoever wrote these lyrics, by the way, y'all, and that you'll only cry happy tears with me. You're not going to struggle. I'm not going to give you struggle love. You ain't going to cry and iron my clothes while I go see my side chicks, like that one pastor on that podcast. You're not going to do that. You're not going to struggle. Okay, I'm going to make sure that you're living a peaceful life. And if you cry, it's going to be because I'm making you happy, not because I'm making you sad. I'll never break your heart. He said never. That's very strong. Never. He didn't say I will try not to. He said never. I'm not going to break your heart in that way. Then he said, I swear by they were a group. I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky again. Higher power. How many times we heard God's will? Bob Marley said, Lord provides. John Lennon said, fate. It was written in the stars. Now, all for one. I swear by the moon and the stars in the skies. I'll be there. I'll swear by the universe. Whoever you believe in, whoever your maker is. He swears by that. And he said, I'll be the shadow. I'll be so up under you that I'm like a shadow behind you. You don't have to worry about me being there. I'm going to be right behind you at all times. You ain't got to worry about it. Shadow. Y'all know your shadows walk. It walks in unison with you. He's basically said, by the shadow by your, I'll be the shadow by your side. So I'm always next to you. You ain't got to worry about me leaving and being somewhere else. I'm always going to be up behind you. And then he said, for better, for worse, till death do us part. He's giving a vow right here. He's saying that I basically am saying that I'm going to commit to you consistently. Remember, I said it has to be consistent. Consistently. But then we've seen these emotions before. Like I said, the same emotions are coming through. Same. Interesting, right? Patterns. That's what I'm talking about. Let's continue to the second verse because I think that's even more important.
I'll build your dreams with these two hands. We'll hang some memories on the walls. And when just the two of us are there, you won't have to ask if I still care. 'Cause as the time turns the page, my love won't age at all.
Okay. Second verse. Again, sounds like Michael Bolton and all the songs we heard before. I'll give you everything I can. We've heard that theme in every single love song that I've played. I'll give you my last. I'm indebted to you. I'll build your dreams with these two hands. Nothing is impossible. That's basically what he's saying. I'm going to build everything. Build. I see a future with us. Building. You start from the foundation. You keep growing. He's not going to be stagnant, keep you behind. He ain't going to tell you, oh, you going, what can you bring to the table? He said he's building it for you. He's building that table for you and you're going to sit comfortably. I'm going to build with these two hands, meaning that he didn't ask her to build with him. He said with these two hands, my hands, not your hands. Your hands don't got to build with me. That's my job. My job is to build. And whatever I have, even if I don't have anything, and I'm not telling y'all to go with people who don't have anything, by the way. But I'm saying he's basically, it's like a metaphor. It's saying that whatever I have to build, I'm going to build it for you. You don't have to worry about it. He's giving her assurance. He reassured her twice in this song, whoever wrote the lyrics. First assurance was, I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part. That's the first assurance. Second assurance is he said, you don't even have to ask. You don't even got to ask me. I'm just going to know and I'm going to do. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Dom does that with me. And everyone I've seen that has a love, again, I'm not talking about timelines. I'm not talking about whether they're together or not. That's irrelevant. I'm talking about the emotion. You don't have to ask. You'll always hear a woman say, I didn't even have to ask him. He just does it. That's love, y'all. He doesn't have, I don't have to ask him to be anything. He just wants the best for me. He knows what I need. I don't have to ask him for anything. And he said, as a time as, I think he said, as a time as the age, my love won't age at all. So basically, I'm never going to stop loving you. It's going to be forever. It's timeless. There's no expiration date. That's why this is a wedding song, by the way, yo. Because these are vows here that he's talking about. But anyways, he said, my love won't age. You know who else said that? John Lennon. John Lennon said it. And, yeah, I believe John Lennon said it. It's going to be timeless. Yeah. So, again, I don't know who the songwriter was, but who, Lord. These songs are pretty heavy. They're pretty realistic. Hi, Ronnie. Hi, sis. Mm-hmm. Yep. I swear it's so beautiful. From only love song I can understand is country music. Oh, I have country music too. But I'll probably play it another time. I feel like couples who last long are ones who built friendships with each other and then took the time building. Yes. That's how it is, y'all. It's taking the time to build. Okay, we still got a little bit of time. So you gotta take the time to build, and the thing is, it has to be reciprocal. I'm noticing a trend these days is the women building. Kenny and Janae, come to the stand. This is why I don't understand why people are saying, oh, Nick and Alandria are like Kenny and Janae. Whitney Loken. I'm so sorry. I know y'all keep telling me how to say his name, but his name look like Lochin to me. Loken. Whitney and Loken. Kenny and Janae. All of those failed couples where you guys see the man using the woman, and it could be anybody. Just put whoever you want, X and X person. There's one theme that I notice with them. The men make the women build. Y'all peeped, right? Just notice. The woman put him on. Notice with this song, though, they're saying, hey, I'm going to do it for you with what I have. You don't even have to ask me. I'm not going to ask you to do 50-50. I'm not going to ask you to do that. And again, I'm not trying to shade people who have a deal or whatever they do in their marriage. That's their business. But the point is that if you, as a woman, you're okay with doing that, that's on you. But what I'm trying to say is that when you know a man really wants to be with you, he's never going to ask you to do that. Never. He won't. And that's why sometimes, like, again, you'll see a placeholder and I feel so bad because it's like, you'll see a man treat the next woman better. And then you wonder what happened. And it's because he wasn't in love he wasn't in love enough is what I'm saying. He didn't like her enough. He didn't like her enough. If he really loves you, trust me, you don't even have to ask him anything. All right. I have a lot of songs. Okay, we're going to have to cut it short. But I want to go through John Legend. Let me go through some songs that I think you guys can All of Me, John Legend. I think that was one of the top ones I had. So I'm going to play All of Me by John Legend, and y'all going to notice again the similarities. Hold on, let's get to it. Here. Let's listen to that one. Hold on. You'll notice the theme in this one too, and it's going to sound just like the ones I played. Oh, sorry.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning. No kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me.
the theme, the pattern. Let's get to the pattern. First, he's talking about how he felt with her, his physical feelings. So, head spinning. I can't pin you down. I'm chasing you down, but I can't pin you down. I can't figure it out. I don't know why this is happening to me, why these emotions are coming into me. But notice how he said magical, dizzy. All sounds the same. And then he said, head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. Y'all know when you feel like you're drowning. I don't know if you guys have ever had that feeling. When you have your head underwater, the first instinctive thing as a human that you're going to do is fight. You're not going to let go of the feeling unless you've been trained to. But usually it's an unfamiliar feeling. You feel like you're automatically going to feel fight or flight mode. And that's how a lot of people drown, by the way, is because they start panicking. And then the more you panic, the more you sink. But if you breathe and you feel fine, you start doing breathing techniques, you keep your head up of underwater and you breathe and you let the your lungs open. Basically, it's like I don't know the word. It's like it enlarges. You enlarge in your lungs. Then you're gonna float, and you won't have that drowning feeling because the water is going to lift you up, right? But if you start flailing and you start panicking, you're going to drown 100% because you're exerting so much energy. And so by the time that you're gonna try to swim, it's gonna be too much. Your body can't do it, and that's usually how people drown. But he said, my head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. So he feels at ease. He trusts her. Again, we may not agree with her because I know a lot of people do not like Chrissy Teigen. They do not like her. They hate her. Whatever you feel about her, that man love her. It doesn't matter what you think about her. He loves her. Because he sounds just like John Lennon, Michael Bolton, Lenny Williams, All For One. Who else did I played so many. They all sound the same. And he said, all of me, you can have all of me. And he said that all of me loves all of you. I love your imperfections. Whoever you are, whatever you are, I'm going to accept you the way you are. I'm not going to try to change you. What happened last week with Whitney and Lochin? He was trying to make her more feminine. Why are you so loud? Why are you like this? Even though he met her that way. But John Legend said, you know what, Chrissy? You're the way you are, and I love you the way you are. I don't care about that. People may not like you, but I like it. I like it. I like you. Then he said, if you give me all of you, I'll give you all of me. So basically, he's willing to give himself to her. And he said, you're my end and my beginning. The end and the beginning. Again, timeless. That's what he said. And I don't think their love story was that great either, because from what I understood, she was, I don't know, I think, was she chasing him? I don't remember, but hell, she caught him, because he got sitting here writing these love songs for her. She caught him. The women who built usually attract feminine men. Yep, who are users. Even if they are capable, they don't put some energy. Usually they are resentful after the separation. Yes, Nemo, we're gonna get to that. Made to Love. We'll probably play it another time. Yeah, Steady Love. Okay, I could play that one too next time. Yeah, nothing. I'm telling y'all, this is all the same. All the same thing. All right, one more song, and then let's get to our stories. Which one do I want to play? I want a really good one. Okay, so Kenny Lattimore. We're gonna play that one. Whoo, that man was in love. Whoever wrote the lyrics to that song, For You. So here, these are more love songs. We're not going to play them today, but I'll give them honorable mentions. Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You is originally by George Benson, but Khalil Fong remixed it. Stand By Me, Ben E. King. I Like It, The Barge. Cisco, Incomplete. Temptations, My Girl. In Sync, Something Like You. We're going to listen to For You, and I think I want to play Miguel, too. Miguel's was really good. Okay, 2 more songs, and then that's it for today. We're going to wrap up the love song, the patterns. Okay, this one is really good.
For you, I'd give a lifetime of stability. Anything you want of me. Nothing is impossible for you. There are no words or ways to show my love. almost knows I would change all thoughts I had for you. There is no low or high or in between of my heart that you haven't seen. 'Cause I share all I have and nothing I've said is hard to understand. All I feel deep, but still, and always will. All this love is for you. Every note that I play, every word I might say, every melody I feel are only for you and your appeal. Every page that I write, every day of my life would not be filled without the things that my love for you now brings for you. I make a promise of fidelity now and for eternity. No one could replace this love for you. I take your hand and heart and everything and add to them a wedding ring. 'Cause this life is no good alone. Since we've become one, you're all I know. If this feeling should leave, I die. And here's why all I am is for you. Everything I do now makes sense. All roads end, all I do is for you.
Okay, let's stop it here. I played it the whole song for a reason. All right. Let's get to the patterns here. Let's start with the beginning. By the way, I believe he wrote this song for Shantae Moore. I could be wrong. That's his first wife. And now he's with Judge Faith. But he loved that woman. Let's just put it that way. All right. Believe what you want to about Kenny Lattimore, but I don't know who wrote this song. Whoever wrote this song, they loved. That's real love right here. So he said, I'll give you a lifetime of stability. You don't gotta worry about instability with me, baby. I'm gonna give you everything. Then he said, there are no words or ways to show my love because it's so beyond comprehension to him. Then he said, life is no good alone. So he made sure to add that part. I don't want to be by myself and I want to be with you. Then he said, I've made a change. He said that twice. He said, since I've met you, I've made a change. Then he said, everything I do now makes sense. Purpose. I don't know if he found his purpose before, but everything makes sense now. Now everything that I do is future. Like everything makes sense now. I know where I'm supposed to go. I know where the road leads. I'm not in confusion anymore. I'm very certain that I love you. Then he said, we're going to share this cup of love. Where else have y'all heard that Love Island, the flower pot, where he said it's a love and it's going to keep growing and growing and growing? Again, we don't know how long couples are going to last. I know some people will be like, oh yeah, like we don't know how. Nobody knows, but at least the foundation of love is there. That's what y'all got to remember. The foundation is important, y'all. Foundation of love. Grow from that. And it got to be consistent. That's it. And I done showed y'all so many patterns. I would change my thoughts for you. No highs or lows of my love. There's no limit. You're going to know everything. He said, there's nothing of my heart you haven't seen. That's a deep bar right there. That means I'm naked in front of you. I've never hidden anything from you. You know everything about me. I'm not hiding anything from you. Hiding my funds, hiding where I do things, hiding when I go out with my friends, hiding my phone. I'm not doing none of that. You know all the passwords. You know everything about me. You know I am literally yours. I'm naked in front of you. Next. Nothing I've said is hard to understand. Basically, he's saying, I'm speaking very clearly to you. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Nothing I've said is hard to understand. Even a kindergartner can understand that I love you. And who else said that? I believe it was John Lennon that said similar things. But I have to check his lyrics again. I feel deeper. Oh, no, it wasn't John Lennon. It was All for One when he assured her. He said, I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part. And he's saying the same thing. Nothing is hard to understand. Everything I feel is deeper. More time I'm with you, the deeper it gets. For me. On his end. Then he said, every note, everything that I do, it's you. Every note that I play, every word I say, every melody I hear, everything is for you. And then he also said he's going to promise her fidelity again. That's very intentional. He said, I'm not going to cheat on you. He made that vow in his song, by the way. Then he said, hold on, y'all. Somebody's calling my buzzer. Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know who's calling my buzzer. It's really weird. It's Sunday, though. Okay, I'm not going to answer my buzzer. I don't know who's calling me right now. All right. Then he said, hold on, did my phone, hold on, y'all. I hope I'm still here. Hold on. Okay, I'm still here. Okay, good. Yeah, you can watch it back, sis. It's okay, Lauren, you can watch it back. Okay, then, finally, last thing he said was, yeah, he's gonna give her a wedding ring. Made sure to make that commitment. He already made the commitment from the beginning, but he's like, okay, in case you don't realize it, I'm also going to commit to you for life. He made sure to say that wedding ring. I'm going to give that to you. And then all I have is, if you should ever leave, I'll die. Basically, what he's saying is that he's so committed to her that he can't imagine his life without her. It's not literal. It's metaphorical, y'all. Nobody's going, well, some people do that. That's another level. But what I'm talking about is the metaphor of dying. It's feeling like you can't breathe without the person. You can't live without the person. And everything makes sense. Again, very clear, intentional. Last song, final one. And then we're going to get to our topic. Final song. Because y'all know I like to prove points. Miguel Adorn. Not Adorn. It's going to be Miguel Sure Thing. That's the last one. We're going to close off with that one. Oh, okay, hold on. Not Kelly. Wrong one. Hold on, where's his thing? Well, anyways, I said the song, so it's Miguel Sure Thing. Here we go, Sure Thing. Last one. Final one. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't play it. My bad, y'all. Okay, here it is. Let me play it back. Stop it here. So, Miguel, he basically named first the beginning line. By the way, he wrote that about I know they're getting a divorce now, but at the time they were together for a long time. I forgot his ex-wife, or I don't know if they got a divorce. I don't know if they ended up getting back together, but they were together for a long time. And he wrote this song about her. He said, love you like a brother, family, treat you like a friend. Somebody wrote in the chat, I think it was Devonta Pittman, where we have that friendship. Respect you like a lover. 3 things. He said, brother, friend, lover. All in one. So she's everything to him. She's like family. She's also like his friend. And she's his lover. She's everything to him. All in one. Next, he named so many items, like so many things. Again, metaphorical. He's naming items that need another item. So basically, you can't have a blackboard without chalk. You can't have a cigarette without a lighter. You can't have a painter without a muse without a painter. You can't have, like, he literally listed so many things that need each other. And basically, he's saying that we're together. It's a sure thing. So basically, I need you in order for me to continue. to do what I'm doing because you're the one for me. I love you. Practically is what he's saying. Paper without a pen. Without a pen. Look, I got paper right here. What can you do without a pen, y'all? You need to write something on this paper. That's what it's, the purpose of the paper is for you to write on it, but you need the pen or some writing utensil to write on the paper, or else it's just blank. Y'all telling me that man wasn't in love? Again, we can dispute, oh yeah, like they didn't end up together. That's irrelevant. The point is he felt love. Now, was it consistent? We don't know what goes on in the background, but at the time that he wrote this song, he was in love, y'all. He was deep in love. So now let's get into our topic. I think I've proven my point enough. When a man loves a woman. So now we understand through music what love is. Now let's get into seeing it in practice. This is the part that I think a lot of people struggle with, especially women, because again, we have so many things thrown at us every day that we don't know what to believe anymore. And again, unfortunately, men, oh Lord, what's going on? I'm not saying that it hasn't been happening before, but what I'm trying to say is that people have lost the aspect of love. They don't know what love is because they've never seen it, they've never experienced it, or they think it's one thing and it's really not the other. And on top of that, there's so many red flags, again, that we miss because we have another, like this superficial, I want to call it superficial way of seeing love and viewing love. And I think that that is what's getting people tied up, because when you really go into patterns of behavior, then you'll really see when a man truly loves you and when he's using you. It's very clear and apparent. He was in love, y'all. They divorced in 2023. Yeah. I think this was, yeah, it was. They ended up getting divorced. Yeah, they did. But at the time, he was in love with her. And yes, love does. And that's the thing. Love, this is the thing. Love that is consistent is usually the one that lasts the longest. But again, sometimes, things happen, circumstances happen, life happens. So I can't even say like why they got a divorce or not. There's reasons behind it. But what I will say is that at that time, he showed that he was a man that was in love at that time. And so as long as you can capture, what I want you guys to understand is just the capture of love, just capturing the feeling. So okay, if this man is saying this, and he's moving this way, then this means that more than likely he does like me or love me. And if he's using me, and he was a user from the beginning, because that's what the debate is, that, oh, he's just using her for this or using her. If he's not a man worthy of love, then you'll know from the beginning. Now, again, some loves, there are couples who stay together for a long time. Again, like I said, things change all the time. Like, life changes people. I don't know what happens in people's personal lives. But what I will say is that the essence of the feeling, you will understand it and you will know it. Just like we know the essence of the feeling of when a woman's in love. We'll be like, sis is down bad. Well, she weak in the knees. We always say that. Oh, she's so weak in the knees for that man. Always want to call him, talk to him. We'll do whatever it takes to keep him. We'll cross the ocean. Didn't Monica have a song? I will cross the ocean for you. I have it here, but I don't want to play it because I've already spent too much time talking about music. But we know when a woman's in love. We know it. So it's like we can understand the patterns. We can, like, women know, like, if I hear a story, like if my brother tells me, oh yeah, my girl did this or that, and I'll be like, red flag. You know what I mean? We know when a woman is using a man. We know it. We know when a woman's using a man. But for some reason, I don't know why we don't understand when men use women. Like, it's very strange to me. It's like we can recognize it in ourselves, and we know when a man is getting used by a woman because you'll see it all over. Like, oh, she's just using him. She's just using him. But we can't recognize when a man uses a woman. And then when it happens, then we get surprised, and then we think, oh, all relationships are going to end up this way because, he used her. So therefore, that means that this man is going to use her, and that man's going to use her, and that man's going to use her, when it could be furthest from the truth, right? You just have to recognize the patterns, is what I'm saying. Yep, capturing the feeling of yearning. You got it. Robin Thicke, yes, Lost Without You. I was going to play that one too. He dedicated that to her. He loved that woman. Again, what happened to them afterwards, irrelevant. It's the feeling. capturing of it. All right, let's get to our topic now. I done said enough. So let's get into what I wanted to show you guys. All right. So which one should we do first? I already showed you guys when he gave her the shirt off his back. Yeah, let's get into the Janae and Kenny thing. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to show you guys. There was a Janae and Kenny edit. I hope it's this one. No, it's not. Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm going through. I have so many screens up. That's not what I'm looking for. Janae Kenny. Beyond the Villa. We're going to quickly go through this. Oh, sorry. I don't know what just happened. We're going to quickly go through this, and then we're going to start with the two stories I want to show you guys. Oh, it's very hot. I think this might be a two-parter because I got a lot to say. All right, we're going to play this. Hold on. Let me pause it. 1 second.
I want my space.
Wait. That's not what I want to see. I want to see the whole thing.
I just would hate for you to start.
No, that's not the one. Hold on, y'all. Okay, this one.
I want my space.
I hope you
No. There was the full... Okay, here we go. No. I don't want this song. Sorry, y'all. I want the full conversation. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I don't know why people on TikTok can't play the whole clip. Beyond the Villa space. Maybe I could find it here. Sorry, y'all. Okay, I might just have to play the clips that they have. I had a whole clip here, but it's on my phone, and my phone is filming, so I can't take it down. I thought I captured it here, but I guess I didn't. So, I'm just gonna have to play what is here. Alright, let's just listen to this one.
I want my space.
I hope you didn't tell Miguel that we both wanted space, because that's not the case.
Us wanting... I voiced to him I wanted separation from you.
I just would hate for you to start telling our friends, like, oh, me and Jane decided that we both wanted to be separate. I called Leah crying in the grocery store the second you told me that, so she knows what it is. And I'm more than confident Miguel is right next to her. And I just feel like a guy knows what he wants the second he sees a girl. What are you thinking right now?
Just listening.
There's definitely something else you want to communicate to me right now. No?
Like I wanted to live separately. Sorry, that was unclear. You're upset.
I promise you it doesn't bother me. I'm sure we would have more problems if we lived together. No, it's not a little bit now, if I'm being honest.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Everything good? It is what it is.
What is going on with him? I have no idea. Whenever he gets like upset, he gets very, very quiet first.
Am I allowed to ask what's going on? Like,
You said, let's live separate because I need space and it's too soon. Okay, cool, I respect it. But then you go tell our friends.
bruh. Like, I'm ready to just dip. I want my space.
I hope you
Okay.
didn't tell Miguel that we both...
We're gonna stop it here. So let's go through. Okay, remember I showed y'all all that evidence of when a man loves a woman. So now we getting into when a man doesn't love a woman. Let's get into the flip side. This man, again, people are gonna say, "Oh, in the villa, he showed that he cared." I said that last week. Y'all could catch the mini case study live stream I did last week. I clearly said that he had cameras in front of him, so he can act any way that he wants to in the villa. But now this is really him coming out a year later. So listen to what he said. He said he told, because I don't know if it didn't really show the whole conversation, but the gist of the conversation was that he told Miguel that they both wanted their space, and that's why they're not living together in the same complex. But in actuality, it's not that they both want to, it's he wants his space, but she doesn't. And notice that She said, I feel like there's something else going on. And she said that usually a man knows what he wants from the time that he sees a woman. Even Janae was able to recognize that this is true. And we heard it in the love songs. I want to build. My life is in your hands. Stability. I'm going to offer that to you. Those men and the men who wrote the lyrics would never live in separate apartments. Ever. But this man clearly did not want to share his life with her. He made sure that she understood that there's a space, there's a boundary, and that she could never have all that he has. He didn't give his all to her. He was holding back. That's one sign that you'll be able to recognize. When they hold back, they don't want to give their all to you. They're hesitant. That's when you know that it's not nah. And sometimes there's healthy hesitation where he's waiting a little bit to see how things work out. It's okay as far as timeline goes. But mind you, he wasn't hesitant to sleep with her. He wasn't hesitant to have brands with her. By the way, she was the one who looked at all the brand deals, by the way. She's the one who did all the work for that. Just letting y'all know. All of the brands that they had together, it was Janae, not Kenny. And Cordell even had an interview. I can't find it here because I had it saved for last week, but there's an interview out there. You can watch it on TikTok where he said that they asked him if there's anyone of the Love Island crew that you would want to help manage your career. He said Janae because she knows how to find brands. She's a go-getter. She's really good at marketing. Same thing with Whitney and Lochin. Whitney was the one. She said it. I was the one who literally put him on. I'm the one who came up with all the ideas. Not him. User. That's how you can tell a user. So now, he didn't even reassure her. So 2 things she said in the conversation that stuck out to me. She said, when a man knows, he knows. And then she also said, I feel like there's something else you want to communicate, but you're not telling me. And then he tried to sidetrack the conversation again. And he didn't reassure her at all. He didn't let her know, hey, no, this is not what's going on. And then on top of that, he was very cold. And even after the producers came in the car, and she's like, I don't understand what's going on. I don't get it. He's just being quiet. He's not expressing outwardly how he feels. Again, he's holding everything in. Why? Because he didn't love her. He was using her. And again, when a man's using you, trust me, you will know. You will know because you'll start questioning things. The questions that she had, she would never question it if she had a man who truly loved her and put her above everything. She wouldn't have even had to ask those questions. She wouldn't have had to. That's the point. So now, I have more. When a man doesn't love a woman, that's one example. All right. Now, again, for those people who think Nick and Alandria are fake and that he doesn't really like her, again, there's levels to love. They've not been together for 3 weeks. I would not expect them to love each other right now. Let's be clear. However, the foundation has to be there for him to actually like you as a human and as a person. And for you to see that it can build to that. So notice this one. We're going to play this one quickly. I'll show you guys a few more things and then we're going to get to our story.
Landra is gonna model. That's what I want to do. Landra is gonna model. That's
speak it.
Right. We know it. We know it. We don't speak it. We know it.
We know it. That's what I really want to do. I've always wanted to do that as a kid, but being from Alabama, I had no connections. I didn't went to college instead.
She's smart and beautiful. Smart and beautiful.
Aww. So sweet.
Big man.
That's what I want to do.
Landra is gonna.
So, the reason I brought this one up, this clip in particular, is because people were saying online that he's using her for clout because of the same thing with Kenny and Janae. Remember, Kenny and Janae branded themselves together, and so did Whitney and Lochin. They said he's using her for clout, and that's why they have all their brand deals, but I see it differently. She said, I've always wanted to model, and he said she's going to be a model. He spoke it into existence. And not only did he do that, y'all, but I'm going to show y'all something. Her first modeling gig was with him. And this brand is a brand that he had been doing from before Love Island. So basically, it was his photo shoot. And he got her to do her first modeling gig with him. Here you go. Hold on. Let me put the volume down, y'all. There we go. So they did a model shoot together. And not only that, but he makes sure that he's everywhere that she is. He has made it very intentional how he feels about her, even from before in the villa until now. So, again, so far, she's done this modeling gig, and that's with him and his brand deal. He put her in it. Then she included him in her next brand deal. And not only that, but his words, what he says to her. He's always behind her, making sure she's okay, making sure she's good. Sis says she doesn't even have to ask him to do anything. He just does it. And not only that, but she has changed a lot since she's been with him. I don't know if y'all noticed that her confidence has gone up so much. So much in the little bit of time that they've been together. Again, the foundation is there. Whether it'll be long-term or not, no one can determine that. But the foundation is there. He respects her. Never said anything disrespectful to her. Matter of fact, even when he takes pictures with other people, he makes sure his hands are very clearly seen in the pictures. It's just so people won't get the wrong idea. That to me lets me know that he respects her. He likes her enough as a human to build on a foundation here. So again, evidence is there, y'all. I don't know why people try to make it seem as if and this is the tough thing again. I think is because a lot of people haven't seen love and they don't know when a man is truly in love because there are so many men out there who are scamming and using. But trust and believe me, you know when a man's using you because again, he put her on. He's the one making the moves. He's not using her. It's beneficial to the both of them. Beneficial mutually. In all the other cases where a man uses a woman, it's only beneficial to who? The man. He doesn't help her in anything. This man was helping her get brand deals. Helping her. And she got them herself too, but he's putting her on. He put her on. She didn't put him on. Well, I mean, of course, people love Alandria, don't get me wrong. So it's mutually beneficial, but what I'm trying to say is that he's also using his resources to make sure she's good. He's not just taking. That's the difference between a user and somebody who actually likes you. It'll be mutually beneficial to the both of you. And matter of fact, it would actually be more beneficial to the woman than the man. That's how you'll know. So let's continue on, y'all, because I know we ain't got that much time. All right, let's continue. I'm gonna read a few comments. People got on TikTok, got short attention span. Oh, who's Stephanie Dietz? I don't remember her. Sierra like that. She is not beating the allegations, and then you said Kenny is trash. Yeah, Sierra like that clout comment. Don't pay attention to Sierra. Sierra's hurt right now. She going through some things, yo. But yeah, like notice this man is right behind her. And not behind her because he's trying to get attention. Matter of fact, the whole live stream, he wasn't there. He only came up behind her to check the comments. Y'all see? He's looking at the comments. Hold on. No, too much music. Okay.
So not too much on me. That's how you know I can't fake nothing. Because acting, but not too much. Mama learning. I'm gonna look at some acting classes today. Because y'all not gonna keep talking about me. I can't act. I know I can't. But let's just act like we all delusional. Let's just act like I can act. Come on now. Oh yeah. Got a little sweatshirt. Bring them up. Our little sweatshirts. Is anything in them? Yeah. So cute. They treat us really well. What is that? Thank you. We need to take a Polaroid too. I took these. You were already in the set room. Oh, this is giving me chills. The next page said Bama Barbie and Big Belgian. I was dead.
Daddy shot the clock.
All right, so again, he's there. She asked him for something. He didn't even say, what you need that for? Why you asking me? He automatically took the shirt, gave it to her. He's just helping. He's there, supporting her. That's what I'm saying. Like, and he didn't even take the shine from her. He didn't push her head. He didn't try to say, get off the screen. It's my time to go on live. He didn't say none of that. He was just there. And then he left. I think she did like 20 minutes. I didn't watch all of it, but I skimmed through it. And he was only there for that little piece of a section. And then he left. That was it. He let her have her little moment. Her moment. He didn't try to overpower her. He didn't try to make himself be seen all in the camera. He didn't try to mush her. He let her have her shine. And I think that's one thing that I want to say before we move on to the next story is that when a man is truly confident in himself and he knows what he can bring and he knows who he is as a man, at least, in that sense, he's going to let you have your shine. He's not going to try to dim it and dim your light. He's actually going to help you make it brighter. A man who will dim your light, one, jealous, resentful, hating. Y'all could put all the words together. It's not love, like I done showed y'all before in the lyrics. It's not love, y'all. It's not love. And when something becomes a competition between you and a man, just best believe that's not love. That's not love at all. That's control, one. And two, competition. He will never be competitive. He will let you shine because you're going to shine on your own, and he knows you can shine together well. It's never going to be intimidating for him. I'll just let you know that. Off rip. Off rip. All right, let's move on to the next story because I'm running out of time. Hey, Romy, when are you posting part 2? Tomorrow. It's coming tomorrow. All right, how much time do I have? I'm just editing right now. All right, let's continue. It's 4:48. All right, cool. I'm still within time because I wanted to finish within 2 hours and a half. All right, let's continue to the next story. Again, I don't know. My glasses are fogging, y'all, because it's really hot in here. But we gonna do what it do. All right, we're done with Alandra and Nick. I think I've proven my point enough. And if you can't understand that man really liked that girl, then I don't know what to tell you at this point. All right, let's continue on. So actually first I'm gonna do a poll because I don't know if we can get through everything today. So which story do you guys want to hear? I got married and divorced within a year, or would you rather hear the second story that I have? It's the I pay all the bills. And I think that was the title of the hold on. I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all gonna tell me which one y'all want to see. This one, married at 28, divorcing at 29, or this one, which is I carry the baby, the bills, and the stress. Which one y'all want to hear? Which one? Because either way, I don't know if we can get through everything today. So y'all gonna tell me which one y'all want to hear first. I'm gonna read the comments. I pay all the bills. Okay, we got I pay all the bills. That's now. Okay, let's see anybody else. Who else wants to hear I pay all the bills? Okay, I only have Des now, so she's going to be the one to determine it. All right, anybody else? I pay all the bills. Okay, that's the only person. All right, we're going to play that right now. I pay all the bills. Okay, that'll be our first story. The married and divorced. Okay, I pay all the bills. Okay, we got 2. Okay, I pay all the bills first, and then we'll do the divorced and married one. You know what? If y'all could stay a little bit longer, I could extend this live stream because I'm still okay with time. All right, let's do the I pay all the bills one. This one, whoo, you Lord. And by the way, all my stuff gonna get copyright today, but it doesn't matter because I'm doing this because I really want you guys to recognize the patterns and to really do well in your love lives, especially now. Times are rough. The economy's rough. Hold on, y'all. Let me clear out my glasses while I play the video. Times are rough. Economy's rough, and there's gonna be a lot of users coming out, y'all. These men, they want to be kept these days, and we have to learn how to recognize the patterns and the signs and know when a man loves us or not. And you know who talks about it the best? I know it's crazy. I watch a lot of content, but DL Whisperer, I know. Don't ask me how I got into his videos, y'all. I research a lot of things. But one thing he said, and it was, I think for me, when he said it, I was like, yo, he's right. It's like the concept of a simp, because men try to make you think that a simp is bad. Like being a simp is bad. If you really love your girl, it's bad. If you really want to be with her, it's bad. If you want to take care of her, it's bad. But when in actuality, it just shows that you really love her. The simp is what y'all should be looking for, y'all. Y'all should be looking for a simp. Somebody who shows you outwardly and is confident in his love, and he's not ashamed of it. And he's also going to make you feel and know and reassure you, and through his actions and his words, that he loves you. And is going to grow and go somewhere. It's not going to be stagnant. It's not going to regress. It's going to keep going and flowing, get deeper. He's going to show you everything. I'm telling y'all, that's a simp. And that's who you should be. I'm telling you, those characteristics, they're there for a reason. All right, let's start with the story. I carried all. Oh, Lord, this one is crazy. I didn't even watch it all, y'all, so we're going to listen to it all from the beginning. And, hold on. Let me start with here. Okay, let's start, because he starts talking a little bit. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to play it. Wait, how is this possible? There's supposed to not be ads. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on. 1 second. Let me restart
Your partner
this.
think
Okay,
about
here we
money.
go.
Join me at Money and Couples Live in
Okay, we're going to fast forward. Okay, here we go.
Tough, but not terrible over the last year. However, I am concerned that resentment may start
Hold on. I have to start from the beginning. Dan, I don't want to start with
costs.
the ad. Okay, let me fast forward a little bit. Sorry, I got to start at the right place because I don't want to hear his advertisement. All right, here we go.
26th with special guest Matthew Hussey. Reserve your seat at iwt.com/events. Monica, in your application, you wrote something that caught my eye. You said, quote, I am paying for all our household expenses, as well as daycare, vacations, and other things. Carrying the finances has been tough, but not terrible over the last year. However, I am concerned that resentment may start to creep in.
Okay, we gonna wait. Red flag. Start from the beginning, y'all. Sorry, y'all. This is a mini case study here. All right, I done cleared out my glasses. We gonna get to business right here. Notice just just from the beginning, she wrote the letter to Ramit. If you guys don't know who Ramit is, he is basically kind of like a financial advisor, and he gives couples advice on their finances. He's similar to Dave Ramsey. Now, notice she's the one who wrote in. So he wasn't even concerned enough to try to get help for their financial situation. It was her. And also, like, let's be sensitive and mindful in the comments, because I understand that it was very brave of her to show this on, in public. So I want to make sure that we just stick to the situation. But I also found it alarming what I was hearing. So remember, she paying all the bills, daycare, everything. And she said, y'all got to pay attention. She doesn't want there to be resentment. Now, based on what I showed y'all before with the lyrics and when a man truly loves a woman, does this sound like love to you? I'll let you determine that. Let's listen to more. Let's hear more, y'all. This already is starting off on a bad foundation, which means that more than likely it's not love at all.
Soon. Would you say that's an accurate description of how you feel today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you think of a time in the last few months where you were not on the same page about money as Michael?
Probably 2 days ago when we did a CSP, when we were preparing for this, I found out in real time that he had a couple $100 that was going toward, I think you categorize it as a stock bait, and then you said it was savings. The dollar amount is not the problem. It's that there was surplus I didn't know about.
Red flag. Okay, stop it here. Another red flag, y'all. Again, based on the concept of love that we heard and the feelings and the emotions of how you'll know a man is in love with you. Stability. Being naked in front of you as far as revealing himself, not hiding anything from you. This man is hiding stuff from her already. So mind you, she's starting off bad. She's saying she paying all the bills, paying everything. This man had some extra money, and what did he do with it? He thought of himself. He put it in stocks or whatever he put it in. He didn't even tell her where he put the money, knowing dang on well that they probably needed it for something else. But guess what? He doesn't care. Why? Again, my opinion, He doesn't love her. To me. That's not love to me. He just wanted a wife. But he doesn't love her. Whatever the concept of love is that we've learned, he doesn't have it in him. Because somebody who loves you would never hide that from you. Matter of fact, they wouldn't even let you struggle paying all the bills and everything. Let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real. They wouldn't do that. Especially a man. So, we already starting off on the wrong foot again. You know, everybody can have their opinions. If somebody disagrees, that's okay. You can put it in the comment box if you think that this is love. But to me, I already can see that he does not love her because he's watching her struggle, paying all the bills, and yet he had extra money. And what did he do? He thought of himself, not of his family. This man has a wife and a child, by the way. Let's continue.
As the person paying for everything right now, like really feeling the pinch, I'm like, oh, so you do have an extra 200 or whatever the number was, and I didn't know about it, and you made a decision about it without speaking to me, so that kind of sucked.
Okay. If I were sitting there with a clipboard and I were writing down the feelings that I could observe happening in those conversations, what would I write down?
You'll probably see Michael shut down at some point. Isolated, guilt, shame. Defensive is not a feeling, but it's in there. For me, I started out feeling optimistic. Like, yes, let's make a plan. Let's talk. Let's see where the money's going. And then about midway, I feel like I can't ask him any more questions.
Red flag. Hold up. And yes, they have a 3-year age gap. I don't think it's a problem per se. The age gap is not the issue. He's not. I'm trying to choose my words wisely because I'm really trying to be respectful, but he wasn't fit to be married. He should have never married somebody in that condition that he has. He's very selfish. Extremely selfish, just by what she's saying. He's hiding things from her already. And she's the one that she said, I'm excited. She's building. She's the one thinking of future. She's thinking about him and their family. He's thinking about him and himself. That don't sound like nothing we heard before, right? Bob Marley even said, I'll share a single bed with you. That's all I have, but I'm sharing it with you. We could be in this shack together and you gonna be comfortable. I'll give up my comfort. This man couldn't even give up his comfort. Can't even give up his comfort, and he's hiding things from her. Lord. All right, let's continue, y'all. This is, oh, Lord. And this is an hour. Lord, let's get through this quickly. I might have to skip some parts.
So I start to get super selective about what I'm saying, how I'm asking it. It feels like I'm walking on eggshells, and then I eventually shut down. So we both end up in silence, and it's awkward.
Okay. How does that conversation end?
Well, maybe we should just talk about this another time. If I'm honest, sometimes I'll say, am I even allowed to ask you more questions?
Red flag!
I'll say, well, I was...
Red flag. Sorry, I gotta come back on. Am I even allowed to ask you questions? Does that sound like somebody who loves his woman? Let's go back to the lyrics. Gotta bring it back to the songs. All for one said, I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part. Does this man know his part? Can't even answer questions. He can't even reassure her. And look at him, he just nodding. Yeah, because he know he ain't, he know he living foul. That's not a man, y'all. He can't even answer the question. You shouldn't be afraid to ask your partner a question or any question. Anything. He should be able to communicate with you. The trust should be there already. She already doesn't trust him. She can't even ask him a question. She can't even approach him about finances. That's very alarming. And finances are very important. I think that's the number one reason people get divorced is because of finance, not because of compatibility. Of course, compatibility is one thing, but finance is big. It's major, y'all. He can't even keep up his part. This is crazy. All right. Let's watch more. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me read a few comments before I start. Continue. The red flag is flashing. Yeah, it ain't love. Does he have a job and only contributes a small amount? She pays the price. We're going to get to that, y'all. We're going to get to that. Red flags all over.
It's just asking about row A8 because I don't understand what the formula is or the column wasn't labeled. And I'm truly just asking for understanding. But he takes it as I'm picking apart the numbers. So it ends with like, well, this isn't working. And we both kind of go our separate ways and then eventually come back to each other.
Do you talk about it like you suggested?
The features usually a few weeks later, it turns into a month. Right. So for example, it's June. We haven't talked really about money in a formal way since maybe April, could be March. I think neither one of us really want to have the conversation again because we're scared of how it's going to go. But yeah, we still hold that optimism for change.
Michael, did anything that Monica just said surprise you?
No.
Can you think of a time in the last couple of months where you didn't see eye to eye with Monica when it came to money?
Yes, mostly I'll emphasize about childcare or things that's related to my daughter, whether it's Pampers, formula, things of that nature. Maybe like groceries is another thing because it's a collective, but it's still very individual. Meaning she'll have a
red flag, red flag. Stop. So, okay, let's start from the beginning. First of all, they're filming in 2 separate locations. I just want to make that very clear. I don't know what the reasoning for that was, but they're not even together, sitting together. That's one thing I noticed off rip. That's another thing I have to let y'all know. Second, notice how he asked her about the daughter, about, things split individually. He's not thinking about her and his future with her. He's not thinking collectively. Mister, let's run it down the list again. We gotta go back. I got my notes here. John Lennon, Michael Bolton. Who else? Bob Marley, All for One. Who else? Kenny Lattimore, Miguel John Legend. Does it sound like them? Does it? I have way more examples, y'all. Oh, Lenny Williams. I forgot about him. Does that sound like a love? Does that sound like a man that's truly in love or a user? Y'all let me know in the comments. All right, let's continue. And also, she said that she didn't, like, usually when they talk about finance, the conversation will end because of him. He's the holdup. And then it'll go a few months and then nobody wants to bring it up. Why? Because he doesn't want to deal with real life. He's a child. He's childish, y'all. That's not a man. That's a cosplaying man. Y'all got to know the difference. He's not a real man, y'all. She has to take care of him. And again, if that relationship dynamic works for you, then you gonna do you. But clearly she's upset because she said she's gonna start feeling resentful. So she doesn't want that. She wants a man who leads. She wants somebody like the lyrics we heard in the songs. But unfortunately, she found somebody who's opposite of that. He is nothing like that. He's not built for that. Love said, what is the point of him? Is he just a roommate who decided to be a sperm donor? We're gonna find out. Rain said, ever consider being a couples therapist or counselor? Yes, I have considered it. I need to take courses and stuff. That's why I've been holding up on that because I take that very seriously. But I'm telling y'all, this is through experience and just watching other people's. I'm very nosy. I'm an observant person. I call it nosiness, but it's not nosiness. It's observing. I've observed a lot of relationships. And I think that for me, one thing that I notice, especially with men who do not love women, is that they will always use her. And that's people in my family too, y'all. I gotta keep it real. I have a lot of extended family members. And, the men will use them up. And it's like, okay, you're giving so much. And even as a kid, I never understood it. I was like, why isn't he giving up anything? And it's like, oh, don't get into grown folk business. But, you can see it. You're not blind. You can see it. But unfortunately, it's like we understand the concept. So every person understands the fundamental concept of love. We all know it. Even if we haven't seen it, we've known someone who's experienced it, or we've seen it somewhere else being played somewhere, right? Like I showed y'all with the lyrics and the music. Like you know what the concept is. Your body knows. But it's like, for some reason, when we get into the relationships in real life, we'll bypass all those red flags just to have a fairy tale. And I'm like, no. Just because you gotta pay attention to the actions and the words together, not just the words. Because I'm pretty sure he probably sold a good story. But his actions are telling me that he does not care about her. He does not love her. Trust me. If a man really loves you, he ain't going to be doing all that hiding and all that stuff. You ain't got to worry about that. He's going to be very upfront and honest, like we've seen in the song lyrics. All right, let's continue. Yeah. And she makes more than him. Like, we're going to hear the income. Okay, I'm going to play it a little bit more. The reason I'm stopping it so much is because I don't want it to get flagged and taken down. So that's why I'm talking in between, so they know that I'm not just copying this content.
$150 or $200 allocated for groceries for this month. Mine is about $200, $250, and she's like, well, I'm out. Can you supplant the rest? Or vice versa. Mm-hmm. So it feels collective as an umbrella, but individual underneath of it.
Do you like talking about money with Monica?
No, that's genuinely not the feeling.
Okay. Would you say that happens every time you talk about money, or sometimes?
Pretty much every time. The nitpicking, because I do use an Excel sheet, and I was able to see all the numbers. Mm-hmm. And so it kind of gives me that frame of, okay, what's on my budget that's actually important to me by seeing those percentages on paper.
Does it work?
It does. It's definitely shifted the way I...
Stop. Okay, red flag, red flag, red flag. Red flag. Red. Siren red. I wish I had a red. You know what? I got my little supplement thing that Dom gave me. Red flag. We're going to hold this up every time there's a red flag. Listen, y'all. Notice how everything is him. Individual. I look at my finances. I see individually. Individual. Is he not married? Am I missing something? Is this man not married? All right, y'all let me know. Is this man married or not? I look at my stuff individually and then nitpicking. First of all, negative. He's already making it seem as if she's a nuisance to him. Even though, again, she's the one holding the house down. Without her, he'd be homeless. Living wherever he would live with his mama, who knows? But yet, look at him talking about, it's nitpicking to talk about finances. Sir. So that's how you know he's not the provider. He's not the provider. He's not. He's not giving her the world. He's giving her struggle. Remember, hold on. I'm going to keep reading lyrics because I want it to stay in your heads, y'all. Michael Bolton said, I would spend when a man loves a woman, he'll spend his last dime and give up his comforts. That's what he said. And then, hold up. Let's get to another one. All For One said, I'll build your dreams with these two hands. And you'll never have to end. Though I make mistakes, I'll never break your heart. I'll never make you cry. You'll only cry happy tears around me. Who else said that? Wait, hold on. Never meant to cause you sorrow. John Lennon said that to Yoko Ono. I never meant to cause you pain because I know that hurt me when I hurt you, but I'm not hurting you no more. I got rid of that whole situation that was happening with my ex and my other kid. And now I'm with you for real. I'm indebted to you for all that I put you through. That's what he said. John Lennon said, I'll give you all of me. You ain't got to worry about it. And then Kenny Lattimore said, I'll give you a life of stability. Anything you want of me. And then this man talking about, I'm individual. Oh, yeah, it's my Excel spreadsheet. I just see what I can control. Sir. All right, let's continue, y'all. I'm getting heated just talking about this. I'm hot.
I have viewed money and viewed getting to this point because I had very, very rudimentary level of budgeting. Mm-hmm. I kind of just was able to get by each paycheck. And then with Monica's help, it's become more of a actual system.
But let me ask you, if it works, then why are you feeling defensive when you talk about money?
Oh, it's pure ego. There was such a deficit for a while. And then when it finally got to being a surplus, the surplus was maybe $3, maybe $7. And that hard work, seeing that little bit of a green number is a very feeling.
Why?
Because in my mind, I would love to see it be hundreds, to be 1,000 at some point of a surplus versus you just got by. Because
How would you describe the two of you and your relationship with money today?
I've said it to her, I feel like a leech. I feel
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got. Oh, notice another thing he said. He said, with her help, I was able to get in a surplus. So this man has always been financially unstable. So my question to sis is, why would you marry a man who is not consistently working or providing or have something? He can't even take care of himself. He said, with her. With her. He couldn't even take care of himself, y'all. He's very financially unstable. I could hear by the way he's talking. And then he said, I feel like a leech. It's not you feel like, you know you are. You know you are. You know you're using her. That leech. Leech is a... Okay, let's look at the definition of leech. Hold on. We're going to preach today. We talking today. Hold up. I'm in my element right now, y'all. I'm in my element. What's the definition of a leech? It's very strong words. Words mean things, y'all. Okay. What is being a leech? There we go. A person who clings to another for personal gain. Listen to the word he said, leech. A person, he referred to himself as this. A person who clings to another for personal gain, especially without giving anything in return, and usually with the implication or effect of exhausting the other's resources. Synonyms: parasite, sponger, extortionist, bloodsucker. That's what he referred to himself as, y'all. That's what he referred to himself as, y'all. This right there. He feels it subconsciously. He knows he's doing that to her. And it's outward, like I told y'all. From the love songs we heard, the love is outward. If a man really loves you, he's going to show you outwardly. This man is outwardly not only showing through his actions, but saying he's a leech. He's saying it. He knows he ain't shiznai. He knows it. I'm trying not to curse today. It's Sunday, y'all. It's the Lord's Day. I'm trying to keep my composure. All right, let's continue, y'all.
not equally yoked, asking permission or looking for approval before doing certain things when it comes to money that might impact us.
What does yoked mean?
Coming to the table as equal partners, not being a roommate or a child that she has to be responsible for, but actually being her friend, her partner.
Can you think of another?
Stop. All right. Y'all gotta... Okay, we're gonna just tag this, bookmark this. He said unequally yoked, and even Ramit was like, what that mean? That means Ramit's not in the church, but if you're in the church, you know what unequally yoked means. And it's not the definition that he's given, because he's like, oh, it just means we're equal and we're equally... No, that doesn't mean that, sir. Okay, let's bring it to church as somebody who grew up in the church. Yoked, being yoked. So a yoke, hold on, we again, we're gonna go deep, y'all. And then for the second story, I don't know if I'll have time today, but I'll probably end up doing it next Sunday. So y'all gotta tune in for the second when I got married and divorced at 29. So we'll do that next week, because this one is really important, y'all. Okay, let's get into yoked. So, what is... No, that's not what it means. Okay, here, this is a yoke. This is what was meant in the Bible. Hold on, let me see if I could bring up the picture. Let's make it larger. Oh, no, I don't want this. Okay. I don't know why the image is not coming up. But y'all see that cow, right? Right here. The cow. Here. Unequally yoked is this cow here. So, hold on, let me see if I could bring up the picture. Dang it. Why can't I bring up the image? Give me an image. Okay, I don't know why it keeps giving me this Cura whatever. Hold on. But anyways, this is what a yoke is. Y'all see that cow right there on your right side? That means that if you are not aligned, it doesn't mean that we bring equally things to the table. It's more of being aligned. All right? And that you have to be aligned, because if the yoke on the cow is higher, if one is higher and the other is lower, they cannot walk together. So the problem is that he's seeing it as like, oh yeah, we're unequally yoked. He even recognizes that they're not equally on the same footing. He's lower. He's not putting in as much effort as she is. And the thing that I really find concerning is that he's just saying all of this like it's matter of fact. Like, he doesn't even feel bad. I'm trying to look at his eyes and being like, okay, like, you should be embarrassed, yo. Like, I would be so embarrassed if I was a man on TV like that. That's embarrassing for me. Like, I don't even know if I would show up. But this man is saying it like it's just anything. Like, oh yeah, we're just unequally yoked and that's it. Hold on, let's watch more. Sorry, y'all, I got the wrong screen. Let me play more.
Another example, Monica, was another time in the last few months where you disagreed about money?
So we have a 1-year-old. She turned 1 on Sunday. We have to find a new daycare for her. And we disagreed on if she should be part-time in daycare or full-time. For me, the conversation boiled down to the cost, right? So Michael said, well, I really would like her to be full-time eventually. And I literally said, well, who's paying for that? And daycare is not cheap. It seemed to me like if it were up to him, he would make the decision and figure out the finances later.
Can we recreate this conversation right now?
Sure.
The person who brought it up, bring it up now, and just run the tape like you did just a few days ago, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, babe, I found this new daycare person. Her rate is pretty good for 2 days a week. So I think we should start with that for the month of June. And then we'll see where it goes from there.
So what are we doing for the other 3 days of the week?
Well, my mom can probably watch her for those 2 days. And then I work from home on Fridays and can have her with me then.
Happy we found somebody on such short notice, but I'm also not a fan of having mom who has retired have to be one of our main daycare providers on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I get that. And I also want her to enjoy her retirement. And she really enjoys being with our daughter. It brings her joy, and it's only 2 days a week. If we go full time, I'm just not clear on where that money's coming from.
Understood. How much would it be for 5 days a week? Because I think the routine of having her go every day is something that I actually would want.
Yeah, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it was probably at least $1,500 a month.
So what about if I worked a couple extra shifts to make up that difference?
Love that you are willing to step up and do that. And I know we've also talked a lot about work-life balance. You've worked so many jobs and so many hours for the last 2 years, but at what cost? We're already 2 shifts in the night. It's hard to imagine me picking up.
Okay, red flag, yo. Oh, Lord. Okay, all right. First, I don't know if they mentioned it or if I skipped through it a little bit, but they've only been married for like a year. I think they've been married for 2 years. They got married and had their child within a 2-year time frame. That's a very short amount of time to have a kid. That's number one. I know, I understand that that's the norm of how people do it, but if you're financially unstable, that's not a good decision to have a child so quickly. But again, we can tell that they are religious by the terms that he's using in the references. And not only that, but sis probably had a timeline. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta charge my, I don't want my live stream to die. Hold on, let me charge my phone. Sis probably had a timeline. All right, so that's number one. Then, hold on, y'all. Let me just put my charger. All right, number two. Y'all, this is a mess, man. This is a mess. He's basically working a lot of shifts, but I don't think that he has a career. It sounds like he's doing odd jobs. That's what it sounds like to me. We're going to listen further because, again, I only heard it up until this point. So I was like, okay, I've heard enough. I think it's a good thing to show this on live stream. So we're going to find out what he does for a living because it sounds like he has unstable income. Number three, notice how he's not thinking about the cost of anything. Why? Because he ain't paying for it. He's not paying for it. He's like, I want my daughter to go to daycare 5 days a week, and then I'll pick up the shifts to make up the difference. Pick up the shift so you don't already have a job that can make up the difference. And first of all, making up what difference? You should be helping pay fully, like contributing something, making up the difference. Meaning that when you say making up the difference, that means that somebody's putting in more than you and you just putting the rest of whatever needs to be done. That lets me know that you ain't got the funds, bruh. You ain't got the funds like that. And again, this is a theme in their marriage because it's not something that's temporary. I could understand if he had just lost his job. Then I would be more inclined to be like, you know what? He just lost his job. I get it. You know, times are rough. But it sounds like that's just how he is. He's been like this. And also, he's using her resources, her mom. He said, listen to what they said. Her money, her mom. So what does he do? Again, what is his contribution? What does this man do? Can somebody please let me know? I don't know what he does. I don't get it. All right, let's continue, y'all, because these are the questions I have. What is he doing? All right, let's listen to more. Oh, Lord.
A few extra shifts a week.
Definitely understand it, but I actually don't mind just picking up an extra shift or two if it means that we have a routine for her and then can utilize mine on that unique basis that something crazy happens.
And scene. This is probably when I just changed the topic.
Thanks for taking me into that conversation. Very helpful. What do you notice about that conversation now that you just heard it for the second time?
My priority was creating a solution that allows us to have a routine and not thinking about the money. Whereas Monica's focus was, where's the funds come from? And let's just keep leaning on what has worked thus far.
Okay, that's a pretty good assessment. I agree. Monica, what do you notice?
Yeah, kind of this ping pong back and forth. Just try to like validate and understand where he's coming from. And also like, thank you. Thank you for wanting to work more. Thank you for wanting routine. And also, like, where's this money coming from? If we did come up with the money, could that go to savings or emergency fund or a down payment? So I'm always thinking about like, yes, you can always get more money, but can we invest that somewhere else?
Red flag. Red flag. Red flag. Okay, so again, we go into the song lyrics. This is what I love about doing these like case studies. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna even play with y'all. I love going back and supporting evidence with factual information that has been said. Listen to what she's the one thinking about everything, about the future. She said she's the one thinking. She's the one thinking. Let's replay this back. This part is very important, what she just said. She said something very important here.
To have a routine and not thinking about the money. Whereas Monica's focus was, where's the funds come from? And let's just keep leaning on what has worked thus far.
Okay, that's a pretty good assessment. I agree. Monica, what do you notice?
Yeah, kind of this ping pong back and forth. Just try to like validate and understand where he's coming from.
Validate and understand where he's coming from.
And also like, thank you. Thank you for wanting to work more.
Thank you for wanting to, she's thanking him.
Or thank you for wanting routine.
Thank you for wanting to work more and wanting routine. Who's the provider, y'all?
And also, like, where's this money coming from? If we did come up with the money, could that go to savings or emergency fund or a down payment?
She's the provider, y'all. So you see, when I had the song lyrics, this is role reversal. She's doing what all these men talked about in their songs. She's the one building the future with her two hands. She's the one saying that she's gonna provide. She's the one saying, asking the questions. I see the questions in your eyes. You don't gotta worry. I'm gonna play my part. That's her doing that to him, by the way, y'all. It's reversed. Reversed. She's saying that she's going to be the one. She's thanking him. She thanks him. I'm forever indebted. Ain't that what John Lennon said to Yoko? But she's saying that to him. I'm forever indebted. I'm thankful. Thank you for picking up shifts, even though that's your job. You're not contributing, but I'm thanking you for even trying. She's giving him a participation mark. What else? This is crazy, y'all. She said that she's basically the one who's giving him the life of stability, like Kenny Lattimore said. For you, I'll give the life of stability from the man's perspective, but she's doing it as a woman, so she's in the reverse role, y'all. And this is, again, if you want the man to be the provider, and she clearly does, because if she didn't, then she wouldn't have written into Ramit. She would have been fine wherever they are. She would have been fine providing, and he would have been fine taking. But obviously, it bothers her because it is out of order. In her life, it's out of order. It's not what she wants.
So I'm always thinking about, like, yes, you can always get more money, but can we invest that somewhere else instead of like letting my mom have a 5 day a week retirement when she actually loves being with our daughter?
Can I go out on a limb and guess that you've had dozens, hundreds of conversations like this about some random expense?
Yes and no, because we have actually only been together for 2 years as a couple. We've been married for one.
Okay. And so how often do you talk about these kinds of decisions?
It does happen, but not as frequently as you would think, because I think we're both still like not trying to offend the other person.
What's that gesture you just did with your hands?
No, sis, nope, it's not we're both. You don't want to. This is the thing. I feel so bad for her. Sis, I don't know her life story, but I could sniff it. I can sniff it. It's giving me sheltered. It's giving me my time is up. It's giving me I'm waiting for my Boaz. It's giving me I had a timeline and I needed to get married right away. That's what it's giving me. That's just my personal opinion. But I don't know her life, so I can't really say what it is for sure, but my spidey senses are telling me that she rushed into this marriage without knowing who he was. She didn't have a chance to know him, y'all. They got married quickly and they had a baby right away, back to back. And then if they get divorced, I don't wish that on them, by the way. I don't wish divorce on anybody, period. I think like by the time you get married, but of course like it's up to everyone. This is how I feel about it. I understand why people get divorced. I will never knock somebody for signing the divorce papers. It's very brave for people I don't think people understand how brave it is for you to go against everyone and everything and say, hey, this is not serving me. I need to get a divorce. It takes a lot for you to get to that place. My point, though, is that this should have never happened in the first place. This whole situation should have never happened. And who's pushing for it? Because if we go by when a man loves a woman, we know what it's like when a man loves a woman. He clearly didn't love her. He clearly doesn't love her. So now I'm wondering what was going on during their dating life. Who was pushing them to be together? This is a question we need to ask ourselves. Because who is authorizing these relationships? And then, if it doesn't work out, it's another statistic. And then it's like, oh, love is just so hard out here. No, it's because we're not, again, I don't want to victim blame people because there are some circumstances where people really didn't see the red flags, but that's very minor. This man is blazing with red flags. Blazing. From the first conversation that they had, I want to know what was his job when they were dating, because I need to know all of this. There's so much not being said. This would be the worst nightmare that I wouldn't wish on any of you guys. Seriously. Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention. Wake up. Wake up.
What is that?
This is how I feel on the inside. It feels like my voice is carrying louder than his sometimes, not only because of the income discrepancy, but just, I don't know. I am also very new to this. Like, I just started making this salary a year and a half ago. It just feels like there's a discrepancy between us. And so sometimes I try to shrink so that I'm not overpowering him because I already know about the money difference.
This is shrinking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Never thought about that before.
I mean, I saw you shrinking just now in the role play. Did you catch it?
Did not.
Red flag. Okay, so the reason she's shrinking, like I told y'all before, with Nick and Alandria, we saw the example of he lets her light shine. Why? Because he got his own motion. He doesn't need her. They're to be honest with you, they're very good. They're powerful together. They had over 4 point something billion views online. So together, they're powerful. But alone, they have their own thing going on too. They're both equally just as good alone as they are together. That's another way that you could sniff out a leech. When he separates from you, can he stand alone or does he need you to shine? She's dimming her light so she doesn't make him feel bad. He should feel real bad. He should be embarrassed. But sis is like, he's my man and I just got to ride for him. And, being a rider, She's sitting here taking, basically, she got a new salary at her job. So that lets me know that her career is progressing. His career, or careers, whatever he's doing, his jobs, he got a career. He doesn't have one. He has like 3. He's regressing. Not even progressing. So she's the one, again, in the masculine role. And I'm not saying masculine and male and female gender. I'm talking about energy. She's the one providing, building with her 2 hands. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. Building with her 2 hands. Like All For One said. She's the one doing it. And he has no care in the world. None. He's letting her do it and watching her do it.
Several things happened. Monica, you came with a proposal. Michael, your reaction was, what about the other 3 days? Not, wow, like that's a huge relief. Oh my God, great work. Who's this person? Oh, I'd love to meet them. Just, what about the stuff you didn't accomplish? So right there, what does that kind of dynamic does that set? We actually saw it in the rest of the conversation because it quickly developed into Monica proposing something. Look at my body language. Hey. And then Michael going, I don't know about that. You got any facts? And that was basically how that conversation transpired. Did you all notice that?
With the breakdown that you just said, yes. I can see it in there. Like,
I'm going to go out on a limb again and guess maybe that happens in different conversations about money.
That's not the first time these conversations happen, and there's never like a true resolution or like a true like way of path forward.
Yeah, it's actually a tough way to live because you all didn't come to a conclusion at the end. Nobody really feels good about it. It's kind of the worst of the worst. Like you talk about it, you disagree. It's not really clear why. Like, why are we actually disagreeing about this? We both have a daughter. We love our daughter. We want her to be taken care of. Why aren't we like, why is this so hard? And then she's got to go to daycare no matter what. So if we're going to go through this discussion, why not have a positive one instead of one where it ends up negative and then she goes to daycare anyway? Monica, you mentioned shrinking sometimes because of an income disparity. Do you make more than Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the income discrepancy?
The discrepancy is probably around 50 to 60K.
Hey, okay. Here we go, y'all. Here we go, y'all. All right. Lord, this is worse than I thought. All right. So y'all saw Ramit, right? Remember, Ramit is a man of color, but he's not black. So he's a man from a different race, different nationality. And even he realized when he was hearing them do the little role play, he was like, well, why weren't you grateful that she even came up with the proposal? Because you didn't seem to do nothing. All you did was you crossed your arms and you gave your advice. First of all, she's giving him way too much input. He has way too much input for somebody who's not even producing anything. I ain't never seen that before. Well, I have seen it before. I ain't gonna lie. But what I'm trying to say is, like, when you think about it logically, it's like, think about it this way. Let's say that you and your friends went on vacation and you're the one who paid the most. So you paid the most for the hotel. You're the one who paid pretty much for the whole trip. And they just had to bring themselves there. And then they sitting here talking about, oh, I want to go here. I want to go there. Oh, yeah, I want to do this. I want to get. You're going to be like, hold up. I'm the one who paid the most for the trip. So you need to pipe down a little bit. Like, why are you, like, it's like you're contributing the least. And yet you have so much to say. And that's the reason why I go so hard in my case studies a little bit, is because we have to recognize the fact that he should be embarrassed. He should be embarrassed. And unfortunately, I have to say it. It's only, I feel like, I don't want to make it race. I try to stay away. No, I don't like try to stay away from it. I try not to bring it too much into it because I want it to be, I want to be as impartial as possible. But I got to bring race into it, y'all. And y'all got to remember, I lived in another country. I saw how the men as a collective, not individual, collective. In Korea, if you were acting like this, it's a shame. You wouldn't even be on TV talking like this. Your family, they would have called your parents right away and been like, yo, what is going on here? Is that how you raise your kid? The embarrassment. But unfortunately, in North America, this is something that is accepted. I can't say for other countries, but I live in North America. So what I'm trying to say is that this is something that it should be embarrassing to us as a community, but yet we see so many of these relationships day in and day out. These should be a minority of the relationships we see, but yet it's a majority. And then poor Remy, he's trying to understand what's going on here. No, sir, it's a cultural issue, sir. This man has the most power, yet he's contributing next to nothing. And he's still having the executive and making executive decisions. You're telling me, as the CEO of a company, if you were a CEO and you built that company brick by brick, you put all your investments into that company, and you gonna have somebody who didn't even put any contribution in it call the shots? That doesn't make any sense. But yet somehow she doesn't want to shrink herself, and she wants him to look good. It's all for the optics. But in reality, this man, oh Lord. All right, let me continue, y'all. I'm telling y'all, this is mind-blowing to me. But let's continue playing it.
I say 50K.
Great. So, Monica, you make approximately $50,000 more than Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do each of you do for a living?
So I work kind of 9 to 5 as an operations director in a nonprofit. Mm-hmm. And then on the side, I have a small private practice in mental health.
Okay, great. Michael?
Day job, work for a financial firm. Nighttime, more or less, I work for an airline. And then on weekends, I work for my church.
So 3 jobs. And how many hours are you working per week, Michael?
64 to 70.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's less than what I used to.
Really?
I used to work close to 90 to 110 hours a week when it was just the airline.
Why'd you cut down?
My wife said, I want to see you more. I need to see you more. This relationship doesn't work if I don't see you more. So decrease the hours for us to spend more time together.
Got it. Okay. Michael is working
All right. Let's stop it here. So she works for a nonprofit and she has her own private practice on the side. So it sounds like sis is in some type of legal field. That's what I'm assuming. That's my assumption. She didn't really say. I think she said she's in. Hold on. Let me go back because I want to make sure I got it right. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to have to rewind this a little bit. Let's go back a little bit because she said that she works for a nonprofit.
She's got to go to Jake.
9 to 5 as an operations director in a nonprofit. Mm-hmm. And then on the side, I have a small private practice.
Okay. So I think she's a lawyer, I believe, or accountant. She says she's doing operations. She's basically like a director or something. But anyway, she's making money. Let's just put it that way. She's working in operations at her own practice, so she's either a chartered accountant or a lawyer. She has some type of specialization where she can make extra money on the side. So she's got 2 jobs. Let's just put it that way. 2. All right. He has 3 jobs. And he said he works at a financial firm. He didn't say exactly what he does. So let's play that back a little bit.
And mental health.
Okay, great. Michael?
Oh, okay, she does mental health. Sorry. I misunderstood. So hold on.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the income discrepancy?
The discrepancy is probably around 50 to 60K.
Let's say 50K.
Great. So, Monica, you make approximately $50,000 more than Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do each of you do for a living?
So I work kind of 9 to 5 as an operations director in a nonprofit. Mm-hmm. And then on the side, I have a small private practice in mental health.
Okay, great. Michael?
Day job, work for a financial firm. Nighttime, more or less, I work for an airline. And then on weekends, I work for my church.
Okay, here we go. All right. Sorry, y'all. I had to make sure that I got it right. Okay, so she does operations. She's not a lawyer. She's probably like a psychologist or something. Anyway, she specializes. She has her own private practice in mental health. So she's probably a counselor, maybe psychologist, something of that nature. And she has 2 jobs. So she's making money. She makes 50 to 60K more than him. And he works at a financial firm. We don't know what he does. Airline, doesn't get paid that much. I'm sorry, y'all. We already know that. Unless you're a CEO or an executive, I'm pretty sure he's probably, if he works nights, then he's probably working on the floor somewhere. And then And third job is he works for his church, and unfortunately, if you work for your church, you're pretty much volunteering, so that's not really income to me, anyways. Listen, I'm just saying what I know. So now, he has 3 jobs, and he still can't catch up to her. So this just lets me know that it's a career problem. That's number 1. So he doesn't have any type of skills. I'm sorry, I gotta be honest with y'all. He doesn't have skills. And it doesn't sound like he does, because if he had said, because remember, he said prior to that he was only working at the airline. So I don't know if he has a certification or something, but he's not skilled in the sense of him having a high paying job. So he's never going to be able to catch up to her. So sis was always in a better financial position than he is. And not only that, but he's also not contributing. So this is just this is just a nightmare, y'all, for any woman. This is stressful. It's stressful. I don't understand how they're just sitting here just so like lackadaisical about it. And also, y'all gotta remember, we live in an economy right now where everything is uncertain. Like, there's just so many layers to this, and in my mind, I'm wondering, like, yo, like, what? So basically, she met him when he was at the airline, so she knew he wasn't going to be able to produce that much. But then again, if she's watching Tyler Perry and all those people that say you gotta marry the bus driver, you gotta marry somebody with this or whatever, he makes less than you, but as long as he could contribute to the light bill, and look, sis is stressed. She's stressed. She has to shrink herself. She's scared to even go to her man to ask for money. This is crazy. Oh, Lord. All right, let's continue. Yes, Stoneflower. A man only needs ambition and a will and a way. Amen. Yes. I'm going to read the rest of y'all comments too, but yes. Let me tell you, if he wants to make something shake, he going to make something shake. Like I said, all for one. I'll build your dreams with these 2 hands. Bob Marley living in a shack in a single bed. And he said, I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to make sure you straight. And then this man sitting here just taking all her resources. Not even providing anything of substance. This man is just taking.
So 3 jobs. And how many hours are you working per week, Michael?
64 to 70.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's less than what I used to.
Really?
I used to work close to 90 to 110 hours a week when it was just the airline.
Why'd you cut down?
My wife said, I want to see you more. I need to see you more. This relationship doesn't work if I don't see you more. So decrease the hours for us to spend more time together.
Got it. Okay. Michael is working 64 to 70 hours a week. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind is, what do I get? I'm putting my hand out up to the sky. What do I get? If I'm working 70 hours a week at 3 jobs, how much money am I bringing in? Is it enough? Would it be better for me to go work at one job that pays more? Now, I understand that this is all easier said than done, but that is exactly why people come on this podcast. That is why people choose to work with a coach or a therapist or a consultant, because when you can get somebody looking at your situation from the outside, sometimes that person can ask the questions that someone who's deep in the situation can't even think of asking themselves. So back to Monica, who brings him this clear, thoughtful plan for daycare, but he doesn't celebrate the work that she's done. The first thing he says is, what about the other 3 days? It's just like, what's missing? Oh, you did that? Well, what about that? I kind of understand. I don't think he's intentionally trying to shoot her down, but this is a very common pattern. It's the equivalent of backseat driving. And especially when you are working 60 hours a week, you're deep in the weeds, you have a young child, sometimes life becomes a series of logistical questions. And sometimes those questions come out as skeptical or even untrusting.
Nah, Ramit, you're giving him too much grace. I'm sorry, Ramit. That's why I agreed with him when he said that you should have someone like a third party look at your situation and kind of do a high level evaluation. I agree with him on that, because sometimes it's hard to see things outside of yourself, right? And so that's the reason why it's easier for other people to recognize red flags when they're out of a situation than when they're in, but you can still kind of have some inkling. Your intuition will definitely scream at you. Now, Mr. Ramit, I'm sorry, sir. Stop trying to give him grace. He's a backseat driver and he's not a provider. He's a Like he said it himself, he's a leech. He has no room to say anything. He doesn't even thank her, it's like, but why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do it then? Where your funds at? You want your daughter to go? Oh, I'll make the difference. Notice, I'll make up the difference. And not saying, oh, you know what? I'm going to get a better paying job so that way you don't have to worry about the daycare. Let me handle the daycare and you go take care of it. At least he could do that minimally, personally speaking. I personally wouldn't like that. But at least if he could do that, he can't even do that. He's so used to taking that he doesn't even see what he's doing is wrong. And then sis is seeing him here. But he's the man of the household. Religion. Again, we're going to get into it one day. I might not be able to talk too much about it right now, but best believe I'm going to talk about it. Because I believe that the word, again, if you're going biblically, it's being used and misconstrued. Because from what I remember in the Bible, it says a man has to earn his keep. He got to make it shake. Hell, Jesus even fed people with the 5 loaves of bread and the 2 fish. All the fishermen had jobs. And they was providing for the people and their families. This man can't even provide. And he's not embarrassed. You should be ashamed. This is shameful. Like, I'm really... All right, let's continue, y'all. I'm getting really irate right now.
Notice, by the way, that when his questions result in answers that cost more money, you know what he says? I'll just work more. It's this idea of I'll just fix the problem by grinding harder instead of let's figure this out together. This is a really common way of dealing with problems, especially for men. Men, we are taught to handle money problems by just working more, buckle down, take on another shift, do it alone. If I'm tired, whatever. That's what men do. They provide, don't talk about it, just fix it. But that is not actually a healthy way of dealing with these problems.
Ramit, again, Mr. Ramit, I really love your work, by the way. So I understand where you're coming from, where you're saying that, okay, we want to work more. Men are taught to work more. I get that part of it. But he's working and not providing. What you said is completely separate. It's not the same situation. He's not only working a lot of hours, but he's not producing. So what is he doing? It seems to me as if him working is actually not even helping their family, actually. He needs to find a job, like a real career. But instead, he'd rather have 3 jobs doing what? I don't know. To be honest with you, if you're working 3 jobs, I would think that you would be able to make more and contribute more than you have. But it sounds like, again, if we take it to the beginning, he was already hiding funds. He had additional money and he was putting it in what he wanted to put it in the stocks or whatever. He wasn't even thinking about the family. So how do we know? That's what I'm saying. She doesn't even talk to him about his finances. So he's probably taking money and putting it elsewhere. So again, it's not the same situation. I'm sorry. It's not. He's making it seem as if this man is working so hard, breaking his back to provide for his family. No, this man is working hard for himself. Only himself. Himself. And maybe he might think about his daughter here and there when he was talking about the daycare. But I've never heard him once say, hey, I need to have enough money to take care of my wife. I feel really bad for her that she's struggling like this. I really need help, Ramit. Can you help me get to the place where I need to be, where I can make it for her? Then I would probably be like, you know what? This man really is thinking about her. He ain't thinking about none of that. I haven't heard him say that once. And this conversation has been going on how long? We're 17 minutes in, y'all. He hasn't even said, hey, Ramit, can you help me? Do you know how I can make more money so that I can provide for her so that she doesn't have to work so hard anymore? I feel really bad for the position I'm putting her in right now. I ain't hear none of that. None. Because he doesn't love her. He loves himself more than he loves her. That's the truth, y'all.
It actually doesn't solve the real issue, which is how the two of them are making decisions. And that leaves Monica feeling alone. She's not actually asking about daycare. What she's really saying is, can we make decisions together as a team? And Michael, whether he realizes it or not, is saying, I'll handle it. Just stop asking questions. This pattern is so common. I see it so often among straight couples. It's also a very lonely dynamic. If you are struggling to talk to your partner about money, I put together a free guide with word-for-word scripts that you can follow with these difficult topics.
Y'all go follow him.
Talking those
Let's
big picture
continue.
terms for us as a couple and thinking about the future and how do we meet our goals, we're clearly going to have to come out of the nitty-gritty and think big picture. Seeing the net worth was tragic.
How about for you, Michael? What was it like going through the CSP?
To me, it was the first time we had done something financially together, like seeing our finances together for the first time, which made me excited.
Wow. All right, Monica, can you read off the word in bold and then the number in full next to it?
Assets, $22,000. Investments, $88,000. Savings, $11,000. Debt, $145,700. Total net worth, negative $24,700.
Okay. What do you think about those numbers?
Womp womp.
Okay, she's putting her thumbs down and making a depressed sound. Why do you say that, Monica?
Because who wants to say that? Most of it's student loan debt, of course, but it sucks. And like you heard him say, he works mad hours. Mm-hmm. We both work. I don't work that many hours, but my job is extremely stressful, very demanding. So for us to put in all this effort and to have very little to show for it, it sucks.
Okay. Michael, how about you? What do you think of these numbers?
Not surprising given where we currently are. Yes, of course, seeing the net worth as a negative number is not something to be excited about. But knowing that majority of that debt was student loan debt with a little bit of credit card debt, to me isn't the end of the world because we still both have 20 to 30 years.
Stop. Red flag. Sir, you should be scared. You should be scared. And this is the thing. I understand. A lot of us have student loan debt, including myself. That's not the issue. The issue is, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You notice she said want. She's the one who submitted the application to Ramit because she could see that, hey, this is not good the direction we're going in. We need help. This man talking about, I wasn't surprised by the numbers, but, considering it's student loan and credit cards, it's okay. Sir, do you not know how credit cards work? Every day that you're behind in student loans too, because they're in the United States, I feel so sorry for y'all. I don't have interest on my student loans. The Canadian government got rid of that. And also we have programs for debt relief. I know you guys do too, but your interest rate is high. It's like literally you're eating. Basically what he's not understanding is every day that you do not pay that loan off, the interest is eating your behind up. So at the end of the day, you're paying way more in interest than the capital. And he's sitting here talking about, it's not that hard. It's just a credit card and a student loan. You need to be running. This should scare you. And they're in their 30s, y'all. And the reason why things are not moving the way they're supposed to is because he's not contributing enough, which means he's weighing her down. And also she has a stressful job. So think about it. She's stressed at work. She's stressed at home. Do you guys think her life expectancy? I don't wish that on her. But I'm saying like how her quality of life, do you guys think her quality of life is going to be good if he doesn't change this pattern? He's literally eating up her health and her wealth. I have not heard any positive thing about him being in her life at all. It all sounds very negative to me. And we're just looking at the financial. I'm not even looking at all the other stuff. They probably have so many other things going on in their life. I don't know. And to be honest with you, it's irrelevant at this point because just financially speaking, this man is not concerned enough for me. And this is really sad. As a husband, this should make you cry. I'm putting myself, if I were a husband, obviously I'm not a husband, I'm a wife. But I'm saying like, Dom, I could even ask him right now and be like, how would you feel? This man does not I remember, like I told y'all, I sponsored him to come to Canada. When we were living in Korea, he took care of everything for me. I didn't have to pay nothing. Not a damn thing. Maybe a water bill. Probably once. Here and there. He took care of me. And when he came to Canada, the first thing he said to me is, I feel so bad I can't take care of you. This man went running. You want to know who came up with his resume? It wasn't me. He learned about ChatGPT. He created his own resume, went out there, sent his resume. Every day I would come home, see him on Indeed, see him on Workopolis, see him on all them job websites. He finally found a really good job now. He did it himself. He didn't need my help. He didn't need me to hold his hand. Because he knew as a man, he had to provide. That's what's instilled in him. Community. Collectively. He said, this is embarrassing. I need to find a job. Now, we get into this man. And I'm not saying that to prop myself up to be like, oh yeah, like I have a great husband. No, I'm saying it as an example, y'all. Same thing with my dad, my father. My father worked hours, day and night. I remember, like literally he would go hungry just to make sure that my mom and we were fed. And then when he got to the place where he needed to be financially, he took care of our household. Took care of it. My mom didn't have to ask him to be a father. Oh, you need to step up and be a dad. He knew how to be a dad. That's one thing I would say about my father. He knew how to be a father. He knew how to be a husband when it came to providing. Especially when we were kids. Now, at an older age, listen, I don't know what's going on with them in retirement age. That's their business. But I'm talking about as a child. When I was growing up, my dad took care of everything. So it would, in this, I'm thinking of all the men in my life. My brother-in-law, Haitian, American, he's American, but we're of Haitian descent. My brother-in-law, breaking his back, y'all, just to be able to provide for my sister. She ain't got to pay nothing right now. She ain't got to pay nothing. He's always providing for her. Make sure she's straight. Make sure she's good. My brothers. That's what I'm saying. I grew up around these guys. So that's why whenever people try to tell me, oh, I'm like, I don't know. It's not my experience. When I see how my brothers take care of their girls. When I see how my father took care of his mom. When I see how, some of my brother's friends. But I'm talking about the real men out there. I know a lot of men out there who take care of their household. And black men at that. So it's not a black thing. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm talking about collectively though. What I'm trying to say is, at an individual level, men should understand that. But the problem that I have is that as a community, this is what is celebrated. That's my problem. When it should be the opposite. We need to have more couples celebrated where the man is taking care of the woman and really showing love, yo. And this is why we're having such an issue with understanding when a man loves you and when he uses you, because sis is probably thinking she's in love. And I'm like, no, this is the furthest thing from it. He is using you and your resources. That's what he's doing, y'all. I'm sorry to the man. He might be a nice guy, but I have to call it for what it is. Let's continue.
We both work. I don't that many hours, but my job is extremely stressful, very demanding. So for us to put in all this effort and to have very little to show for it, it sucks.
Okay. Michael, how about you? What do you think of these numbers?
Not surprising given where we currently are. Yes, of course, seeing the net worth as a negative number is not something to be excited about. But knowing that majority of that debt was student loan debt with a little bit of credit card debt, to me, isn't the end of the world because we still both have about 20 to 30 years of earning potential.
When you talk about money, what is it more like? How are we finding money for daycare, groceries, travel? Is it that type of conversation?
Our monthly conversations are more budget focused and like a spending accountability tool. They're Michael's numbers. Only his numbers are in a spreadsheet. So we definitely haven't had a collective side-by-side asset.
I don't even need to say red flag, y'all. First of all, this man is not thinking future. He has no type of future. I don't understand. Like, for me, it's like, he's not thinking of future. He's talking about we have 30 to, what did he say? 30 to 40 years of spending, earning. What if one of y'all drop dead? I'm sorry to say that. I got to be honest. What if somebody passes? What if somebody has a disability? What if someone's incapacitated? What if you can't work anymore? Or what if you're making this money and then you lose your job? And what if you can't find another job in a certain amount of time? Any setback financial, emotional, physical. What if one of your parents that's what I'm saying. He's not thinking of the what ifs. He's just thinking, oh, we have 30 to who knows if you're gonna be here in 30 to 60 years. You're not thinking about that. Why are you not thinking about that? Because you don't care. What I don't understand. Husband, this is not a boyfriend. If he was a boyfriend talking like this, I'd be like, girl, this is boyfriend stuff. You need to let him go. Husband, y'all. Husband. Can't even think of the future properly. He's not thinking of any type of extra plans, nothing. He's thinking if everything goes according to plan. But what if it doesn't? What about your child? You're not even thinking about your child's education. You're not thinking about what... That's what people... Okay, I'm going to say a little quick thing and then I'm going to get back to it. This is what pisses me off a lot. And I can say it because it's coming from a child's perspective. Because all of us were someone's child at one point, right? So, how selfish are you to not even consider that having a negative net worth is a problem? And you're not even thinking about how that's going to affect your child in the long term. Because every day that you're not paying that debt off is taking away from your wife and your child. She can't even go to daycare 5 days a week because you can't afford it. And yet you sitting here talking about, it's not that bad. We still got time. So are you for real? In this economy? What if sis, I don't wish that on her, but what if sis loses her job tomorrow? What y'all gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're gonna give it up to the Lord. Not saying that God doesn't provide. Obviously God does, but he also wants you to work too. You also gotta put something in it. You can't just expect the rain to fall, the money to just come from the clouds. You're setting your family for failure, sir. You're setting them up for failure already. And you know who's going to suffer the most? That baby they have. Because she didn't ask for none of this. And yeah, he's sitting up here. He's just cool, calm, and collected. And then another thing she said that alarmed me is that they don't even have a collective spreadsheet. Where's your money going? You have 3 jobs. Where's the money going? Oh, Lord. All right, let's continue, y'all. When I tell y'all, these type of things irritate me. And, okay, I'm going to come back. The Tia and Tamara case study, part 2 is coming tomorrow. But one thing I will say is that... No, I can't even say that about Corey, actually. I can't even say that, too. I mean, he was doing the same thing. Listen. It's a mindset, y'all. And unfortunately, that mindset is prevalent, especially in our community, in people that look like me's community, because I don't know who's watching this. Maybe if it's in other communities, y'all could let me know in the comments, but I just can speak for Black community as far as, and it doesn't matter where you are in the diaspora. This is actually pretty normalized in a lot of households, especially Caribbean, I would say that too. I gotta say it. Now, I don't know about I don't know about the African continent as a collective, but I know damn sure in the Caribbean community, this is not unheard of. And it should be something that this should be shameful behavior. And yet, here we are.
That conversation, part 1. Part 2 is a little bit more deep.
You're married, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you two see yourselves as financial partners?
Yes, in theory.
No.
Let me stop here. Hold up. Notice, Ramit. I believe Ramit is Indian. Hold on, let me check because I don't want to get that wrong, y'all. I don't like to misidentify people. Ramit Sethi he's American, but I think he's of Indian origin. Or hold on, I gotta make sure, y'all, because I don't want to give him the wrong thing. Hold on, does it say it? His nationality, I believe he is Indian. Hold on, let's check. His parents, it just says he's American, which he is, but I want to know his background. Oh, Indian, yes, he is Indian. His parents are from India. Notice he said, "You're married, right?" He's shocked. Y'all don't see his facial features. He's like, facial expressions. He's like, he's like, "You're married, right?" Yeah. To married people, this don't make sense. It's weird. Why are you guys not talking about things together? I understand if you have your own bank accounts, he has his own bank accounts, but you should have something together. Why are they living like they both just roommates who had a baby?
Oh, okay. So we have one no, and I'm sorry, was that a yes or a no, Monica?
A yes.
Part of living a rich life is we have to be honest with ourselves and with the people around us. It's actually okay if you do not have every single thing dialed in with your money. That's actually totally fine. But we have to be honest about where we are. That's why I'm asking questions like, what do you think about your net worth? Some people will look at that and they'll be like, this is horrible. Well, Michael said, like, hey, it's understandable, but we have like many years. And other people will go, yeah, like, this isn't good. There's no reason for us to have credit card debt. On the other hand, once we started saving, we made a big dent in our numbers. Therefore, we know we have a plan to execute, right? There's different ways to look at it, but we have to be honest with ourselves. So you are both married. I would say just from our brief conversation so far, it doesn't seem like you're behaving like financial partners. And it seems like you're both here because you want to change. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Monica?
Yep.
Okay, let's continue. I'm curious about the income. This time I will ask Michael to share the combined gross monthly income number, please.
$19,417.
Okay, the two of you combined make $233,000 per year. Did you know that number?
There's no way.
I talked to a lot of optimizers on my show. I spent 45 minutes figuring out which cost.
Hold on, y'all. Oh, Lord. Y'all listen. Y'all heard the combined income, and she said there's no way. Sis didn't know what was going on. I'm telling y'all, he's doing something with the money. They make $19,000 a month. There's no reason why they should be struggling like this. $19,000 a month. $19,000 a month net is $11,000, and even then, $11,000 a month, y'all. Where are they living? I need to know this. Where are they living? Yes, Rain, absolutely. This should be a conversation had before, but like I said, they were in La La Land. And again, is the I don't want to sorry y'all, my throat. I don't want to put it all on religion because it's not religion, it's culture, right? Church culture is very, I don't understand, and I'm not coming at them like that because I don't know how deep they are in the church, but just hearing their language, it makes me believe that they are. And also, I don't know what was going on in their life. I wish those things were answered as well. I wish they had like a bit of a background story. But from my assumption and from what I'm seeing is that they rush into this marriage without discussing finances. They didn't discuss none of that, y'all. We just in love. Or what she thought was love. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, those kind of things are very important. You need to know what your man's income looks like. And like, let me tell you something. That's something that you'll know right away. One, where are they working? What are they doing? What kind of degrees they have? Those are all conversations that should happen within the first month or two that you're serious about somebody. What is he doing with his funds? And he needs to be open and transparent. If he's already hiding things, that's a red flag. If he's telling you, hey, I work at the airport, and you ask him, okay, what's your level of education? He's not telling you. What positions have you had before? He's not telling you. What does that mean? Like, ma'am, I don't understand what's going on here, y'all. And it's very interesting to me that he's just living life and he doesn't have a care in the world about his family. And yet this man was able to get married to somebody. I don't understand that. But then it just goes to show that, unfortunately, when desperation starts to take over and you start thinking about marriage as a timeline instead of actually finding a equally beneficial partnership for you, and you're not taking your time, this is what happens. The sloppy work. That's like when you rush to do assignments. You're going to see all types of edits. It looks good. at the outset. So you submit an assignment, everything looks good, but as soon as someone starts reading it, they're like, oh, there's so many typos. You didn't proofread. You didn't edit your work. Then the quality of the work, it deteriorates because then the person, they did a shoddy job, just like construction work. If you go and you build a house and you're not even like building it properly, you're using cheap material, yeah, it's gonna look beautiful like the other houses, but time will tell. Because as soon as the first storm comes, the house is going to fall. It's gonna have cracks in the foundation. I'm sorry, y'all, I'll probably need water. I'm gonna go grab water soon while I'm playing the next part. They'll probably like, the house is gonna fall. It's not gonna have like the three little pigs. Remember, the first pig built his house out of straw, I think. The second pig built his house out of, I forgot, and the third one out of brick. Whose house stood the test of time? The one with the brick. They told us these stories as kids, and yet somehow as adults we just running around like, I want to know what love is. I just want to be in love, and don't even know what love really means. Like, this is craziness, man. All right, let's continue.
Costco bundle has the most Cheez-Its per dollar and research kids bikes for 11,000 hours.
He advertises a lot, y'all. He advertises
a lot.
Yes.
Did you ever celebrate when, Michael, you got the pay increase?
No.
No, just another day, huh?
Yes.
That's a problem.
Yes.
When you first reached out to us, Michael, you were earning roughly $60,000.
Correct.
And now you're earning $95,000.
Correct.
You had like a 50% increase in salary.
Correct.
What happened?
The new job that I started in March is salary. So that allows me to know at least twice a month what my net pay will be, in addition to any hours or extra hours that I work with the airline.
This 95K number is fresh to me. Like, I'm hearing it for the first time live. That 95K.
Hold up. So this is actually good that he went from 60 to 90K. And Ramit's like, hey, when we first started this process, I guess it's a long process because they said that when we first started the process, you were at 60K, which is barely anything in this day and age. So I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, like definitely it's an income issue. And then now he's making 90 something K and sis didn't even know it. She said it's fresh to me. So you didn't know your husband was making that much money? And y'all want to sit here telling me that he loves this woman. And she doesn't know anything about anything that's going on in her household. She's just there. He's living his own life, y'all. He's living his own life. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do they talk? I don't understand this.
Is your new annual salary. I thought it was more around 65 to 75.
Did you all never talk about how much the salary increase was going to be?
No. Simple answer, no.
Okay. Why not?
The reason we didn't talk about the salary increase, because to me, it was almost a swap at the...
Stop. All right. I'm going to reverse here. Look at her body language, y'all. Y'all going to pay attention to how she touches her glasses. Sis is shook. She's shocked right now.
Do y'all never talk about how much the salary increase was going to be?
No. Simple answer, no.
Look.
Okay. Why not?
The reason we didn't talk about the salary
Look
increase...
Look at that. Her intuition is starting to play. She's like, wait, what? You all saw that, right? When you do this, that means you're trying to listen because you're like, wait a minute. So you didn't tell me. You heard her. She said she thought he made like maybe 10,000 more. And to be honest with you, 10,000 is still a bit, it's still good, but taxes eat it up. So it's probably not that much more. He's making way more than that. And he said, no, he didn't tell her. What's the reason? Let's hear his reason, y'all. Let's hear this.
Because to me, it was almost a swap. At the airline, I could have made 60,000, but the new job is salary 60,000. And then anything I work in addition to the airport can range from...
What's happening right now? You're using a range, and it's actually not serving you at all. Because you have this super confusing thing, you actually just skipped over the most important part of this, which is telling my wife, I got a 50% increase in pay. That's like the only thing that matters out of all of this. But you skipped over it because you overwhelmed yourself with ranges.
No, Ramit. No. See, this is why I want people to keep it real. We need real people online, and I love Ramit's work. Actually, it's good because I get to review it and do my commentary on this. That's not why. He's not overwhelmed and he forgot to tell her. He didn't want to tell her why, because he's hiding the money. He doing something else with the funds, y'all. Does this man have a side chick? I'm thinking he taking care of somebody else, because ain't no way. What is he doing with his funds? And he watching her struggle. Watching her pay everything. And then notice she's like this with her mouth. She's upset. Because she's like, hold up. You see that I'm stressed at work. You see that I'm stressed at home. I'm paying all the bills. And you got a raise. 60 to 90K. That's 30,000 difference about. And you didn't tell me anything. And not only that, but you'd rather watch me keep working and keep struggling, thinking that you're not making that much. When in actuality you are. But instead of taking care of me, you'd rather take care of yourself. Selfish. He's not selfless. Again, Michael Bolton told us. You gotta bring it back. I know. I'm again proving a point. He said he's gonna spend his last dime and give up his comfort. He said that. He said that. He said that. Real man's gonna build. We gonna build together. Brick by brick, line by line. All right. John Legend said, give my all to me, I'll give my all to you. She's giving her all. What is he giving her? Not even 25%, not even 10%. Red flag. Let's continue. He's pissing me off, y'all. Whoo, he's pissing me off. Let's continue.
And details. How does that strike you?
I don't know if it strikes me. I guess because, like you said, I'm always just focused on what's the next. Can't celebrate being on a plateau or a mountaintop because I still know, I feel like it's still more of a climb to go.
What is your role in this relationship, Michael?
I feel like a Swiss Army knife to be put to use on whatever is needed for the family. Mm-hmm. Whatever role that can look like, I can morph and be utilized in multifaceted different ways.
And how does it feel that you are a tool?
Actually, it feels good to be neat.
Nah. Hold up. This is very important, y'all. Let's listen to what he said. What is your role?
Live. That 95K is...
Hold on.
Yourself with ranges and details.
I can morph and...
Which is telling my wife, I got a 50%...
Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Let me go a little bit
back.
Time
to go.
What is your role in this relationship, Michael?
I feel like a Swiss Army knife to be put to use on whatever is needed for the family.
Does that... To be put to use in whatever's needed for the family. What does that sound like, y'all? Y'all, he is resting in his femininity, y'all. I'm sorry. He is resting in his femininity. To be put to use in whatever you need. He's not providing. He didn't say to be a provider, to be a protector. I'm here to protect her. That's my role. I know my role. First of all, a provider would never hide that money from you. Let's just be clear. As soon as he made that money, he'd be like, babe, you ain't got to work no more. I'm taking over now. Please put that to the side. I know I couldn't help you for the time that I was doing whatever I was doing or whatever. If I didn't have a job, I couldn't hold it down at that time. Things happened. Maybe I got laid off, but now you can rest, babe. It's my turn. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take over. Nope. He's willing to have her do everything. Have her do everything. Kenley Lattimore said, give you a life of stability. Everything I do makes sense. Share this cup of love. He didn't say take this cup of love. He said we're going to share it together. Let's bring it to the Lord. Cast your cares on me. That's love. They believe in Christianity, okay. Let's talk about biblical love. Biblical love. My burden is light and my yoke is easy. You ain't got to worry about it. That's what Jesus said, because he loves his children. He loves the church. You learn all of that. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is not selfish. And yet this man, he goes to church all the time because he said he works at his church on the weekend. So I'm assuming he's very present in his church and he's a participant, and yet he doesn't even know how to be selfless. This is craziness, y'all. And this happens more than you think.
Whatever role that can look like, I can morph and be utilized in multifaceted different ways.
And how does it feel that you are a tool?
Actually, it feels good to be needed.
I like that. It's kind of an interesting metaphor. I like the value you said, that you are wanted, you are needed. I like that. Personally, I don't think I would want to be seen as a tool that is picked up when it's needed. And then, all right.
Y'all saw what Ramit just did there? Oh. So he's like, oh, I like that. But personally speaking, that works for you, but not for me, sir, because I'm a provider in my household. I'm not just a tool that needs to be needed. I need to be a participant. That's what Ramit is saying. And indirectly, he's saying that. He's like, that works for you. Okay, good for you. But for me, personally speaking, not notice, he's being respectful as a coach. He's like, hey, I'm letting you know, but not directly, but indirectly, that no, this ain't it, sir. This not it. That's not a real man providing. This is just a cosplaying man. He looks like a man. He talks like a man. He might have told her he loves her, but in actuality, that's not love, yo. At all. At all. Let's continue.
Nice to see you, Swiss Army knife. Throw him in the drawer and shut the drawer for another month and a half. The reason that Michael didn't bring up this massive salary change is exactly what we are exploring right now, because of the way that he sees himself. So if you see yourself as a tool, then the implication is you can, number one, never zoom up to see the full picture of what's going on because you live in the weeds. And number two, it's actually not fun. You're just a tool that gets used to advance the family to the next thing. Do, action, tactical, and then you die. Kind of a dark vision, but actually one that a lot of men actually embrace. It's quite appealing because
No. Ramit, let's make it very clear. We're going to divide the lines today. The men you speak of are not these men. The men in the lyrics that I expressed, or I played the other day, they're not the same men. Those are two different categories of men. He needs to make it very clear. It's not men think like this. It's men who have Peter Pan syndrome. Little boys think like this. Real men do not think like that. And I've been thankful and blessed that I grew up and I saw real men and I saw Peter Pan men too. And I knew the difference. I know the difference between a childish man and a real man. Unfortunately, experience has taught me. And I had to fall on my face a lot of times. Even if I saw it in my childhood, sometimes you need to, you stubborn. You thinking, oh, he fine, he has potential. I had to learn real quick, potential don't mean nothing. And that's probably what sis was banking on. Oh, he's just an airline worker now, but soon enough he'll be able to take care of me. Nope, how you met him is how you gonna see him. That's who he was day one. That's who he gonna be. Now, can men change? Absolutely. They can if they want to, but you'll see it in their actions. This man never wanted to change. He just wanted to coast. I'll be used when you need me to be there. And then after that, I'm not going to be there. That's not a real man, y'all. That's a child. And unfortunately, a lot of women get married to childlike men. And then we want to wonder why, it's all, you could go on TikTok, social media. Oh, all men are like, no, let's make the difference. Because we know how to make the difference with women. We do. We'll be the first one to judge another one, be like, oh, she's too childish for him. She's not mature. She's so immature. You need a real woman. Yeah, what's the difference? How do you know what a real woman is? You know what a real woman is, right? And I'm talking about embodiment. I'm not talking about gender. Just making it clear. We know that. We'll be like, oh no, she's not. That's not a real woman. A real woman wouldn't do. A real woman. Yeah. All right. Make the differentiation, Ramit. I need you to come back and make the differentiation.
As men, we see other men doing it. And men will even tell each other to say, like, you don't complain, you just get to work. You have a family, your job's to protect your family and provide for your family, right? We've all heard that in some way, Michael, from whether it be a movie, a parent, relative, whatever. And I don't mind providing for a family. I don't mind protecting it. I like that. That's great. But I also think there's got to be more to it. And I think that this example is a perfect example of you being so in the weeds that you're actually missing the big picture. Your salary increased from $65,000 to $95,000. What did you do when you found out your salary increased by about 50%?
Went to work.
Yeah. What's next? Didn't bring it up with Monica?
Nope.
Didn't bring home some balloons?
No, probably just ordered the email that showed the salary increase before signing the paper.
You got a 50% salary increase and you didn't even talk about it?
Correct.
Do you hate your birthday?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You don't like the attention. You don't like anybody like making a big deal of you, right?
Yes.
Do you see how that relates to this?
100%. I don't like being in the spotlight. I don't like to be celebrated. Just like the Swiss Army, I like to be useful.
Right. Let me be useful. Don't make a big deal of it. Just put me to work. I can grind, and that's it. We don't need to make a big deal of it, right?
Correct.
I want to jump in quickly because Michael just gave us a huge clue. He sees himself as the Swiss Army knife. Did you catch that?
Yeah, we caught it, but I'm not catching it. I'm not believing it. I'm sorry, yo. He's talking about, I like to be in the shadows. You can be quiet and in the shadows and still produce. I don't like when people make that excuse. Like, there are two things that could be true. Yes, you can be shy. You can be an introvert. You could be a person who doesn't like to celebrate birthdays. Because I know a lot of men who don't celebrate birthdays, but they still provide for their household. Ramit, stop trying to mix it up. No, he just doesn't want to tell her. Talking about, I just sent her an email. No, you didn't, because sis didn't even know. So, she didn't even know. All right, let's continue, y'all, because time is elapsing, and I don't want to stay too late. So, let me see what this next chapter... Okay, here, this is important. Why is she the last to know about his money? This is very important.
You know what I'm talking about? The spelling bee winner.
Yes.
He won.
Yes.
He won the entire Scripps National Spelling Bee, and there's confetti falling on his freaking head, and he's just standing there with his arms by his side like this.
Yes.
When I saw that kid, I was like, I love this kid, and I deeply understand this kid. I deeply get him, because as a kid, that's exactly how I grew up. I didn't know how to show feelings, not even joy. Like when I win, everyone might, be like, oh, wow, A+, clap or whatever. Just standing there like this. Like, when's it going to be over?
Mm-hmm.
That sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. So we can see this is about money, but it's about more than money. And Michael, do you see what your view on the world? I'm a Swiss Army knife. I'm here to work. I don't like attention being drawn to me. Do you see the effects that it's having on Monica and your relationship?
Yes. If there's something to be celebrated, I'm not usually matching the energy that she has or brings to the table. It's just business as usual or just another day. And that can be a damper, especially when she wants to celebrate me or wants to be that cheerleader for me, and I am closing that door or making it so that she can't do that.
Great analysis. You're playing at this level of energy, which is okay. There's benefits to that too. You're probably calm. Usually things don't faze you as much, but you're playing here. And then when there are times to call for a higher level of energy, you don't match it at all. You actually kind of bring her down with you. Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
That's problem number one. Also, because you said you have 2 daughters?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure your daughters will pick up on that as they get older. So that's one thing. Mom's the excited one. Always gotta work to excite dad. Ooh, we got dad to smile once. But, dad's dad, that kind of thing, right? I'm sure you can future pace and see how that affects them in their future relationships. But 2, you're simply not effectively communicating because your wife just found out about your actual salary.
All right, let's pause it here, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all something, and I'm gonna make it click here. I know someone. I know of someone. He was my old executive director. We're still really good friends. I just recently had lunch with him and his wife. He is very introverted, y'all. He hates celebrations. He doesn't like to be around people. I remember when we were planning his retirement party, he's like, "Hey, I just want to have just you guys as the team. I don't want to make it a big work function." And we honored it. And he had a good time. He is introverted introvert. Like, he really doesn't like to be around people like that. Sometimes he does, like with people he knows very well, but he's like one of those people where he doesn't like attention on him yet. Yet, when it comes to his wife, he don't play about her. She doesn't have to worry about a thing. Matter of fact, she had to take time off of work for health issues. He paid everything, no questions asked. Always making sure she's included. Whenever he sends me pictures, it's them going on trips together, them doing stuff together, them going out together. You don't need to be loud to be able to show somebody their love, your love. Red flag. This man don't love her. He doesn't love her. He never did. Talking about, oh yeah, sometimes it's just because I don't have the energies, business as usual. He sees marriage as a business. He doesn't see it as an actual relationship. We could already see that. What am I putting in? What are you putting in? Like a boss with a worker, employee boss relationship. He sees it that way. He doesn't even give her, think about it, she's paying everything. The least he can do is try to give her some rest. You know, hey, I'm going to cook dinner. I'm going to do something. You can show in little ways that you care about somebody. You don't need to have any grand gestures, especially if you don't have money. If you might not have all of the resources, that's okay. You don't need that. Now, you should have it. You should be able to take care of yourself, bare minimum. But what I'm trying to say is that you can show someone you appreciate them in little ways, and he's not showing her anything. And on top of that, he's hiding things. He's not telling her how much he makes. He's just awful. Unfortunately, as a husband, I'm sorry, he's not qualified to be anybody's husband at this point in time. And also, not only is he doing that to her, but like Ramit said, you see how he's bringing up the daughters. He's like, this is what your daughters are going to see you doing. And it's not even clicking to you. What's not clicking, Steven? What's not clicking?
That's a major problem.
Yes.
Like, forwarding an email is not acceptable when it comes to a new job with a major salary. That just doesn't work, right? And it's actually causing some of the issues here. I want to now turn to Monica. Now that he makes 95, does that solve all of our problems?
It doesn't, but it makes me feel a lot like, I'm like, okay. Like the 233 number you shared earlier, the 95K, there's a different energy associated with hearing that number. Promising, optimistic. It doesn't feel as broke. Again, we have not seen the fruits of this new income, and maybe we won't for another year or so, but it just lightens the energy for me. Still need a plan, but it just...
Sis, you thinking about the wrong things right now. She's like, oh, we have more money, yay! We can start doing work with it. And then look at his face. Look at his face. He did not want that to be revealed. But guess what? She said we haven't seen the fruits of that labor. This man said he got a pay increase in March. It is now what? August. Let me see when this was published. This was published just 5 days ago. So I don't know when this was filmed, but at that time they didn't see any fruits of it because he wasn't sharing the money with her. He was hiding it. But now that she knows, she's happy. Look at her smiling. She's like, oh yeah, he finally gonna be able to provide. And look at him. He's stressed because he didn't want to have to do that.
It feels more promising.
All right, let's keep moving. Okay, so you're making $233,000. Is that a little bit of money, a lot of money, middle of money? What is that?
It's certainly not bad, but knowing that I carry 120 or 130 of that, you know, from an income discrepancy level, a lot of our financial monthly talks are focused on Michael's financial spending. They're not these big picture conversations. And there's history there, but I will pause.
Let's look at the spending so that I can understand a little bit more about where you're coming from. Okay, your fixed costs are at 68%, a little high. We like to see that below 60, but especially with a high income like yours. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we have here. Are you renting?
Renting.
Okay.
Would like to own.
Okay, so your rent is quite low relative to your income. You're at about 13.7%. That's great. Insurance is high. We're going to come back and talk about that. That's at $1,200. Car payment, $712. Debt payments at $700. I want to talk about that. Groceries are at $450. That's fine, better than fine. Clothes at $130. Okay, you have 2 kids, fine. Tithe at $1,000 a month. Okay, we'll talk about that. Daycare at $690. Okay. Phone at $227 and subscriptions at $204. What do you think about these expenses?
The insurance being high is definitely eye-opening. And then my debts always are the next thing that comes to mind.
All right, let's talk about them. You have $145,700 of debt. What is that debt?
I would probably say about $130 is of student loans.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it's $4,000 for her car, and then the remainder is $11 to $12K of credit cards.
Whose credit card debt is that?
Just mine. She has no credit card debt.
What did you charge on credit cards to go into debt?
Mostly it was food, like spending money to eat while at the airport. So probably somewhere between, I would say, $30 or $50 a day eating at the airport to be doing those 110 hours of working a week.
Let me ask you, when you were working 100 or 90 hours a week, how much were you making per shift gross?
So let's say 150.
Let's break it down. So 150 minus taxes, how much do you think you would take home from that?
95.
95. And out of 95, you spent how much on gas to get there?
$10 a day.
So you have 95, then you're down to 85. And then how much would you spend on food, including coffee, lunch, dinner, whatever it is you would buy on the way to your shift, on the way there, or while there, or on the way back?
Let's say 60.
Okay, so you came home with like $20 basically?
Pretty much, yes.
This is a problem, y'all, man. This man has no type of financial literacy. He's very financially illiterate. And again, he's buying food at the airport. And I know a lot of people do it to save time, but you couldn't make your own lunch at home. Like, knowing that you're in this kind of financial position, like I said, he's only thinking about himself. He's thinking about, oh, the money I'm making, so I'm going to spend money. He's not thinking about nothing. And then he only bringing $20 home. After all of that, all of the expenses. Again, not thinking about his wife. And then if you look at the debt, like, hold on, let's go back a little bit, because I gotta look at the time marker here. Here, we're at 39:37. Okay, I have to go back a little bit. And I know some of you guys, maybe you can't stay. I'm so sorry, y'all. It's a little long one because I want to finish this. But you can catch it on the replay. I'm going to leave it up. Look at that. Look at that debt. Look at that debt. And then this man want to sit here eating now. He didn't even think to be uncomfortable. Like I said, it's just the actions. That lets me know that he couldn't even be bothered to be uncomfortable. Yes, eating lunch out is more convenient, but he couldn't be inconvenienced enough to even save that extra $60 a day. Is that what he said, a day? Or I'm not sure if it was 60 a day or something like that. But the point is, he couldn't even be inconvenienced enough to save that, to help his wife. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't doing his part at all. At all. All right, let's fast forward a little bit here. The next part is, hold on, let me read it. It says, The Secret. Oh! Okay, this is a good one, y'all. I hope y'all can stay on. Hold on. Y'all still with me? Let me check, y'all. The reason I'm not reading comments right now is because I really don't want to waste time. But let me take a peek at the comments first. Yeah, she's a $60 a day. Thank you. He couldn't even do that. He can see the math ain't mathing, y'all. Lies. Hold on. Let's get to the real lie, y'all. Let's get to the real lie.
What's not working?
Hold on. Let's fast forward.
So you came home with like $20 basically?
Pretty much, yes, if that.
Sort of doesn't make sense, right? Did you ever realize that before just now?
When it led to me being evicted, yes.
Whoa, what happened?
2022 was working 2 jobs, working at the airport, and then was working at a mortgage company. We got laid off from the mortgage company and pretty much just working just to keep getting by. And it was never enough. Couldn't afford the place anymore.
What did you do when you got evicted?
I moved in with a friend.
Were you two married at the time?
No, we had just started dating.
Okay. And Monica, what was your take?
Red! red flag, red flag. Hold up. So now we get the full story. They met in they were dating in 2022. This man got evicted. He got laid off though, so I'll give him that. But still, you were not in a financial position to be dating. Same thing with Corey when I did the whole Tia and Tamara breakdown. He was not in a financial position to be dating, and yet here he is. And we just accept it. Like, oh, he gonna make it. He gonna be okay. He has potential to find another job. It's okay. I'm gonna hold him down. You're not qualified to be dating if you have no money. This should have been Sis's sign to be like, you know what? We're going to take a pause on this. You need to get yourself together. And once you get yourself together, then maybe if I'm still single at that time, give me a call, holla at your girl. But right now, you're not in a financial position to be dating anybody. This man got evicted. Couldn't even keep up with his bills. And I could see why, because he was living paycheck to paycheck like a lot of people do. So I'm not going to fault him on that. But what I will say is he wasn't thinking of the future. He didn't have a savings. Obviously didn't, because he got evicted. He was spending money on food at the airport. And he was filling all his vices. He has like I said, he's not financially literate. He was from the beginning. And that should have been Sis's big red flag. But yet here we are, 2 kids in a marriage later. And now you want to sit here thinking he's going to be fiscally responsible when his pattern has shown otherwise? Man, you're the one holding the family together. I hope you know that. If you ever come across this video, I have, sis, listen, all I'm going to say is this. I understand, and I'm appreciative that you were brave to share this with the world. And I'm thankful that, you were able to make more money out of this in the sense that, like, your career is thriving. But this man was a walking red flag, y'all. She should have never married him. He didn't have, and that's why whenever you hear these love stories, you got to get to the root of it. How did y'all meet? What happened? Did he have a job? Because then you're going to sit here thinking that, oh, all relationships are bad. Oh, he's just a fraud. Oh, he's just scamming her like Kenny and Janae. Anybody could tell. Look at the video last week and now. He didn't even like her touching him. He didn't even want to live in the same apartment as her. He wanted to be as far apart as possible. And y'all trying to tell me that nobody could see this coming? And somehow it's a surprise. So he was just using her. Oh, men use women. Come on, man. Let's be for real. It's the patterns. Patterns. He was evicted. He had no type of financial literacy. Sis should have been gone. She had a chance. You see, that's another thing. I feel like the Lord always gives us signs, y'all. If something ain't right, he gonna give you a sign. She could have left at that point in time. That was her cue to leave. That was an alley-oop. God gave her, like, lay up, go ahead, do your thing. And sis missed it. And she still proceeded. There's only so many times. You have the free will to do whatever you want. There's only so many times people going to give you the warning. There's always a warning. And yet, you're blinded. Blinded. And then now it's all coming out. And you're surprised and shocked. Oh, he hid this from me. Of course he did. He was never a candidate.
Take on learning that Michael had been evicted.
My heart is racing just hearing the story.
Why?
A lot. It's a lot. We started dating in July 2023. Things are going great. We've known each other for 20 years. He had already said, I want to marry you, all these things. So I went to go surprise him one day at his place. Like, hey, babe, I'm downstairs. Didn't answer. He pulls up to the apartment and he says, you look beautiful. I don't live here anymore. And that's how I found out. When I tell you I had no idea, I had zero clue that there was any financial struggle, that he was behind on rent. Probably 2 weeks prior, we had a conversation by the pool about finances. Really, for the first time, seriously, we're like, oh, I like to track my expenses. You like to track your expenses. And he told me he had spreadsheets. And I told him I just have been getting more into personal finance more and all these things. So he listens to Bloomberg all the time. So the impression I had in our early dating stages was this guy's on top of his finances. I knew he wasn't rich financially, but I thought he was on top of things.
Okay, let's stop it here. So they knew each other 20 years. So that's that they're in their 30s. So that tells me that they were childhood friends. They grew up probably in a neighborhood somewhere, or they knew of each other since they were kids. So this explains why everything was super accelerated with as far as the fact that they got married and had kids quickly, back to back. That's number one. Number two, they met in 2023. We're 2025. They have 2 kids in 2 years. And I know that timeline is normal for a lot of married couples, but that's a big red flag. Because, sir, you couldn't even... listen, they already have this financial issue, and then they're bringing children into it on top of that. 2 daughters, y'all. And they're young, obviously, because they got married in 2023. It's 2025, so back to back. So now you got 2 mouths to feed on top of that. 3, because I mean, if you're adding your wife, but obviously you're not providing, so she's feeding 4. She's feeding 3 mouths. Let's just put it that way. But then she said something important. They talked about finances, but again, it wasn't deep. It was surface level. Oh, you like to track things. I like to track things. This man was selling her a dream, talking about, oh, I watch Bloomberg. Just because you watch it doesn't mean you apply it. A man could tell you, oh yeah, you know, I watch, I don't know, Dave Ramsey. That doesn't mean that he applies all of the principles. You got to ask deeper questions. This is where probing questions come into mind. Bloomberg. You watch Bloomberg? Okay, what do you like about Bloomberg? How have you applied what Bloomberg said in your life? Like, what kind of job do you have? How much money do you save a month? Because I save this much. How much do you save? You got to ask follow-up questions. You can't just take it at face value. But sis was just so ready to be in love. And again, I'm assuming it's because her time was ticking, clock was ticking. She knew him from before, so she probably felt a sense of familiarity with him. And also, it's a red flag. You've known this man for 20 years, and yet somehow y'all just started dating right now. It's not like y'all was exes before and then got back together. It sounds like he couldn't find anybody, and then all of a sudden, here he is in his glory. He's the type of person at church. Let me tell you who he is. If you're at church, you know who I'm talking about. Is the son of Sister Mary, or Sister something something. And that's the son that is I don't want to call it, he's just the son that's there. And, you know, all these years, she like, oh, that's my son. You know, he's really good. He's a faithful servant. Any woman would be lucky to have him. Yeah. All right. This man, you've known him. He's been on your radar for that long. You don't know him that well, obviously. And again, it's not because he's older. I'm not trying to say that, oh, it's because he's single. No, it's not the reason. But you got to find out why this person is single. Some people are single by choice. They got a career going. They got things going for themselves, and they just want to be single. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people like him. These are the people you need to worry about. There's a reason. He's not financially literate, y'all. And he was spending his money like crazy on what we still don't know. I still haven't heard why he cannot give her the extra money. It's still not coming up here. Let's continue, y'all. Oh, Lord. We might have to skip through a bit. It's a lot.
And so I was shocked to pull up and learn that he was evicted. I had no idea. He had moved out the night before. I had no clue. So it was shocking, and it was early on in our relationship, and it betrayed trust really early on.
So once trust was broken, what did you do then?
I had to reevaluate. I was like, do I want to marry this person? Am I ready? Can I trust him? He was extremely apologetic, obviously. He said he didn't want to burden me, but it felt like I have no idea how this guy really manages his money. Once we started talking more, he shared what he shared with you about the food spending. I think we had calculated at the time, it was like thousands of dollars a month on food. And I was just floored. So I'm like, how does this make any sense? So it just like really undermined any trust I had at the time.
And then what did you do next?
I cried, not in front of him. I called a friend who was distant enough from our relationship just to ask her thoughts, her opinions. I asked her, like, am I dumb to move forward? You know, I also have a lot of compassion for him, but I felt I had to do some discernment on my own of, do I want to move forward? But ultimately decided, yes, give him a chance. We all fall on tough times. To me, it's not about the money. It's about the lack of transparency.
She consulted with a friend. I would love to hear what her friend said, because she didn't say it, but she said that, you know, we all deserve a second chance, whatever, yada, yada, she heard. And again, this should have never continued. She said lack of trust, betrayal. That's how they started their relationship. He didn't even tell her the truth, y'all. He's been lying to her from the beginning about who he is, what he does. And I'm sorry, I don't think he spends that much money on food. He's lying. He's doing something else with his money. Thousands of dollars. I'm sorry. I know food is expensive, but let's look at him, y'all. I don't know if he lost a lot of weight, but why this man sounded like he's on my 600-pound life? Like, it sounds like he has a food addiction, but I don't think it's food. I think it's something else. He spent his money on other stuff, y'all. He's categorizing it as food. But ain't no way you could spend thousands of dollars on food unless I'm missing something. Was he door dashing or Uber eating everything? He's giving that many tips to people? I doubt it. It's given double life to me. It's given double life. And it's been given that. I don't know. He spending his money on something, and it ain't food. It might be food, but another thing, he might be spending it on cakes. But you know what cake I'm talking about. I ain't talking about real cake. I'm talking about other cake.
See him not trusting me with what was going on, and then also him not asking for help from any of the strong village that we have in our life. No one knew about this. Not a mom, not a godfather, not a friend. So it was the questioning of like, how does he logically approach life if he got into this pickle without saying a word about it?
I'm going to ask a difficult question to both of you. Do you see any patterns, Michael, with what happened with the eviction and what is happening right now with money?
Yes. It's being defensive, protective, and hiding behind the weight of everything versus being able to ever come up for air. It's just a consistent, you're not there yet. You got to keep pushing. You got to keep going. But it's all about you. It's still that individual solo mindset for me.
Yeah, I agree. It's not being candid and honest with what's going on, both when things are bad, but also when things are good.
So, Ramit, I love what he just said here. Sorry, y'all. My the sun is setting right now. I should probably put that down. But y'all, Ramit said something very important. He said it's a pattern. See, everything in life is a pattern. I keep telling y'all that. It's a pattern. The same way that we deciphered the pattern of how to know when a man loves you is the same way we're going to decipher a pattern of how to know when he's using you. This man has shown to be a liar from the beginning. He has shown that he cannot be trustworthy. He is inconsistent with his money, and he is not truthful to her. He has never considered her and her feelings and how she would feel. He's always considered himself in hiding. And yet here we are. And I love that he made him think about the comparison. He's like, hey, what's the difference between that and now? And he couldn't lie. But yet sis is talking about, well, we had a strong village. I couldn't understand. You see, her intuition was jumping and saying this is not right. But sis was just in a rush for time. Desperation, I don't know what to call it. It had to be that. Or maybe she felt like, hey, everyone deserves a second chance. But I'm sorry to tell y'all, not everybody deserves a second chance. Sometimes people deserve, okay, this is the thing. You can choose to forgive someone, but that doesn't mean that they are allowed to take up space in your mind, in your heart. This man should have never gotten the commitment of her giving her all to him because he couldn't even give his all to her. He couldn't even give her the bare minimum of telling her the truth and being truthful to her. So what makes you think that he's going to be that type of person in a marriage? He's never going to be that man that she wants him to be. But yet sis was building up a fantasy in her mind, thinking that he really, he was really about that life. So this man has shown you from the beginning that he is who he says he is. That's one thing I will say, is that he's been very extremely consistent in his behavior. And yet sis overlooked all of that. He's a user. That's how men use. Let's continue, y'all. I'm going to put my blinds down now, so y'all might hear some noise.
It's thinking of asking for help as burdening others, so you don't ask for help. And it's quite simply not being an effective communicator. Now, if you want to do it solo, that's one thing. You can do whatever you want when you're solo. But when you're married, and certainly when you're a parent, that just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Monica, what about you? What, if any, similarities do you see between the eviction and Michael's behavior with money and what's happening right now?
The lack of transparency, but also I think it's just general energy is very mellow, kind of like status quo day in and day out. And it's hard to know when big things are happening, whether they're positive or negative.
Right. Right. And what about for your behavior, Monica? Your behavior when you heard about the eviction and your behavior now as it relates to money?
Super protective of him. Like, very few people know our financial dynamic. I was so scared to tell anyone at all about the eviction, but then I needed to just for my own sanity. So I think I go into protector mode, but not wanting to let other people know what's going on out of the sake of protecting him.
I agree with that. What about to Michael? When he mentioned the eviction, what, if anything, did you say to him?
So sorry you're going through this. I'm here. Do you need to stay with me? Like, trying to...
Wrap this up. Wrap this right up. I heard too many things here. I want to protect him. I don't want people to look at him in a negative light. Why are you protecting him, sis? I said this last live stream. We need to stop giving people loyalty and trust, the people who do not deserve it. This man did not deserve you to be loyal to him. I'm going to run down what he did. He lied from the beginning. He deceived you. He told you one thing, but his life was completely another way. He was irresponsible with money. He has not shown you the character of a person who you should be loyal to, and yet you're giving your loyalty to him. Why? I want y'all to why? Can somebody answer this for me? There's no reason. And she's saying here, I gotta protect him from other people. Why are we using our best? You see, this is the thing. Your best resource as a woman, not best, one of the best, is that we know how to be very empathetic. We have that, some of us, we were born, allegedly, I don't know about most of y'all, but we can understand people, right? Women's intuition, that's what they usually call it, right? You can be empathetic as a human. You can understand the person's situation, but that doesn't mean that you have to go along with it, is what I'm saying. There was no accountability for him. He basically got rewarded for being a shitty person. He's getting all of the rewards. Oh, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to be there for you. I'm going to support you. But you lied to me. You swindled me. You didn't tell me the truth. You didn't have that consideration for me, but yet I'm still going to show you that I love you and I trust you and I'm loyal to you. No, don't do that, y'all. He wasn't even her husband, y'all. This is craziness, y'all. This is just such a waste of, oh man, like, sis, I want to shake her. Shake her. Why?
Figure out the logistics of it all. And then, of course, I shared, like, I'm hurt that you didn't tell me. I was tearful.
How did you get from my boyfriend got evicted and didn't tell me it to, like, what, a year later, we're getting married? How'd that happen?
Yep.
Thank you, Ramit. You see, that's one thing I like about Ramit. He's asking because logically, it doesn't make sense. You see what he's doing? He's, again, he's very crafty, that one. He's not saying it directly because he doesn't want to be the bad guy, right? Because, he has a channel, he has an image. He don't know who else is going to watch him. He don't want people to bash him. But he's asking the important questions. How did we go from that to y'all getting married? How is that possible? How did that happen? Inquiring minds would like to know.
Lots of work. It was more so like premarital counseling, premarital coaching. I've said to him, the spending has to change. You ask why our conversations are so dry, why they're so transaction focused, is because for a while, we just had to make sure he wasn't spending thousands of dollars a month on food.
How come?
So wait. So you're telling me you went to a counselor. Who was this person who counseled you? I need to know, because this is why not everyone is qualified to give real advice. Because your counselor should have told you he needs to get himself together. Y'all need to not be together. I hope they advised her that and she just didn't listen to them. But it seems like they went to counseling. Mind you, this is a year. Imagine you just started your relationship with someone. They got evicted. They lied to you. They did all that stuff to you. And then you're basically being their mother and babysitter and caretaker, trying to get him to be financially responsible because you're taking care of him. And you're not even married yet. Think about that. And then, if something like this comes out, oh, all men are this, all men are that. The flags were there from before, y'all. He didn't swindle her. She swindled herself.
I'm only finding this out right now. This is really impressive. I didn't know this.
Yeah, he's made a ton of progress as far as, staying within budget.
Monica.
Yeah.
The way I feel right now.
Figure out the logistics of it all. And then, of course, I shared, like, I'm hurt that you didn't tell me. I was tearful.
How did you get from my boyfriend
I'm
got
replaying
evicted
it
and
for a
didn't tell
reason,
me
y'all.
it,
Hold on.
to, like, what, a year later, we're getting married? How'd that happen?
Yep. Lots of work. It was more so like premarital counseling, premarital coaching. I've said to him, the spending has to change. You ask why our conversations are so dry, why are they so transaction focused? It's because for a while, we just had to make sure he wasn't spending thousands of dollars a month on food.
How come I'm only finding this out right now?
Okay, so look at this. Yo, this is crazy. Ramit is their financial advisor, y'all. And then they didn't even tell him and communicate to him that this is what was going on. And he said, how come I just found this out? Wrap this up, y'all. We gonna fast forward. Wrap this right up. Sis is telling, let me tell y'all, that's why whenever you hear something from somebody, you gotta check the evidence, man, because people will sell a good love story, y'all. If they never came online and told the world their business, you would have seen them like any other couple and thought, oh my God, this is such a beautiful love story. But then when you start to hear these type of stories, like, oh, he got evicted and I held him down, little cracks. This is where the real, this is where the real meat and juice comes out. This is really where it is. All right, let's keep going, y'all. Ramit is shocked, y'all. Ramit is tired, y'all. Ramit is done.
This is really impressive. I didn't know this.
Yeah, he's made a ton of progress as far as, staying within budget.
Monica.
Yeah.
The way I feel right now is the way you felt about discovering he made $95,000. Michael, do you see what your approach to the world, how it's affecting other people, now including me?
Yeah, I see. By one not sharing the good and or the bad. It's like coming into a book on chapter 4 versus actually getting the preface and everything before it.
Nicely put. I agree with that. And actually, I'm hearing things about spending close to over 50% of what you made every shift on food. Okay? And I know airport food. It sucks. And then I'm finding out, oh, wait, actually, you're really good at spending. You actually dramatically changed your spending after your now wife said, like, hey, you really got to change this. And you did it.
Yeah.
I can't get a full picture, nor can your wife, if you are not open with the good and the bad.
Yeah.
This is not just about money. Michael was evicted. He didn't tell a single person, not Monica, not his family. He did not ask for help. He just kept going because, in his mind, that's what a provider does.
No, Ramit. I'm sorry. Why stop mislabeling this man as a provider. That's not what a provider does. That's what an immature person does. They hide. Someone who's ashamed hides. That's not somebody who can be upfront and communicate openly and tell you what's going on. That's a deceitful person who's hiding this big of an information from you. That's major, y'all. This is major. This is not some small thing like, oh yeah, I forgot to take the trash out, so I'm not going to tell her. I'm just going to, no, this is like things that are going to affect you long term. This man couldn't even tell her, y'all. Didn't even tell Ramit the half of it. This man is diabolical. But he has the hallmarks of a user. That's what users do. You're always going to get different stories from different people. They're never going to have the same story. One person's going to hear one thing. It's never remember at the beginning of the stream, I know it's been a long stream, but at the beginning of the stream I said consistency is your friend. He is a consistent liar. So what does that tell you? He's consistent with it. He's consistently hiding things, consistently not telling people things. He didn't even tell Ramit anything. Oh yeah, I didn't get. Yeah, I could see the. Yet he's supposed to be, and then I hate that Ramit keeps saying that's how providers do it. No, they don't. That's not how providers do it. Let's stop mislabeling people, please. Thank you. Thank you. Provider? That's now you're hilarious. Yeah, right? I'm tired of him saying he's a provider. He's a provider. What, provide what? Oh, you know what? He's right. He's providing lies. He's providing the lies. But you know what's so funny is that he's lying to her about who he is. But at the same time, he's never lied and promised her. I don't know if he's promised her more than anything, but it sounds to me like he was very up and honest that he ain't shit. And sis is just eating it up. Oh, everyone deserves a second chance. Let's go to counseling. Let's rehabilitate this man. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all know, y'all ever hear about dog attacks? And if a dog has been shown to be a danger. And yet some people try to rehabilitate that dog. Oh yeah, we're going to give it a home. Maybe it's just the owner. It's just the owner. The dog has shown a pattern of being aggressive and violent. And yet it's just the owner. You didn't care for it enough. And then the first time that the owner gets bitten, that's when they want to act shocked. We didn't know he would do that to us. But yet the pattern was there. But yeah, I want to act shocked. Oh, we couldn't believe it. I could believe it. I saw it. The patterns were there with this man, y'all. Let's continue, y'all. This is crazy, dude.
You handle it yourself.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
Do you guys see how so many people, so many men in particular, are living these lives of quiet desperation? They don't ask for help. A lot of times they don't even realize they can ask.
See, Ramit, this is another thing I'm going to say real quick before I continue playing it, but I think it's very important. Ramit is trying to humanize the situation and because he's a man. So he's trying to make it seem like, oh, you know what? Like, men do this all the time, mansplaining things and try to make it seem like he's literally gaslighting us in real time right here. Talking about, some men, they just feel overwhelmed and they can't express. No! Men can. They know how to express themselves when they love somebody. Oh, we've seen it. Oh, they know. They know how to express themselves. I feel like an inner child. I trust you. My life is in your hands. I never meant to cause you sorrow. I'm forever indebted to you. I will give up my comforts. How many times I gotta say this? You'll only cry those happy tears. I'll be like your shadow. They know how to express themselves when they want something. Let me tell y'all something. You ever seen a man really go after something? Whether it be a job, they are extremely competitive. They know when to go after something. You don't have to trust and believe me. If your man is complacent, that's because he's complacent with you. But trust me, I've seen men go hungry. When they gotta go hard, they're gonna go hard. They will spend sleepless nights doing what they love. If they really want to go after something, they will spend hours doing it. Like, you don't have to tell them to get up. How many times you gotta tell a man to get up and watch football? Oh, honey, your football game is on. Nope. He knows when it's on. He knows when his sports game is on. When he got money on the line, he gonna do whatever it takes to win. That's a man's nature, y'all. They know. So please, let's stop this. I don't like what Ramit is saying, man, because he's making it seem as if, oh no, they're just overwhelmed. They don't know how to communicate. They know how to communicate, just not with you. Let's just let's make it very clear. And Ramit can't understand because he's thinking about it from his perspective because he loves his wife. But this man does not love his wife, sir. So stop. Don't put him in your category. You need to start differentiating who is who. We need to categorize people and know who's who.
For help. And what's even worse is that this silence doesn't just affect you. It affects the people around you. Like Monica, whose trust was broken. And a lot of times those people who you're not telling would actually be...
Okay, let's fast forward a little bit.
Monica wants a teammate. Shit. Real.
Okay, fast forward a little bit.
And that's why you track spending. Michael, what was your credit card debt at the peak and what is it now?
At the peak, it was probably close to almost 26. I've knocked it down thanks to Monica. And I say thanks to Monica for carrying the rent, carrying some of the heavier things that where we live, that I've been able to put more money towards paying down debts and not putting anything else on these cards.
26 to 12K.
Correct.
All right. It's pretty good. I wish I hadn't gotten that high, but that's a good trajectory.
Yes.
Now, let's continue through the rest of the CSP here. We talked about debt payments at 700. How long?
Okay, let's stop it here quickly. I know I keep stopping y'all, but it's just so much information. First of all, he was able to pay off his credit card debt because of her. Because she took up more of the burden. So I noticed that she knows how to be selfless, but he doesn't know how to be. Just keep note of that. All right, let's continue.
How long is it going to take you to pay off your credit card debt, Michael?
I see it being done in this year.
Great.
Yes.
Did you know that, Monica?
Mm-mm. That was our last shutdown with the finance talk. That's exactly.
What?
Remember, he was like, I got defensive ego, and then I said I didn't want to ask any more spreadsheet questions.
Wait, how can you get defensive when you have a great answer? What's to be defensive? It's like, everybody applaud. I'm great. What's the problem? Michael?
As Colby would say, job's not done. So it keeps like I still have work to do.
He lying, y'all. Liar. Red flag. Job's not done. No. Y'all know what it's like to be at the finish line of something. You know, when you're about to accomplish something, you know the timeline you have. You're excited about it. I have a whole trajectory. I have a board. My husband, same thing. When he's about to accomplish something, he has a timeline. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to be able to finish it. Yeah. I remember when Don paid off his student loan. He was so excited. We even had it on the calendar. He told me, he's like, oh my God, this is the day I'm going to finish paying off my student loan. I'm free now. I'm free. He knew. This man he's doing something with the money. I don't know what it is, but it's not making sense. Even Remy said, hey, this is the celebratory thing. You know what he's doing? He's not telling her because he doesn't want her to know that he's actually not really doing that. I don't believe for 1 second that he's almost done paying off the credit card debt. I think that what he's doing is buying time to keep spending his money on whatever he's spending it on. So she won't know, so she doesn't have a timeline. Let me tell y'all something. When you don't have a timeline, that's when you know something. It can take either 1 day or 10 years. There's no timeline. And that puts the other person in a vulnerable position because then they don't know. They can't see it. He's just always going to get done. Oh, there's a lot of work to do. Yeah, because you ain't going to be doing the heavy lifting. You're going to keep using her resources until, I don't know. Until you feel like, I really don't know what's going on, y'all. But he's not telling the truth here.
Your inability to celebrate anything is going to be one of your downfalls. What do you get out of it?
I think it's definitely a protective thing. It's a callous way that I've learned how to live life.
That's very perceptive. Something good happens, who knows? Might be here tomorrow, might not. Something bad happens, got to work on it. No matter what. Some use the word mellow. I don't like that word. That's, in my opinion, overly charitable. Mellow is one thing, but not showing any affect, that's a whole different one.
I give a lot of smiles and energy to my daughters. That's where my most vulnerable part of me is.
Love that. Love how you describe that too. Do you give any of that energy to any adults?
There's a piece of I try to give with my wife. I try to let her know she feels loved, that she's beautiful, and that I'm always in awe with her. We have our moments where it's definitely lovable moments.
I just keep going back to this metaphor you had for yourself of a Swiss Army knife. You know what a Swiss Army knife doesn't do? Show emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Cuddle, be playful, flirt. It's just there to do a job and then get the out of here. So the more you see yourself as a tool, the less able you are to actually connect in the way that is, as you put it, vulnerable. And you can do it with your daughters. Almost everybody can do it with their kids. But it's not happening here.
Oh, Remy! Thank you. It's not happening here. Why, y'all? Y'all tell me in the chat. I see y'all cooking in there. I don't know. A lot of y'all are cooking in there. I can't read every comment, but y'all are cooking. I love it. Y'all want to know why? You see, he said it over me. You know what? At first, when I was watching it, I was like, man, he don't know what he talking about. I know what he's doing. Ramit is crafty, y'all. I'm telling y'all. This is a lot of thing that, this is the thing. He's not going to directly call him out, but he's going to do it in subtle ways. This is the subtle stuff that I'm talking about. You got to be able to pick it up. He said, you're able to show emotion and affection to your kids, but not in this area. What area is that? Your marriage. What area is that? Your wife, meaning you don't love her. You know what it's like to love and do what you can for your kids. Remember in the beginning, he said, I want my daughter to go to daycare 5 days a week. I understand that she needs that. I want to give her the best, but you can't even give your wife an ounce of that. Meaning that you don't feel connected to your wife, meaning that you don't love her. She was just, I don't want to say it, y'all, but she was an egg donor, y'all, in the financial. He doesn't see her as someone that he wants to provide for. And therefore, the love doesn't come with that because, as we can see here, all of the men here that really love their girls and their women, they professed that they wanted to be the ones to build for them. They wanted to be the ones to make sure she was comfortable. They wanted to give up their comfort. They would even sleep outside in the rain to make sure she's good. This man can't even do the bare minimum because he doesn't love her. She helped him get out of a sticky situation when he got evicted. He had use for her, but he didn't love her, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what nobody says. His family. You don't know these people. I know enough. I know enough based on this video. And y'all know enough too. The patterns never lie, y'all. He don't love her. And he doesn't even know how to love her. You don't have to be. You see, one of the. What was it? You don't even have to ask. Who said that? All for One. Oh, no. Yeah. Hold on. I'll give you everything I can. Yes. All for One said, you don't even have to ask, because as the age, my love, or at the place, something like that, my love won't age at all. You don't even got to ask me to do a damn thing. I'm going to give you the shirt off my back. No questions asked. It's instinctive. This man has no instincts with her, meaning that he doesn't love her. Just remember that. It's instinctive, okay? So he is showing her that he doesn't love her. And yes, sis still, I don't know. She ain't catching it, y'all. But Ramit caught it. Trust and believe. Ramit caught it. All right, let's continue.
Okay, debt payments. They're going to be paid off by the end of the year. That's awesome. That's amazing. You want to practice sharing that news with Monica? Because she didn't know it.
Hey, babe, by the end of 2025, there will be no more credit card debts. Balance will be 0.
That's crazy. That's awesome. I didn't even know by the end of 2026 they would be paid off. So this is shocking, but in a positive way.
Okay, first of all, round of applause. That was awesome. Great job. Great job with the debt. That's awesome too. Can I make a gentle suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Michael, the way you delivered that was like you were telling me which zone of the parking lot my car is in.
See, Ramit knows. That's what I'm telling y'all. Okay, y'all, let's look at this. Ramit. Look behind him. Hold on. Not this guy. We gonna get to Ramit's part here. Ramit has a picture of him and his wife here. This man loves his wife. Let's just be clear. He always talks about her, speaks so highly of her. You can tell he really provides it. He loves his wife. So he knows what it's like when a man loves his wife. And that's why he's making the differentiation in subtle ways. But I just don't like the fact that he's grouping all men together and be like, oh, yeah, the provider. No. He's not one of them, okay? He's not built for that. He's not. This man, again, he's using her up. And I don't know what, like you said, somebody said in the chat, he's hoarding the money. But not only that, but he can't even fake play. Fake celebrate with her. He's like, hey, just let her know right now. Hey, babe. We paid off the money. Like he's a teleprompter. No emotion. Ramit has to prompt him to even do the bare minimum. This is a disaster, y'all.
For yourself of a Swiss Army knife. You know what a Swiss Army knife doesn't do? Show emotions.
Hold on, let me fast forward. I think I
but in a positive way.
But you got to tell her what it means to you. Go ahead. Take a second to think about it if you need to, and then go ahead and share it again.
Hey, babe. At the end of this year, 2025, there will be 0 credit card debt, meaning the balance will be 0. And for me, that means a job well done, and I accomplished something I put my mind towards.
Yeah.
Red flag. Red flag. Okay. Oh Lord. Oh, this is just ongoing. Okay. How much time? Yo, I've been out here for a long time. Okay, we gonna finish in 30 minutes because I'm gonna speed this up because I really want to finish this video. Let me tell y'all something. Notice how he said I. Let's notice how many times he talked about himself in that little rendition speech he just did, the rerun. Let's go back. And they clapping for him like he done did something well. Okay, let's go back.
Lot my car is in. Like
2025, there will be zero credit card debt, meaning the balance will be zero. And for me, that means a job well done.
That means a job well done.
And I accomplished something
And I accomplished something I put my mind to. Me, I. Where is she in this? We. Hey, babe. I can't believe that I'm able to contribute to help you get to your dreams and us to get there together. We did something real big. I don't see it as an accomplishment for myself. I see it for our family and for our daughters, for our future. I feel like this is something that I wanted to get done and I didn't tell you about it because I wanted you to be surprised and I wanted to just let you know how much I appreciate you. All the effort you did, all the work you did. From now on, you ain't got to worry about it. We gonna do it together. We. W-E. We. He said, I. And he's still selfish, y'all. India Kate, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it, sis. Thank you. Y'all. Thank you, MM. Yes. He acted like her labor meant nothing. It's giving dead inside Rosa. You're right, sis. Like, he's... This is craziness. Because of her, he was able to pay off his debt. Let's be clear. He even said it. Because of her, he was able to go through his eviction. And he got a place to stay because a year later, she married him. She held down their family the whole time that they've been married. The whole time. She had 2 kids for him. And she's working 2 jobs. One at a nonprofit. The other is her private practice. And she's being a mother. She's raising her kids. Using her village. Her mother's raising the kids. And this man didn't even add her in this congratulations speech. And they sitting here clapping for him. I'm so sad for her, y'all. She deserves so much better.
My mind towards.
Okay. Michael, how did that feel?
I guess still struggling because Obi-Wan still echoes loudly. But at the same time, great to be able to communicate with my partner and share good news with her versus not sharing anything with her.
What'd that feel like for you, Monica?
Yeah, definitely more energy, more excitement, more levity. And yeah, it's a positive shift in how we talk about these things.
Michael, I thought that was really good. A couple of things that I noticed. First of all, you have a great smile. Like when you smiled, it made me smile. And this is a good sign that we signal to other people with our body language. Like if your daughters are about to touch the stove, no, you signal to them, right? They learn from that. But we also do that as adults. We signal when we're, and sometimes it's incongruous. Like if I'm going around and I'm like, I am making 50% more than I used to. People like, what the this guy's a psycho. There's something off. And actually they don't receive the message. You could actually tell them something quite great, but if you present it without the appropriate affect, people actually will not even hear it. The other thing is when you talk about what it means to you, it actually made me feel more connected to you. And I suspect Monica also felt that way. Monica?
Yeah, definitely more connection. It feels like something I can also get excited about.
Yeah.
Because he's proud of himself. We can celebrate that. And then there's also a part of me that is feeling like, wow, he's a leader in this way.
Exactly.
He set a goal. He met it. I know where we're going. I can hang on for 6 months.
Oh, wait, yo. I want y'all to notice something. Hold on. Notice his blinking, y'all. Oh man, I don't think he's telling the truth. I don't care what nobody says. I don't believe what you're selling, sir.
Shit.
But hell, Ramit is sitting here trying to hype you up. And chill.
And how we talk about these things.
Michael, I thought that was really good.
Let's fast forward. Hold on.
And this is a good sign that
Look,
we
blinking. Look how much time he blinking. Look
to
at
other
this. Look at this.
people
Look
with
at
our
this.
body language. Like, if your daughters are about to touch this,
Hold on, look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Hold
means to you, it actually made.
Wait, fast forward. I want to hear when
definitely
she
more
talks. Okay,
connection. It feels like something I can also get excited about.
Look at his eyes. Look at how much he's going to blink
we
here.
Can celebrate that. And then there's also a part of me that is feeling like, wow, he's a leader.
Look at that. Look at that. Look how fast he's blinking, y'all.
He set a goal. He met it. I know where we're going. I can hang on for 6 months. Like, there's a plan.
Everybody wants their partner to have a plan. The plan could take 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, but they want them to have a plan. They want them to update them. Michael, one last thing. You do this thing which is very related to you not wanting attention on your birthday. Anytime I ask you to talk about yourself, you talk about the grand us, our relationship. You always talk about like what's going to be good for Monica, what's going to be good for us. And you really struggle to talk about you. Almost as if you don't believe you're worthy of anyone like listening to us hear about you. I think you are. I bet that shows up in a lot of places in your life. That will be a skill I will encourage you to work on, is talking about you and the both of you.
Okay.
A coworker of mine uses a
All right,
water
let's fast
delivery.
forward.
Want to have a house.
All right, y'all, this craziness, man. Let's keep going.
All right. Back to the fixed costs here. We have $1,000 a month on tithing. Are you both religious?
Yes.
How do you feel about the tithing?
I'm excited to talk about this because I go back and forth almost every day in my head about it. Biblically, the Bible says 10%. I get it. God is good. We have so many blessings. How could I not give back? Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, we hardly have any savings. We want to have a house. The list goes on and on. So there's a constant conflict.
Yeah.
Neither one of our churches pressures us. It's not this weird thing like a spiritual call to do. But I also be like, God wants me to have nice things.
God brought that YSL bag in my Instagram feed. God knows.
I think about it driving to work, like all the time. In the Bible, it says, like, if you have to begrudgingly give, don't give. So then I'm like, well, I'm giving all this money and it's not even in the way that it was designed to be done. So it's a struggle.
That's interesting. How do you feel about it, Michael?
I fully believe whatever God puts on our heart to give is what we give, but I also don't think it has to always be financially.
That gives me some flexibility. Just want to show you a quick calculation here. If we just took that $1,000 tithe down to 100, just to show you, keep an eye on this number up here, this fixed cost number, okay? It's going to go from 68. You want to guess what it's going to go to?
62.
Okay. What do you say, Monica?
60.
All right. 61. Wow. Right in the middle. That's quite interesting. Okay. Let's keep going. I'm going to keep your tithing at where it is for now. You got daycare at $690, and you could theoretically spend more on this if you wanted, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Phone is $227. All right. And your subscription's at $204. Makes no sense. Spending $204 when you have credit card debt of thousands of dollars, over $10,000, it just doesn't make sense to me. Cut it down by half. What do you want to do? Michael?
Hulu goes away.
Great. We'll take that down to 100. You're still at 68%, but it sends a signal to yourselves. We're in this. We're taking this seriously as a team. That was cool. All right, let's keep going.
So let me tell y'all what's going on here. The reason why it seems so easy what he's doing is because he combined their incomes together. But mind you, they were doing this separately. Why? Because he didn't want her to know his income, and he didn't want to work together with her. But as soon as a third party came in, he's showing himself to be all cooperative. And yeah, like, I'm able to learn and I'm willing to learn, but he couldn't even give his wife that. Now, if they had came on the show and said, hey, we both were trying to work on this together. My air conditioning just turned off the power, y'all. That's why y'all saw the light go off. But anyways, show must continue. So this is the thing. When she approached him about money, remember, he was defensive. But then now with Remy, he's acting like all brand new. Like, oh, yeah, I was going to, I'm just trying to. So that's why this is making sense to Ramit, because he's putting their money together. But mind you, that's not what they wanted to do. And Sis is smart for actually having him come on the show, because she's like, yeah, we're in public now. So now you going to be able to, do what you said you're going to do. And you're not going to just keep lying to me.
Investments are at 5%, which is $600 post-tax retirement. But we actually know that you're investing more than that because, Michael, you're putting away more every month, correct?
The jobs is total 16% of my income going in.
Okay, so you said 16% of your income?
Correct.
Gross income, that's so 16% of your gross income is $1,266 a month.
Correct.
Great. Did you know that, Monica?
You know I didn't.
Look at that smile on Monica's face. Cool.
Hold up. Another thing she didn't know. Let's go
post-tax
here.
retirement, but we actually know that you're investing more than that because, Michael, you're putting away more every month, correct?
The jobs is total 16% of my income going in.
Okay, so you said 16% of your income?
Correct.
Gross income, that's so 16% of your gross income is $1,266 a month.
Correct.
Great. Did you know that, Monica?
You know I didn't.
Look at that smile on Monica's face. Go ahead.
She didn't even know how much he was putting away for retirement. This man don't love her,
Michael,
y'all.
let's do the same exercise again. Get that big smile queued up. Go ahead.
Hey, babe. Every month I put $1,200 into my retirement account for the future.
Wow. This is awesome. And is the plan to continue doing that each month? Or is it like a one-off?
The idea is to continue doing this. And as our finances changes, we can talk about different other avenues that we could go about, just making sure that we're getting the full match and getting the free money from the companies.
Finally, we hear him talk about we. Excuse me. But notice how that changed. Lord, let's continue hearing. Because, Lord, this is not. At least he's saving for retirement, y'all. We'll give him a 1. 1 point here. Ding, ding, ding.
So wait. Okay.
Great work. Love that. Nice job, Michael. Nice job, Monica.
But again, remember, she didn't know this. Just remember that.
Monica, let's take a look at how much it's actually going to be worth. So I'm taking that. I'm going to Google. I'm searching Ramit calculator. Here I am at the investment calculator on my website. So right now, I'm going to approximate this, but it's pretty close. You got about $1,200 in there. Let's just say you're adding $15,200 annually. How many years are you going to keep investing for?
At least another 30.
Good. And we got a 7% annual return rate. That decision alone is going to give you $1.4 million.
Wow.
Michael, I think you can see this as just another example where it really pays to communicate. I'm not just talking about financially. Your job as a partner is to keep your partner informed.
Not only informed, but be consistent with this job. This is all dependent on if he keeps this job, y'all. Just remember that.
You would do that on a soccer team. You would do it on a relay team. You got to do it on your home team. Let's continue on. Monica, what about your investments?
403B.
How much?
She's putting 3% of her gross.
3% of gross. How'd you know that so fast? That was impressive.
I'm her retirement advisor.
Oh.
Not literally, but.
So he's very financially astute.
Huh?
Which
He is?
ironic and also enraging.
How?
Oh, whoa. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Thank you, Devonda Pittman, sis. Yes. She ain't seen none of that. Thank you. Ooh, y'all better. Hold up. Y'all. Wait, so he's giving her retirement advice. Why he? Okay, so funny. Funny thing is he knows all her financial business, but she knows none of his. Just keep that in mind. Let's continue watching, y'all. This is craziness.
Oh, can you be financially astute when you're spending $50 a day at the airport?
Yes, that was the frustration.
To have the knowledge is amazing, but to be able to use it in practical time wasn't possible. Meaning, working all those hours, there was no way I would come home and feel like cooking or feel like going to the grocery store. So it was always the convenience over everything else. For me, yes, I knew I was just getting by. Yes, I was waiting for that next break to happen, but break was the eviction.
What the hell? The guy who got evicted is the one driving their investment strategy? How does this make any sense?
Rami, I'm gonna tell you what's going on, brother, because you seem to not understand what's going on. So I'm gonna make it clear for you. This man is when I tell you he's the archetype of a user, this is what I'm talking about. He's hoarding money, lying. This has all the hallmarks. You know those movies where you watch like the Tinder swindler, you watch the romance swindler, them people who send you, they siphon the money out of the women and the women keep sending the money. This is what this sounds like. This man has a whole plan for his life, not hers. Just remember that. Not only that, but she didn't even know like how much he made in retirement, but he knows all her business. And then he's talking about, oh yeah, like, it's just, oh Lord, y'all, you can't make this up. Even Ramit is like, he's dumbfounded, y'all. Look at this. Look at Ramit's face. Ramit doesn't get it. I don't get it either.
How can you be financially astute when you're spending? Got evicted is the one
grocery store. So it was always the convenience over everything else.
And then look at her face. She know he lying. This is the part I missed out on. Look at her. She was like this. Really, sir? He talking about, oh, it's just the convenience of me having food. As if you don't have I'm not saying she has to cook for him. Don't get me wrong. But they have 2 children. Meaning that dinner's being cooked. So you're telling me like she's just cooking for her kids and herself and somehow you're not eating at home? I refuse to believe that. The way sis is over here catering to him and his every whim. He has food at home. He's just spending money because he wants to, because he's selfish. And even if she wasn't making nothing for him, you're telling me that he couldn't even put his comfort aside to make a few sandwiches? It doesn't take much to get, to get a whole meal plan, like a meal prep kit at the grocery store. You can pack meals. There's no reason for that, y'all. This man is a liar. He lying here. And she didn't even want to correct him. She's just looking like, I know he lying.
Yes.
This man lying.
I knew I was just getting by. Guess I was waiting for that next break to happen, but break was the eviction.
What the hell? The guy who got evicted is the one driving their investment strategy? How does this make any sense? Michael listens to Bloomberg. He actually knows Monica's 403B contribution down to the exact percentage, and he's putting $1,200 a month into retirement, more than most people making twice his income. And yet his financial behavior is not that great. He's lost his apartment, not because he didn't understand money, but because he was spending $50 a day at the airport, working 100-hour weeks and pretending everything was fine. This is the knowing doing gap. So many people can tell me what an expense ratio is and why diversification is important, but when you look at their portfolio, it's horrible. I remember recently I posted a video deadlifting. It was just a normal deadlift, and I got this comment from some.
I'm gonna fast forward this. Yeah, hold on. Let's keep listening.
That will change everything.
Hold on. Here. Let's go back here.
Deal, that next gig, that next job, that next shift, that will change everything.
It was probably more like the next 5 shifts to change a lot of things, or the next month this would be a little bit better. But yes, that's the epitome of what I would have to tell myself.
That describes one of the 4 personality types in Money for Couples, my book, and it's called the dreamer. The dreamer does not really focus on consistent investing, saving. It's more about, like I've got this ball in the air and that ball in the air, and one of these is going to come through, and this deal will come through, and this gig, and that will solve this problem that I have right now.
Wait, let's stop. You know who else has this type of mindset? He talking about the dreamer. No, that sounds like a gambler. That sounds like somebody who's going to go all in at the casino, put all their life saving, just irresponsibly spending money, betting money, putting all their retirement income, sports betting, horse racing. That's what that sounds like. Inconsistent. Yeah, I'm glad Ramit said it. It's not consistent. You see, Ramit is weird with this because he's saying a lot of nothing and gaslighting the hell out of us, but sometimes he's like digging into him too. It's really strange with this type of what he's trying to do and how he's dissecting the situation. But this man, oh Lord, let's continue, y'all. He's a gambler, con man. They're all the same. This sounds like a Ponzi scheme.
Spot on.
Yeah, it's really hard for the partners of dreamers. It's really hard.
Sis done took her
because
glasses off.
they
She's
often want
tired.
a plan. Dreamers don't want to give a plan. They try to get specifics. Dreamers hate being pinned down. It feels confining to them. What's interesting, Michael, is that I think you're admitting to having some pretty striking dreamer tendencies, but also at the same time, you've massively changed your spending. You've dramatically cut your credit card debt, and you know your debt
Because
payoff
of
date,
his
which is incredibly
wife.
rare.
His wife.
So I find this to be quite interesting. I like to continue on so we can get to the end. And
Ramit, stop. Ramit, stop. It's not because of him. It's because of Monica. Let's just be clear. And I don't like the fact that he's not giving Monica her due. Monica needs to be revered here. Monica's the reason this man even is able to sit up here and gaslight the hell out of all of us. Monica, Sister Monica, you the reason, sis. You did your big one. You're the reason. And yet I don't hear nothing about, oh, you were able, because of her. She sacrificed so much for him to be able to pay off his debt. And he can't even give her anything. Can't even give her honesty, y'all. The bare minimum he could do is give her honesty. Can't even give her that. Can't even reveal and communicate nothing to her. Oh, Lord. And then Remy sitting here, oh yeah, you did your big one. Sir, he didn't do nothing.
And let's look at the CSP here. Monica, you're putting 3% of gross income away every month. Is that right?
According to my
Yes.
advisor, yeah.
Well, okay, how come you don't know your own numbers, Monica?
Agreed. So know all the transactions, but retirement 403Bs, there was a stretch for many years where I was grinding and not really having a ton of extra money.
Mm-hmm.
So ever since I left corporate America, basically I stopped contributing. So this all feels new again. I'm married to someone who has great financial acumen, even if it's not put into practice. And so I let him just tell me what.
I'm gonna let y'all cook in the comments, man. This is a mistake sis is making. She's trusting him. She's like, oh, even though he doesn't practice it, he has financial acumen. So you're telling me somebody who can't successfully run a business could tell me how to run a business? They could tell me how their business failed. They'll tell me, okay, this is the thing. They will tell me how their business failed so I can get tips on that and do the opposite of what they did. But they can't tell me how to run a successful business. Who are you going to listen to? Somebody who failed a business or somebody who actually has tenure? Are you going to listen to Jeff Bezos? Or are you going to listen to, let me hear somebody whose business failed, Forever 21. If you want your business to be $1 billion business and you want it to continue, who you going to get business advice from? You going to get it from Warren Buffett to be an investor? Or you going to get it from just some guy, random guy on YouTube who doesn't even have a pot to piss in or somewhere to throw it out of, but yet you going to listen to him? Who you going to listen to? This is why it's important. Again, I'm not saying that you have to have it all together to give advice. That's not what I'm saying at all. Please don't misunderstand. What I'm saying is that this person has shown you that he is untrustworthy. He doesn't have any financial literacy, even with himself. So how's he going to be able to teach you? But yet you sitting here trusting him with all your funds and you don't even know where his funds go. So how do you know that he's using the funds for what he is? I don't know how deep this investigation goes with Ramit. Do they actually go into the accounts and see where the money's at? Because it sounded to me like this man is swindling her. And she's not picking it up. She's not.
What the best thing is.
Okay, that's not the way we do money.
Thank
so
you.
We're not gonna do that anymore.
Thank you.
This doesn't make any sense, but we'll fix it. That's why I'm glad we're here. How come Monica's only putting away 3% when she has such a high income?
So just to get the match of the employer, and she was just starting out, so the salary.
Yo, Ramit said this doesn't make any sense. You saw his. Okay, let me tell you something. Ramit's like, you know when the real person comes out, and then like he broke character. Ramit broke character for just a few seconds. He's like, that doesn't make any damn sense. You could tell in his mind, he's like, what the is going on here? And he's like, but we're gonna fix it. No, because he realized, he was like, oh shoot, I still gotta be the financial advisor. Yo, oh Lord.
Before January, that she was actually only $100K from her.
Yeah.
The raise of another 20K was still shocking, but we never adjusted.
You all know about like NFL players, they retire and then they don't change
Yes.
their diet.
Yes.
And like what happens?
It catches up to them really quickly.
Really quick. This is exactly the same thing, but in reverse with money. So your income has gone up dramatically, but you haven't changed your allocations, nor have you actually changed your feelings about money.
Because he is misappropriating funds. I know a scammer when I see one, y'all. I know a scammer. I know somebody who takes money out one pot. He's doing a whole Ponzi scheme, y'all. He is He is doing the Bernie Madoff on her. Conrad Black. He doing all that. He's swindling, y'all. The money is being misappropriated. This man couldn't even make his own meals. Spending $50 a day on food or $60 a day on food. And y'all telling me that he's able, and Ramit makes, he's like, yo, she's making more money. How come she's putting so much less than you on retirement? So he's not considering her retirement. He's putting more money in his. But then he's using her extra funds for whatever he got going on, y'all. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something. He's taking her funds and using it for something else. You can't, because that 3% is going to retirement, but we don't even know if he's getting the money, if he's taking the money, he has access to her account. And sis is just sitting here oblivious, doesn't even know where her money's going, y'all. Please never fall for this type of love. May this type of love never find you.
You're making $50,000 more than you were a few months ago.
That's crazy.
But the way you're acting with money, you have not changed a single thing. And that's a problem because at your income, there is zero reason you should have credit card debt.
Thank you.
Zero. I find it actually unacceptable.
Thank you.
A family that's making $233,000 with 2 daughters.
Say it again, Ramit. Please, not Ramit getting angry. Okay, we finally see the real Ramit come out because he's like, yo, no, you ain't going to lie to me here.
But the way you're acting with money, you have not changed a single thing.
Thank you. Keep going.
And that's a problem.
Keep going.
Because at your income, there is zero reason you should have credit
Zero.
cards.
The first thing I said is they're making 19,000 gross, 11,000 net. There's no reason they should be in debt. None. I know people who make way less than that and they're debt free. Ain't no way.
Debt. Zero. I find it actually unacceptable.
I find it actually unacceptable. What he's saying in real time is unacceptable.
A family that's
Red
making $233,000 with 2 daughters has credit card debt? Unacceptable.
Red flag. Thank you. A family with 2 daughters and you still got credit card debt and you make this much money? Red flag. How are you the provider? Red flag. Y'all, I'm about to tear this whole y'all ever seen the meme of the bear just tearing the computer down? That's what I'm doing right now. Red flag, red flag, red flag. He's not a family man, y'all. He's selfish. And he's taking sis down. She's not, I'm telling y'all, this is not going to end well for her. I hate to say it, but again, hopefully, I don't know, maybe the love of the Lord is going to make him change. But the way he's acting right now lets me know that that's a pattern for him. And this dynamic is unhealthy. It's toxic financially.
But where is the room to cut it down?
Let's look at the numbers here. Your savings are at 7%. So you've got $600 a month for an emergency fund. You got $100 a month for gifts and $150 for regular. What's regular?
Oh, regular savings, meaning not allocated for an emergency fund.
No, we're not. You all got to understand, when you have credit card debt, that actually necessitates, in my opinion, it is an emergency. People who have credit card debt,
Thank you, Ramit. What I said before is the interest rate. Like, let me tell y'all, it's just basic math, right? So, like, when you have credit card debt, the thing is, if you don't have money to pay it off, I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. If you are struggling right now to pay off the interest as much as you can. But if you have the means, as soon as you start making money, the first thing you should be doing is doubling and trying to get through them credit card debts, student loan debts. Why is he not doing that? Because he doesn't care about her. He doesn't care about his family. He cares about himself.
They really get
and his damn food or whatever he's doing with his money.
Used to living with it. It's like, it's not living with a paper cut. It's, in my opinion, living with a bloody open wound. If your daughters had a bloody open wound on their arm, what would you be like, oh, that's cool, let's have dinner tonight? No, you'd be like, we're going to the hospital. That is the equivalent for having $12,000 of credit card debt. Like, shut it down. Shut down all discretionary spending immediately. Redirect everything. Get this debt paid off quickly. And in the meantime, once the automation is set up, we're going to talk about how did we get here. We're not going to blame each other. We're going to talk about it because we're a team. How did we get here? What decisions did I make? Did you make? What did we make? And how are we going to make sure this never happens again? That's how we approach it. All right.
Ramit, you're thinking like a husband. This man is not a husband. That's why you're thinking that way. This is what a husband would think. A logical husband. A provider husband. That's how he thinks. But this man is none of that. He's neither of that.
Got 20% towards guilt-free spending, $2,370 a month. How often do you eat out?
Shockingly, not often. We're not going out to have steak dinners. Like, we're not. That's not us. I would love that to be us. It's part of my rich life, but nah, we're good.
See, hold on, sis. So he can't even take you out for a steak dinner, but he's spending $50 on airport food or $60. You see where the priorities. She ain't getting none of them dates. She's not eating none of them steaks, but I bet you he eating them steaks. Oh, he's eating all right. He's eating something.
Good. And if we need to grab something, it's Chick-fil-A, it's this or it's that.
Wait.
Okay,
No, sis. Stop saying we. Him. You. If you need to grab something, he's going to give you the McDonald's and the Chick-fil-A treatment, but he's getting the Ruth Chris treatment. That's what that is.
How often are you grabbing Chick-fil-A?
Too often. Currently, probably four times a week.
I can see by that smile that you're not telling me the truth.
This is embarrassing. 4 times a week? That's crazy.
It is, especially when you have credit card debt. And you're telling me 2 minutes ago, where does the money come from? We need to be honest with ourselves. You're eating out 3 times more than you thought. And you're not even counting other stuff. Like, I could see a very nice room behind you. I don't see any furniture. I don't know if you have your nails done. Michael, I suspect maybe, there's hanging out with friends once in a while, grabbing a couple drinks. I don't see any of that here. Now, my point is, you may believe you are very good at tracking on an individual basis. And I actually think you're probably both pretty good at it. But you can track every number and miss the entire point of personal finance.
Yeah.
Most of the time when I find people overspending, specifically on cars and eating out, and I go, is that part of your rich life? And almost always they go, no.
Yeah.
Do y'all have a shared vision of what your rich life is?
Eating at nicer restaurants every once in a while. Going to the Miami Food and Wine Festival, because I always wanted to do it. Traveling first class. Having Gordon Ramsay cook for us at some point. I'm not expecting...
Hold up. This is say going to the Miami. I hope she's not from Florida. Because that adds a whole nother layer. Y'all know I was raised in Florida. Oh, Lord. If this is a Floridian couple, I already know what's going on, yo. If this is a Floridian couple... I hope they're not from Florida, because she said Miami wine and food. Oh, this makes total sense if they're from Florida. I get it now. I understand. I get it.
They're supposed to be millionaires, but right now, like I said, I have the highest salary I've ever had, and I'm tracking every single time I go to Chick-fil-A.
First of all, I love the vision. I'm curious to hear, Michael, your vision.
Be able to play golf at least twice a month, and definitely travel, eating out, and with our daughters go to school, paying off whatever student loan or whatever they have, giving them a better base jump-off point than starting at nothing coming out of college.
I like the vision. I like it.
Whoa. Red flag. Where was sis in this vision of his? You heard her? I would like to go to the Miami Wine Festival. I want to travel. I would like for us to fly first class. And this man talking about his daughters and himself. Does he love her, y'all? Come on now.
Get a lot. I like both your visions. I think they're really beautiful, specific, complementary. Are you on track to be able to live some, maybe not all, but some of those parts of a rich life?
Simple answer, no.
Okay. Monica?
I agree.
You make $233,000 a year. Monica, you said something that struck me. You said, I'm not expecting to be a millionaire. Like, why not? I always expected to be a millionaire. Why would you not at $233,000?
For me,
because she know her man is inconsistent. She know she can't rely on him because guess what? If they're going to be millionaires, she has to be able to keep her money flowing. And he gotta be able to have money too. But guess what? He's a liability. Somebody said it in the chat. Let me tell y'all something. If she was by herself, I promise you she would have made that million quickly, because she would have been able to hunker down, able to save, all that stuff. But now she got 2 kids by this man, and she has this man who she can't even rely on, can't even tell her the truth, can't even communicate with her, is a bad money manager, and yet here she is expecting something out of him. Somebody, I'm telling you, whoever you marry, and this is, let me tell y'all, all jokes aside, I'm not even joking here, because I'm really serious about this commentary that I'm giving. But all jokes aside, for real, I'm not even joking with this part, y'all, because I know I like to kiki and laugh and stuff like that, but this is very serious. And if anything in this live stream, I hope you guys pay attention to what I'm saying. Whoever you marry can be your liability or your asset. You choose who you want to marry. Trust and believe me, if they're a liability already from the offset, please do not marry them. Do not entangle yourself with them, because whatever happens in the future, you're going to be liable for all of that. And if he can't even make a way for himself, he can't even fish for himself, and he's depending on you to get him out of a dark place, you the one holding things down, he's holding you back. Because now all of your resources and energy is spent trying to stay afloat instead of growing. And even when he was able to get more money to help her out, what did he do? He hoarded it. So she's not going to have her first class and wine and dine and all that stuff. He's just thinking about himself. At least he's thinking about his daughters too. We'll give him that. But is he thinking about her? Nope. Not at all. He's thinking about taking from her, but not giving to her.
Still getting used to even hearing that number, because I'm like, who are you talking about? Which household has $233K?
I'm talking about the couple who spends a lot of time tracking every single expense, but doesn't actually know their own income.
Yes, you're right. It feels far off. One is certainly not having a plan. 2 is not having the joint finances. And 3, we need to get Michael's debt paid off. Yeah,
whoa. We need to get Michael's debt paid off. You see? We need to get Michael's debt paid off. She didn't say I. We. She's always thinking about them as a family. And this man always says I. Only time he said we was when Ramit prompted him to. When he did that fake like, oh yeah, honey, da 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 da. And even when, I'm telling you, his natural reaction and inflection is to do for himself.
If you both want to make this rich vision a reality, we can start doing it. I mean, you have more chances of accomplishing it than most, considering your income. But it will take you probably rethinking the way that you approach money, approach each other.
So open to it. Let's do it.
Cool. Michael?
100%
All right,
agree.
y'all, it's almost
Michael,
done. Let's fast forward a little
quite
bit.
an emotionally loaded word, the word leech. I don't want to be a leech. First of all, I don't think you're a leech.
Remy, stop
Maybe
lying to that
95,000.
man. Stop lying to that. He's a leech. You see, this is what I don't like with male financial coaches. I feel like Dave Ramsey was the realest one, to be quite honest with you. I love Dave Ramsey because he be keeping it real. And I think he kept it too real when people started complaining, and he kind of softened his approach a little bit, but he still always kept it real. Listen, this man doesn't need to be caught over me, and I'm tired of you saying, oh, I don't think you're a leech. He is a leech. By definition. Let's see what a leech is again. We still got a little bit of time, y'all. Listen, I got time for this because this is very important. I don't care how long I stay on here. This is an important lesson for all women. And I don't want no one to fall for this stuff ever. So I don't care if I got to stay here 5 hours, 10 hours. As long as one of y'all, don't even got to be all of y'all. Hell, I hope all of y'all, but hell, even if 1 or 2 of y'all don't find this type of man, it's a win for us all. What is a leech? What is being a leech? Look at here. A person who clings to another for personal gain, especially without giving anything in return, and usually with the implication or effect of exhausting the other's resources. A parasite. This man is a leech, Ramit. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Please stop. Stop trying to make him feel good. Stop trying to soothe him. Stop trying. And notice how when she said we eat out a little bit, sometimes 3 to 4 times. He's like, do you get your nails done? No, it don't matter if she get her nails done or not. She deserves to get her nails done with all the work that she been putting in. Can she not have a little bit of fun? It's like she's the one struggling and this man is eating out, doing whatever he wants to do. And she's the one who's supposed to be the financially, oh yeah, did you eat out? Sir, come on now.
$1,000 a year? When I was reading over your material before I came on, I was a little confused because there's a lot of words about income discrepancy and leech and stuff like that. And now that I hear your story, I can understand more. You know, having credit card debt, spending a huge amount of money eating out, being evicted and not sharing it, none of those things are positive when it comes to money. But I don't think anybody making 65K, working 3 jobs is a leech, or 95K. I do think you don't communicate about money effectively. I don't think you combine your money. I don't think you have a rich life vision that's crisp. I'm trying to get to why that is, but I just kind of want to shine a light on this big elephant in the room about Monica earns more, a lot more, and what does that imply for the relationship? Especially because sometimes women earning more money, there's a sensitivity around that. Michael, you alluded to that. You mentioned a provider. You mentioned, Monica, you mentioned the elephant in the room. Is this a topic that you all talk about?
No, we don't say it in those terms.
Okay.
But I will say for myself that I do feel inferior at times because I don't feel as equally yoked and have to rely on her, especially in the early beginning. I just feel like I'm always still trying to catch up to be part of the table and not always feel like I can be at the table.
That's pretty honest. I appreciate that. Monica, gender and money.
Yeah, of course, those norms are there. I don't subscribe to them, or at least I don't think I don't, but feel free to challenge me on it. My bigger issue is not paying anything towards rent and utilities for so long. So the dynamic that we described in the
So this man wasn't paying rent or utilities. What was he paying, y'all? And that's the thing. He said, oh, I feel inferior to her. Yes, you should. And it's not because you make less than her. Let's be clear. Because somebody who makes less than a woman, that's not my issue with this whole situation. It's what you're contributing with what you have. You don't love her. I keep telling y'all that. This man, Bob Marley said, when he was dating Rita, when he made that song, Is This Love? We gonna share the single bed together. That means he's giving her his income. He's giving her what he has. This man is not giving her what he has. He hasn't even given her an ounce of what he has. He would rather give it to the food court at the airport. He would rather give it to any outside sources. And now he'll give it to his daughters. But he's not gonna give it to the person who's actually helping him and holding him down. This is very troubling, y'all. This is troubling. Yeah, he is. It's the truth. He is inferior. He knows it. And they sitting here trying to placate this man. Like he doing something. And he couldn't even be bothered to be paid the rent or utilities, which you need to survive. If there's anything you need to survive, food, shelter, you need that. Bare minimum. And he couldn't even provide for that. That's sad, y'all. This is sad.
Be part of the table and not always feel like I can be at the table.
That's pretty honest. I appreciate.
You don't deserve to eat at the table, Michael. You don't. You don't even deserve to be near the table.
Appreciate that. Monica, gender and money.
Yeah, of course, those norms are there. I don't subscribe to them, or at least I don't think I don't, but feel free to challenge me on it. My bigger issue is not paying anything towards rent and utilities for so long. So the dynamic that we described in the application is we're living, yes, we're both working, and I'm paying literally all of the rent, all of the utilities. And it, it's hard. It's hard sometimes to come in to the space and knowing like, okay, this is all on me.
Is this working for you?
No. Our relationship, romantic history is 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? So we're still kind of early in. So for these 2 years, it's been tough. And he feels like
early in? Sis? 2 years. So hold up. Oh man, I'm sorry y'all. I didn't expect to be here on this live stream that long. This is crazy. I really didn't, because I didn't watch this in its entirety. I just watched a little bit. I was like, oh, this is a fun video, a good video for y'all to get the impacts of love and stuff. I didn't know it went this deep. Wait, rewind. She's still paying all the rent, all the bills. She's stressed the hell out and stressed out at work. This man still's not getting it. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Hold on. She said something important. I'm just so flabbergasted here.
No. Our relationship, romantic history is 2.
Yeah. They've only been together 2 years. They already had enough time to have 2 kids. But yet, the romance is not there. She said our romantic... I've been told y'all. He's not in love. We know what a man in love looks like. He's not. He's in use. He's in the scammer phase. That's what he's in. He's just along for the ride. And sis is telling, somebody said it in the chat, I didn't remember who said it, but they said she's like intuitively, she knows it. Just like Janae knew it. Janae knew it, like she clocked it. She's like, I know when a man really wants something, he wants it. Yes, sis. So you know. Look at this. She's literally begging for affection. She's begging for him to contribute more. And look at him. Look at how he's looking.
2 years.
Yeah.
Right? So we're still kind of early in. So for these 2 years, it's been tough. And he feels like a leech. I feel like we have this load. I don't want to make him feel bad about it.
Can we get off that? I don't want to make him feel bad about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He should.
Nobody's here to make anybody feel bad.
No, he should.
Sometimes, in order to reach a shared vision together, one or both people are going to feel a little bad.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
Life isn't only about cupcakes. You know, sometimes it's going to be hard. In fact,
you know what it's called? Accountability and awareness. Please learn that, Mr. Michael.
this stuff is really hard. When you're coming out and starting out, it's complicated. I don't mind. But we're not going to start this by saying one of my core visions is I'm not going to make my other partner feel bad. No. Then we're walking on eggshells.
He should be embarrassed and ashamed that he's on national television, on YouTube, wherever this is being played, and his wife is talking like this. He should be embarrassed.
That's what it is.
That would be like me trying to run a 400 and I go, I'm not going to wear one shoe. I'm not going to start off a race by saying what I'm not going to do. I'm going to say, my vision is I'm going to win. Same thing with money. And over time, as you become more and more skilled, you're not going to feel bad. They start to feel okay, and then they start to feel really good. And you're like,
whoever said he trapped her, hold on. One of y'all was cooking in there. Y'all all cooking, by the way. I can't read all the comments, but all of y'all cooking. He got her pregnant as soon as possible. Yup. He impregnated her to make her feel like she should stay Marie James on point. All of y'all who are saying everybody's cooking right now. Keep those comments going. Keep them going because we need to expose this type of stuff. Please keep it going.
We're a team. That is an amazing moment. And we can get there. So can you paint a picture for me? What are the big money goals for the two of you?
Retirement.
Okay.
I'll say travel. I know it's not a huge big one, but just growing up as someone who traveled the world, I want to be able to pass it on to our kids and it not be a financial strain.
How often? That sounds pretty vague.
Michael would like to travel a couple times a year, one with just us, at least two with the kids. For me, I'm good with one big trip and maybe one local trip.
What else?
Whether we buy a home next year or in 5 years or 10, that it does mean something to me.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, home ownership in some way, investment properties, those things are of interest to me.
Michael, what about you?
Just family. So being able to be around, not only be around my wife for a long term, but be around my kids as well.
Mm-hmm.
With dad passing away young, definitely emphasizing the time to spend with the kids and spend with my wife. So seeing the family trips excites me because I didn't get to do that. Being able to grow old, whatever that really looks like, excites me because I know that nothing is promised. To say I was there to walk my daughters down the aisle.
Yeah.
I was there to take them on this trip to Oshkosh, Bagosh, wherever they want to go to. I think that really hits me in a very special way, and especially because I know how short life can be.
Okay. We're going to go to your CSP and we're going
All
to...
right, let's pause this for a little bit. I'm just going to speak real quickly and then we're going to finish this off because it's almost done. So notice, she says she's thinking about retirement, travel, and buying a home ownership. And she used to travel. She said she's used to traveling the world and she wants to give that to her kids. So I'm assuming that she grew up pretty well off, because if her parents can afford to take her on trips, especially since she's 33, she's not that far. Like, she's like, basically, she's probably a Gen Z or millennial, probably like within that cusp, probably late millennial. So around that time, if you could afford to travel, because travel is way more accessible now than it was before. So that means her parents had a little bit of money. That's number one. So she's used to a different type of life than he could ever offer her. And I feel sorry for her. My condolences for him for losing his dad at a young age. Now it makes complete sense why he doesn't know how to lead a household. He lost that type of person in his life. So I get it. And I don't understand what happened to him. But obviously, y'all, this is deep. This is a lot of childhood stuff going on here, because he just wants to be able to live. And I'm like, okay, all I hear is living for his family, and he included her in it, but mostly it's for his daughters. To walk his daughters down the aisle, he's thinking about more of the longevity of living, so life. He's not thinking about finances, y'all. Lord, how they gonna make it, we gonna see, y'all. Let's continue.
Yay.
You both have told me what your vision is. You even went fast forward to 75 and you look back on your life. So now we actually get the chance to make those changes. I'm putting your fixed costs up on screen. You're at 68%. Before we get into line by line changes, philosophically, what kind of changes do you want to make?
Eating out.
You want to eat out less?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Something else that I would want is more of money being put towards investments or in save.
Give me like 5 more. Let's go fast.
Emergency fund.
Emergency fund. Great.
Travel. A travel amount.
Okay. What else?
Something for the kids, whether it's for education or just their own savings, be able to put that in something as well.
Wait a minute. How come no one's talking about their debt?
That's real.
Thank you.
What's so interesting?
Ramit, thank you. Because y'all, oh Lord, let's continue. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why are they not talking about the debt? Why are you not? And notice, he keeps talking about his daughters. He's not talking about her. I keep talking.
Michael's debt is very top of mind for me, because again, we look at it every month, because I have deferred payments for, again, truly is out of sight, out of mind, which is a problem. I wasn't even thinking about my student loans. It's not even there. I'm thinking about that rent.
$130,000 in student loans.
So again, because of him, and she's putting his needs in front of hers, she's not even paying her student loan because she's trying to pay off his debt. She's giving away all her comfort, but he's not doing the same for her financially. This is wild, y'all. Okay, let's continue, y'all. I know I have to keep pausing it just to keep the stream going.
Needs to be addressed.
Absolutely.
I am not in favor of putting money aside for your daughters while their own parents can't manage their debt.
Yeah, because he doesn't care about her, Ramit. He cares about his daughters. That we can't deny. He obviously cares about his daughters because he's thinking about them. He's prioritizing them. So I can't say that he's not prioritizing his daughters, but he's not caring about her, the mother of his children. He doesn't care about her.
What else?
That's the top of mind.
I mean, that's pretty good. The changes you've told me are pretty effective. They're simple, but they're extremely high impact. Let me tell you what I mean. You said we are going to start investing more. We're going to start saving more. We're going to pay off our debt. And then we're going to put some money aside for travel. Those are high impact. Those are $30,000 questions. What's up with this insurance? $1,264?
Oh, yeah.
What is this? What is this insurance you're paying for? Explain it to me. Better not be whole life.
No, both of us have our own term life insurance policy on each other. Term life insurance.
I think your auto insurance is the high variable, right?
Yeah, my auto insurance is like $270, I think, a month, or $280.
Why is his auto insurance so high? What kind of car is he driving?
Yeah, we can find cheaper auto insurance.
Let's talk about your car payment.
You have
two car payments or one?
One. It's mine. It's $333 a month.
How long till it's paid off?
It's a year and a half.
Okay. And then what are you going to do once it's paid off?
Good question. I haven't thought that far. I mean, I would hope to roll it into paying off debt.
That is a correct answer. The incorrect answer is what most Americans do. They go, time to buy a new car. I go, no wonder you're in debt for your whole life.
No.
Keep that car, okay? The time period where you have a car with no car payment is like the golden age. You keep that, and every month you're saving money, and that money, just as Michael said, you can treat it as if you're still making a car payment. Sure, take 10% and use it for guilt-free spending. Go out to a nice restaurant every month. But the rest of it, you can...
Can someone tell me, why is car insurance so expensive in America? Why is it so expensive? I don't pay that much for my car insurance. That's crazy. Well, because Dom's the one driving, and I don't need a car because I work from home. But what I'm trying to say is that we don't pay that much. Why is $270? That's expensive. Do they have two cars? Hold on, I'm confused about this. Y'all gonna let me know in the comments.
Split, just as I talk about in part 2 of Money for Couples. You can put it in investments, put it in savings. You can even start saving a little bit for car repairs, which eventually you will have. There's lots of the cool things you can do.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what I see so far. You're at 61%. I think there's 2 things. One, you need to start paying off your student loan debt. Monica, you need to run a calculation, but we're just going to say for easy math, we're going to put $500 a month into there.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, it should probably be more, depending on the interest rate. I mean, it's a huge amount of debt. You need to pay that off. Otherwise, you're going to be paying it until you're 60 years old.
Yeah. Heard.
Gosh, I really want you to take another look at your insurance. Something is not adding up for me on this.
Thank you.
Let me just say, this is too high compared to what I've seen for other
Thank
people.
you.
It might be the case that just for whatever unique reason.
Nah, he doing that. I told y'all. Let me tell you, I used to work in insurance. And if you're an insurance agent, you could let people know term insurance is supposed to be cheaper than whole life or universal insurance. And you can get a pretty good term. They are young. They're not older. So I could probably, even for older folks, I mean, I don't think you pay term more than probably, I think on the higher end, my parents were quoted at I think my dad was 100 something because he's a male. And my mom was $80 something. She's non-smoker woman. And, women usually live longer than men. So they didn't even get quoted. And my parents are retired for term insurance, very basic term insurance. Why are they spending this much on term insurance? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. And then also the tithes, that don't make no sense. Look at that, $475, $789. Where is this going? This sounds more like, okay, I'll be transparent with y'all. Even for insurance, you're not paying that much for whole life. You can literally mix whole life with term, and you can mix everything. Everything can be mixed. You can even have critical illness. It shouldn't be that much. Why is it that much? This man is, I'm telling y'all, he's misappropriating funds. I don't know. He probably got his money somewhere in Cayman Islands or something. I don't know what he doing. Probably used crypto, Forex. He looked like the type. He doing something with that money. And then putting all that money in tithes. Another thing is, how does she know though? She doesn't know. Y'all, she doesn't even know where the money goes for herself. She doesn't even know. He's managing everything. And everything is falling apart. Think about it. She let him manage everything. This is crazy.
That yours is this expensive, but it just strikes me as something is wildly off here. And if you could drop that down even to 800, which would be that would be high, it would be at 61%. So I'd like you to try to do that. Well, the good news is that the credit card debt will be paid off soon, and that money can be rolled into other areas. So basically 12 months from now, you're going to have an extra $1,000 of cash flow. That'll be $650 from Michael's credit card debt and roughly $350 from Monica's car payment. That's an extra $1,000 of cash flow that you will be able to use. That's pretty good.
That's great.
Your tithing, I dropped that to 0 because I just can't see you spending $200 a month, and it dropped your fixed cost to 63%. Okay, God is very patient. God will wait while you get your act in order, and then you can go back and go to church, volunteer. All right. Phone at 227. Can you guys drop that?
Thank
the
you.
140
That's too
is
expensive.
mine and my daughter's together, and then hers is just hers.
Hold up. How old is his daughter? Wait a minute. He got kids from another relationship? Because remember, the math ain't mathing. They've only met in 2023. I think she said they got married in 2023. They met in 2022. They were friends for like 20 years or something like that. They knew of each other. So they have a daughter. So I think does he have a child from a previous relationship? Y'all, wait, hold up. Let's hear more because Ramit looks a little shocked. So let's figure this out. Why does his daughter have a phone? Did they have 2 kids together? Hold up, something's not right here. Look at his. Ramit is tired. Y'all look at Ramit's face. Y'all, Ramit is exhausted. Y'all, I'm exhausted, but I gotta play this whole video. We gotta see this whole thing, and then we gonna wrap this right up.
Let's say yes.
Yeah, maybe we can just get a family plan, let's knock it out. But I thought 140 was a lot.
Yeah, I think that's worth looking into at this point. Savings, we're going to drop.
Wait, Ramit, you didn't ask the right questions. Whose daughter? Wait, is his daughter a teenager? I don't understand. Why does his daughter need a phone? I don't know. I'm missing something, y'all. Y'all let me know if I missed something while I was listening. Maybe y'all have better ears than me, because it sounds like he has a teenage daughter or a daughter that is in elementary school, but that doesn't make sense because they got married 2 years ago. So if he has a previous daughter from another relationship, that adds a whole layer of new things. So why don't I see child support payments here? Something ain't adding up, y'all.
It's going to become $750 here. No need to overcomplicate it. Okay. And 100 for gifts. What gifts?
Birthday parties, someone's bridal shower, baby shower, random acts of kindness.
Why don't you be kind to yourself and pay off your credit?
So notice, if he does have a child from another relationship, then where's the child support in this? Is he paying? So you see, this is what they lying to this man. Why didn't he include that? Say, hey, I have a daughter from another relationship that I help support and I paid towards her. You telling me that you don't pay nothing towards your child from the other relationship? You're just paying for her phone? This whole they're not asking the right question. So this, I'm telling y'all, whatever Ramit's coming up with is not accurate because they're hiding stuff. He's hiding stuff and she's taking up for him, for her man.
Credit card debt. That $100 a month is actually really meaningful. I'm gonna give you an example. If you actually put your $130,000 into my debt payoff calculator, student loan debt, and you put an extra $100 a month towards it, you will shave off years of the debt. You want to see?
Sure.
Let's just say $130,000. Do you know the interest rate?
It was like about 5 or 6. Yeah.
Let's just say 6. And right now, let's just say for easy math, you're paying $800 a month. That's 28 years to pay it off. Okay? That's a long time.
There.
Let's just watch this. We're going to pay $900. That's 21 years. We just shaved off almost 7 years of payments for an extra $100 a month. Am I the only one who's blown away by this?
No, thank you for reframing it that way. Okay. Got it. The extra 100, yeah.
An extra $100 shaved almost 7 years off your debt payoff.
Yeah. Got it. Why? 20 years is so long.
You can actually shave that number way down. But the fact is, like, you haven't been paying anything on it for a long time.
Because of him.
With these numbers, you feel like we can shave it way down?
Yeah. I'll show you how. But let's work our way down. But right now, there's more changes to be made. Take a look. Emergency fund is at $750 a month. Let's keep going. So now that we've accounted for your student loan debt, you still have $2,195 in guilt-free spending money per month. What do you guys think about that?
That's wild.
Mm-hmm. You were like, where's the money coming from? It's just sitting there.
Yeah.
It's meant to be used on your rich life. So let's go back to what you told me your rich life was. What did you want to do again? You wanted to pay off debt? Right now, I feel like we're doing okay with debt. I'd like to pay it off a little faster because I don't like $130,000 of debt. And if I can pay an extra couple $100 towards it per month, and it's just a flip of a switch and I never even see it, and then it shaves off years and years, I want to do it. What do you say?
Let's do it.
I'd rather play offense with money. You have a high income. I keep saying it because I want you to both internalize it.
Yeah.
That you are actually making almost $250,000 a year. And it's important for me to say that so that you hear it and feel it.
Whoever said he's pissed, he had plans for the money, yo. That's what I was thinking too. He mad, y'all. He mad. And now they got to do automated payments. Chill.
And that you begin acting accordingly. A couple with making almost $250,000 a year can afford to be extremely aggressive about debt payoff. They can also afford to save a lot of money. In fact, I think you should be saving more because, again, if one of you gets laid off, you're in big trouble. you can afford to be thinking expansively on a decades-long basis. I also think that you're not factoring in a few things. What happens to your childcare expenses in about 3, 4, 5 years?
Goes down.
Are they going to go to public school?
Hopefully. Yeah, I don't imagine private school.
Now's the time, honestly, to be talking about it. You know, again, a couple making $250,000 a year plans ahead. They never make decisions on a whim. And if something has to be made on a whim, that's already been planned for as well. Oh, we have to fly somewhere because mom or dad or somebody's sick. That's already been planned for in our...
Ramit, that's a couple who actually love each other. Let's be clear. Couples who love each other and who are building together, they think of each other. And they think of what's going to happen to their kids. They think ahead. They don't just think of themselves. This man is not... He's not qualified for you to give this advice to. Again, stop lumping him and grouping him together. They're not a couple. They're two people who live together who have children.
Emergency fund. Let's tap it and go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what a high income earns you. So your childcare cost is going to go way down, which is $700 a month. Anybody going to get a raise in the next 5 years?
Let's claim it.
Can he keep a job?
Love that. Love the great positive answers from both of you. Yes. That money, as with any new income, you should have a decision. What do we do with extra income? And it should be split up on a percentage basis. I talk about that in part 2 of Money for Couples. My wife and I have a rule. Any new additional income gets split accordingly. Boom. We never think about it. It just...
Yeah, because you love your wife, Ramit. It's a difference. There's a difference.
Follows the system and flows like water.
Yes.
So you are actually setting yourself up for having hopefully positive things. Of course, we want to plan for the negative, like a layoff, somebody getting sick, that kind of thing. But that's why I think that paying off your debt aggressively so that by the time you're 45, you're debt free, you got these young kids. Wow. You have at least 2 chapters of life.
So wait, I'm still on the question. Why does the daughter need the phone? Why is it 140? See, these are questions I need answered. Because why are they acting like the kids are young? If the kids are young, they don't need a cell phone. So why? Something's not making sense. And they can't be more than 3 years old because they got together and she said they had the kids right after. So something's not making sense. So a 2-year-old needs a phone?
Life left. You got a lot. I really would not want to be sitting around on that till 52 just because I just didn't decide to put an extra few $100 a month towards debt. Nah, that's why I think like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
You said you need $1,000 in guilt-free, which I think is realistic. I actually think your number is right on the money. A couple that's in credit card debt should not have the typical 20 to 35% free spending. They should have less because it's an emergency. You should be paying that money off. A couple that has $130,000 of student loan debt should be having their guilt-free number reflectively going down.
Oh, I'm going to fast forward a little
Michael,
bit.
how do you feel about it?
It's something that we talked.
Oh, no, sorry, I don't want to skip too much.
Combining your money into a joint account, each of you has individual money every month, right? You would each have a little bit of individual. It could be $100, it could be $300, whatever the number plays out to be. You can spend that on whatever you want. Lunches, self-care, no questions asked. Your partner doesn't even have access to that account. They know about it, but they don't have access to it. It's yours. But meanwhile, the majority of your life is together. So your rent, your car payment, all of it, kid stuff comes out of that. And both of you are involved. Both of you own 1 or 2 numbers. And each month when you talk, you report on it. All this is laid out in Money for Couples. That brings you together. Literally puts you on the same page. How do you both feel about that?
Feels great. Feels like a big step. Feels helpful.
Michael, how do you feel about it?
It's something that we've talked about, and I'm liking it because it resembles what the conversation I had with my mother. So that gives me a place to come from that's comfortable.
Wait. Let's go back. Hold on. What he said?
Access to that account. They know about it, but they don't have access to it. It's yours. But meanwhile, the majority of your life is together. So your rent, your car payment.
Hold on. What did he say?
All of it, kid stuff comes out of that. And both of you are involved. Both of you own 1 or 2 numbers. And each month when you talk, you report on it. All this is laid out in Money for Couples. That brings you together. Literally puts you on the same page. How do you both feel about that?
Feels great. Feels like
Okay, she's happy.
a big step. Feels helpful.
Good.
Michael, how do you feel about
Michael.
It's something that we've talked about, and
We've talked about
I'm liking it because it resembles what the conversation I had with my mother. So
the conversation he had with who? Did he say his mama? Lord. Oh Lord! Oh, I'm laughing, y'all. Wait, did I miss? Are my ears wrong? Did he say he had a conversation with his mama? Hold on. So his mama knows more about his financial situation than his wife. I'm done. Yo, case closed, y'all. Case closed. This case study, this live stream is over, man. I'm tired. Let's finish. We're gonna wrap this right up. We're gonna fast forward through this part. Okay, you know what? That's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to know. His mama knows more than his wife. It's a conversation I had with my mama. Lord. So mama's running the show. Mother is his mama, not her mama. His mama. Okay. So he's basically the husband of the mom. His mom. Okay, that makes sense. That's why he can't be her husband. Because he's already somebody's husband. We already know that. He ain't hers, though. That's probably where all the extra money's coming from. Maybe he's helping to support his mama. Yeah, cut the cameras, dead ass. Yo, this is crazy. All right, let's finish this. I know this stream was going. Yo, this is the longest I've ever streamed. But hey, man, this was very informational, man. I love this. I don't care, man. We're gonna wrap this up, y'all.
Comfortable in knowing that it can work.
Okay. Wait. Well, let's finish. Let's finish here. Whatever he
Michael,
said.
how do you feel about it?
It's something that we've talked about, and I'm liking it because it resembles what the conversation I had with my mother. So that gives me a place to come from that's comfortable in knowing.
Gives me a place to come from that's comfortable. When a man loves a woman. Did Michael Bolton tell us? He would spend his last dime. He'll give up his comfort. Ain't that what Michael? You know what? Let's play it real quick. I'm on a roll today. Where Michael Bolton at? Michael Bolton. He'll give up his comfort. Here. Where is that part? Where is that part? Hold on. I gotta fast forward it. Hold up. What did Michael Bolton say?
He turned the world the good things. If she is bad, he can't see it. She can do no wrong. Turn his back on his best friend. He puts her down. When a man loves a woman, spend his very last dime trying to hold on to what he needs. He gave up all his comforts, sleep out in the rain. If she said that's the way.
This man does not love a woman. He loves his mama and his daughters, y'all. That's it. That's all. Let's continue, y'all. It's over with. It's over. This is a wrap, y'all. This is the finale. Let's wrap this up.
That it can work.
And our debt payments would be combined, essentially. Like, debt would come out of that joint account. So we tackle debt evenly together. Yeah.
Totally. Again, you can always make certain tiny exceptions. Like, I think Michael's credit card debt should rightfully be his. And I think he should probably pay way more towards it. Michael, I think probably for the first X months, that should be coming out of your guilt-free spending money because it's your debt that you incurred and it's discretionary. It's not even like student loan debt. It's just like lunch.
Yes.
Sometimes it's important for us to accept the pain of a consequence.
Thank
because
you.
Then we learn. I don't like this. I'm not going to do it again.
Yes.
That's okay. Michael's saying yes. Boom. Done. Perfect. I love that. Okay. My feedback to you then is the following. Number one, pay down your debt aggressively. You can actually afford to spend a lot of money paying down debt. And you can be debt-free in 9.5 years, possibly even faster depending on raises, other expenses. That's amazing. I think the two of you should give yourselves a round of applause for putting yourself in the position of being.
No. Ramit, stop it. Stop it. Do not give him a round of applause. You see, this is what they keep getting rewarded for, this bad behavior. And that's the reason why we have the epidemic that we have today. Stop rewarding people for shitty behavior. That's the bare minimum he could do as a man, as a father, as a husband, and he's getting applauded for it. This is ridiculous.
Do that. That's incredibly impressive. Okay? A few questions for you. What do you notice about how you communicated about money at the start of our conversation versus now?
Definitely more of a we focused, which is wild because it felt like we were doing that, but we really weren't, clearly. So that's huge. Also, the tone. I don't sense a defensiveness from Michael.
Because he's in front of people. He's in front of the cameras,
Yeah.
y'all.
Michael, how about you?
For me, it's definitely expressing the emotion of what I'm feeling with things too, in addition to having our collective vision of things that we value be said and built towards, and not just, well, I had this, you have that.
I think that coming here, first off, we just start off with some distance about like, oh, I didn't even know you got a raise. So, we spend time on that. But as we start to unpeel it, we realize, oh my gosh, there's so much more here. What seemed existential was actually just a tiny piece of the overall picture. And that idea is, Michael, how you see yourself with money affects the way that you communicate and treat money. It even affects the way that you spend time, how many hours at work, etc. Monica, the fact that you were kind of struck and shocked by the income increase, also it seemed that for a while you were kind of on your back heels. Like, oh my God, I can't believe that we make $233,000. And part of what I love seeing you is to start to embrace that. Both of you. Yes, we are actually a couple that makes almost $250,000. And what does a couple that makes $233,000 a year do? Well, let's talk about it. They don't have credit card debt. Do they have student loan? Maybe, but they're paying it off aggressively. They have a plan, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, they know the exact number. Boom, they know it.
See, look, she's taking notes even while he's talking. Even while Ramit is giving them advice. She's taking notes to make sure that she gets everything aligned. And look at him. He touching his lips. Let's finish this stuff. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm done.
About
I'm
going
out of
out
here.
to eat. No, they actually have a plan. And when they go out to eat, they have talked about it and they've appreciated it. Whether it's $5 or whether it's a $50 meal, they appreciate it. Basically, what I saw emerging from the two of you is this realization that money is so much richer and more textured than like, should we track this or that? That's to me so one-dimensional. And what we started talking about was appreciation and gratitude and connectedness. And this textures of like, I want to buy a house. Okay, I can support you on that. I want to eat out. Okay, I want to support you on that. How do we do it? How do we make all of these things possible? That's the beauty of a rich life together. A huge thank you to Monica and Michael for speaking with me today.
We're done, y'all. Oh, Lord. Y'all, this has been a very eventful stream. 5 hours, 50 minutes, y'all. This is it. I'm about to end it right now. I'm sorry for some of y'all who couldn't stay and hang. I'm going to keep it on the replay. I'm not even going to cut this stream up. Y'all could fast forward, skip to the parts y'all want to. But I hope this was an informative stream because this just let me know all I need to know about this couple. And I have to keep it real. Michael is an archetype for all user men. That transcends race. Transcends race, y'all. This man is a user. Sorry. If his family members, church, congregation, I don't know who sees it. Look, I gotta call it for what it is. And, that's just based off of what I'm seeing. I'm sure he's a faithful servant in other ways. But as a husband, he gets a F. F. Actually, what's less than F? I don't know what less than F is. He would be 0 at this point. F. He's not doing enough. Maybe a D-, only for the simple fact that he told her who he was and she didn't believe him. So we'll give him a D- for that. But other than that, y'all, this is not a provider. Oh, you woke up in the middle of it. Bye, y'all. Yeah, I'm out of here, y'all. Great stream. I appreciate you guys. Whoever hung around till the end, love y'all, man. Yeah, listen, you guys really didn't have to stay because hell, I didn't know all of this was gonna go down. But thank you so much for watching. And I'm gonna come out with Tia and Tamara sometime tomorrow, probably later tomorrow. But anyways, have a good night, y'all. I will see y'all on the flip side next week. It's gonna be a shorter live stream. It'll be the I married my husband and divorced him. I married at 28 and divorced him at 29. I didn't get to cover that, so we'll cover that next week, and that'll be shorter. All right, y'all. I'll holler at y'all later. Peace, and it was a fun time, man.